So the green flag is out here in Group 11 as they race off of pit lane. And Russell Lane in the 833, the 19 is Sanford Silverberg, the 15 of Patrick Morse, Rex Barrett in the 66. Brad Tank is the 62, the 8 of Marvin Premack, the 5 of Hugh Ruthven, the 3 of Richard Morrison, the 26 of John Ulrich, the 88 of Scott Larson, the 53 of Doug Stewart, and the 4 of Robert Weinstein, the 44 of Abigail Joseph, Nick Carso in the 11, Robert Ritholtz in the 7, and the 237 of David Watts. Those are your cars here in Group 11, pre-war, early post-war, Group 11, Race 2 of the weekend. These are our feature races here on your Sunday, the WeatherTech International Challenge. Russell Lane led the field for much of the race, but Rex Barrett pipped him on the final go-around. We'll see what we can do here in Group 11 here on your Sunday morning, the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond.
And these competitors already got the green flag right on the start. So it is green, 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 and they are racing. We did get some reports yesterday that over 100 miles an hour, not for all of the cars, but for at least one of the racers out there, they did get into the triple digits going over 100 miles an hour. Now, Eric, yes, on Friday, you said Friday was a fast Friday. Saturday was a satisfying Saturday. Well, what does that make Sunday?
Sunday fun day. It's race day here at the WeatherTech International Challenge.
And we got a full day lined up for you race fans. We are racing from now all the way until the end. The Eagles on display in the heart of the paddock under the white tent. Eric and I went out there. We're drinking our coffee, appreciating those historic race machines. And it was
one of the most comprehensive reunions that I can recall underneath the one tent. Obviously, this weekend has been very special, having several cars from the Dan Gurney AAR collection itself, but all of the owners and drivers that have brought their machines in the restored condition. The Jorgensen Eagles, the White Castle car. Certainly you look at the Sunoco Special, the Mark Donahue Special. Those are just iconic cars within racing and motorsports in general, but certainly for the Eagle platform that Dan Gurney had, the Eagle GTP, the Toyota-powered car. Of course, Al Jr.'s Silver Bullet from his Rookie of the Year at the Indianapolis 500. Beautiful.
I think you convinced me. That's probably one of my favorites now.
Yeah, and looking at the Firestone 75, just looking inside the cockpit this morning, and just find out how minimal that those cars were built. And even Jacques Dersang's DCF, the Formula Ford, which is one of 13 cars, serial number 005. Just amazing at how minimal the cockpits are in these race cars.
Yeah, very, very tight squeeze, not a lot of room. Just imagine going close to 200 miles an hour and turning with those cars, shifting with that
shifter right next to your
you really don't have that much room. It's a tight fit. And just to be able to get up close and personal with these cars, and later on in the day around 1 o'clock, we'll be able to hear these cars on track again for the second time as our pre-war group is starting, I guess we can call it their first flyer lap on this featured race.
Sanford Silverberg leading the way here after lap 1. A 3:13.475, the best time out of Glendale, Wisconsin. That is a 1929 Ford Model A Speedster. Russell Lane in the 833, a 53 MGTD. And then Rex Barrett, that 1933 Ford Indy Special. Yes, that car ran at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, also competed at the Milwaukee Mile.
Yeah, I always love starting the day off with the pre-war and post-war cars. See where it all started, all began. And hearing these exhaust notes, it's just something completely different, and it's so great to be here at the track at Road America on this race day Sunday.
Looks like we've got a car over in turn 7.
Uh-oh. Maybe a little...
The entrance to Hurry Downs. needing some assistance.
Oh, yep, safety's already there responding.
But working lap number 2. 15-minute timed races today. May actually be extended to 20 minutes, I think, today, but we'll check on that for you throughout the day. But Group 11 here in the pre-war, early post-war. Next up is Group 10. This will be the first call to the grid for the 8:30 session. 8:30 for Group 10 for post-historic GT in production. So 8:30 a.m. session, Group 10, first call to the grid. First call to the grid for Group 10.
Looks like we have another vehicle slow moving in 12 in Canada. Looks like they're going to pull over to the side, and safety's responding. 2 cars not making it around, but safety is there, and the track is still green. And we have the white flag out. This is the last lap for our pre-war and post-war competitors. If you are curious about lap times, the fastest lap, not surprising, number 66, Rex Barrett with a 3:09. A 3:09. Not sure about top speeds, but yesterday we did get a report that they were going over 100 miles an hour. Not all the cars, but at least one of them did get into the hundreds, which is very impressive because some of these cars are getting close to 100 years old. White flag.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a second visitor over to turn 12, so we've got 3 cars out on a race course. So we will likely see the checkered flag this time by with the 66 of Rex Barrett and the 19 of Sanford Silverberg at the front of the field.
They went out there, gave it a shot. It looks like 3 cars in total. Wasn't able to make it all the way around. Again, some of these cars getting close to 100 years old.
Rex Barrett is catching Sanford Silverberg in the battle for the top spot here in pre-war.
Looks like they're going to make it a race on the last lap here at Road America.
And they are now separated by about 15 car lengths as they work their way past the yellow zone in turn 12, now into Thunder Valley for the final time here on this WeatherTech International Challenge weekend. Can Rex Barrett get to Sanford Silverberg on the exit of turn 14? Under braking, Silverberg has about a 10-car length advantage. Barrett not able to capitalize into 14. Here on the straightaway, can Rex Barrett get there?
And here they come, drag race up the hill. Is it enough power for Rex?
Sanford Silverberg trying to hold on, and he does. Sanford Silverberg and Rex Barrett, first and second. Glendale, Wisconsin, Sanford Silverberg, that 29 Ford Model A Speedster, and the 66 of Rex Barrett, that 1933 Ford Indy Special out of Roselle, Illinois. Waiting for the third place car, which we believe should be the 62 of Brad Tank out of Winnetka, Illinois in the MGTD. And there was about a 35-second lead for Barrett over Brad Tank. So we're waiting for the 6-2 of Brad Tank. And there is Brad Tank. So Brad Tank will take the podium spot here in Group 11. Second call to the grid. Second call to the grid for Group 10. Second call to the grid, Group 10, the 8:30 session. Second call to the grid for Group 10. And it sounds like we're going to have a little bit of fluid cleanup over between turn 6 and 7. That car that was stranded up on top of Hurry Downs will have left its mark, and we'll get that cleaned up from between turn 6 and 7. So a little bit of an early finish here to the pre-war, early post-war. Don't forget, fans, if you have kids ages at 12 years and under, the Family Fun Zone, presented by Bank First and Road America, down by Los Amigos Taco Stand, down in Turn 1. Gene the Balloon Lady will be here, a coloring zone, and lots of fun down there. Again, the Family Fun Zone, presented by Bank First, down near Turn 1, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. here on your Sunday. Nick Carso completing his third lap, as well as Bob Ritholtz in that number 7. John Ulrich in the 26, that 1937 Buick V8 Special, completing his third circuit here in the pre-war as we continue to come around to conclude this pre-war session for Group 11. This is the 15-minute call to the grid. 15-minute call to the grid for Group 10. 15-minute call to the grid for Group 10. Looks like the Eagles are all leaving the nest. A photo shoot happening in the paddock area right now.
Yeah, this would be a great time to get down there, race fans, and check out these Eagles. They are in the sun. We have the Gale lift getting in position, and we're going to get some awesome pictures in the heart of the paddock, right in front of the paddock shop. Now would be a great time to get down there and check out these historic Eagles.
So the photo shoot happening just near the Eagle's Nest, just on the west side of the Eagle's Nest. It'd be great to see the end result of the photo shoot. See less tension. The track photographer down there.
This morning, Eric and I stopped down at the Eagle's Nest, as he's been calling it. We grabbed some coffee from the little green trailer, the Buzz Through.
I want to thank the folks for the Buzz Through back for the first time this season.
Bruce and Mary Jane, always amazing to have them here, serving us coffee and keeping us awake during these long race weekends.
You know, these Eagles all on display. Of course, the White Castle special right now pushed up against the fence on the east side of the Eagles nest right now. So they're kind of getting them all lined up. I would think they're trying to line them up by age, but and serial number. But the formation in flight looks pretty cool. The way that they're laying that out in the photo shoot. So if you ever want to see what those cool photos look like, you know, before they happen, this is it. So there's a lot of orchestration that happens in these photo shoots as well. So there's a little bit of a plan that goes in at the beginning, and they try to make it easy on everyone to push the cars into position. Usually there's a definitive method to the madness, so to speak. But those photos that you see on the covers of the vintage motorsports magazines are not that easy to come by. It's not just roll up and go. There's a lot of coordination and orchestration that comes with those photo shoots. So see this on the cover of a magazine, there's a lot of work that goes into it.
And with how our weather has been this weekend, Friday a little bit of rain, Saturday we had all that fog through the first half, and today we have the sun is out. So let's get those cars out. Let's get those pictures taken while we got the sun.
Absolutely. Gorgeous day for it. Day 3 of the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. Brian, David Hobbs, B.S. Levy will be signing posters and books from 11 a.m. until 2:30 this afternoon inside the Paddock Shop.
The Paddock Shop opens at 9 o'clock today.
Absolutely. So if you haven't gotten your Road America branded merchandise, event shirts, or some Eagle shirts,
oh yeah,
now is your time to go ahead and do that. Stop by, grab some breakfast at one of your favorite concession stands. Pearls on the Hill has some great views of the cleanup right now, but in Hurry Downs, Pearl's one of the best viewing spots here at the racetrack as well. Brand new speakers over there as well.
Yep, we do have just a little bit of fluid down. Looks like they are completing the cleanup now. Just going to blow off the excess of kitty litter, and we should be going. We did end that race session just a little bit early so we can get this cleanup and stay on schedule. Next up, we have Group 10, Post-Exoric GT and Production. Group 10 up next.
Group 10, this is your 10-minute call. Group 10, 10-minute call. Road America would like to recognize our 2022 season corporate partners, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America, Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our food and beverage partners, Sargento Cheese, Johnsonville, Pepsi, Lakeside Bottling, Anheuser-Busch, Larry's Distributing, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Torquay Coffee, and Palermo's Pizza. Skag Power Equipment, the official mower of Road America, keeping our 640-acre facility looking beautiful. Skag is headquartered in Mayville, Wisconsin. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier of Road America. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Teen Driving School. Optima Batteries, the official battery of Road America. The official suspension partner is H&R Spring. The Lake Michigan Car Ferry, the official transportation partner of Road America, sailing twice daily from Manitowoc, Wisconsin to Ludington, Michigan. Soundhouse, the official hearing protection partner of Road America. Our fire and safety sponsors, Holmatro, AMR, Creed Truck Center, Wheelan Engineering, Safety Clean, Finish Line Towing, and Collins Classic Automobiles. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Jim's Golf Car, the official golf car provider of Road America. Eden Stone of Elders, the official stone. Clean Tools, makers of the Absorber Car Cloth. TireRack.com, the official tire retailer of Road America. Catalyst Exhibits, the official design and exhibit partner of Road America. Quick Trip, the official convenience store. Marwin Sports, the official race apparel. University of Wisconsin Green Bay, the official collegiate partner. Mulch Express of Wisconsin, the official mulch. Our signage partners, Throttle Stop, West Bend Dyno, GT Race Tires, Race Ramps, Bank First, Red Wing Shoes, LiftX, Corvette Central, Elkhart Lake Tourism, Auto Select, Speed Seat Factory, Finish Line Towing, Briggs & Stratton, and Walbeck Group. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Henry, Quick Trip, Jockey, and Aaron's. These companies sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support. Fast approaching here, Group 10's Modern GT Challenge. Group 10 is coming up. Pace car going to start rolling off of pit lane. The 110 of Jimmy McGlynn, that 2005 Porsche 996 Cup entry out of Naples, Florida. A 2:22.456 was the quick time in race number 1 yesterday. On the outside of the front row, the 4 of Elias De La Torre in the 2015 Porsche Cayman GT4 entry. Starting on the inside of row 2 is the 288 of Seb Coppola, 2011 Ferrari 458 Challenge out of Rochester, Michigan. Waukesha, Wisconsin's Anthony Stevens in the 194 2006 Porsche Cup entry. On the inside of row 3, it is the 2 of Kermit Upton, a 1994 BMW M3 out of Ludlow, Vermont. Denver, Colorado's Max Fedler in the number 5. It's a 2015 BMW M240 IR. Patrick Womack in the 7th starting position in the number 55. Womack, a 74 Porsche RSR out of Burr Ridge, Illinois. On the outside of that row, the 37 of Brian Hunter, a 1991 Acura NSX out of Glendale, Wisconsin. Starting 9th, the number 14 Audi RS3 LMS out of Lutz, Florida. That is Danny Stewart. Mike Fisher in the number 21. That is a 2000 Audi S4 out of Lake Leelanau, Michigan. On the inside of row 6 is the 26 of Mike Fling and the 74 Porsche 911 RSR out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Chandler, Arizona's James Hendricks in the number 36. That's the 1970 Porsche 914. Starting 13th in row 7, the 070 of Randy Alexander, a 2003 BMW M3 out of Oregon, Wisconsin. Manuka, Illinois is Keith Conroy in the 1990 Marcos Mantis. The 08 starts 14th. In row 8, it is the 95 of Adam Caron, a 1995 Porsche 911 out of Plymouth, Minnesota. Chandler, Arizona's Tom Hedges in the number 93 will start alongside in 16th starting position. In 17th, the 85 of Doug Caron. It's an 1885 Porsche 911 out of Buffalo, Minnesota. Brian Petty, Dick York, and Doug Rippey did not starts in the qualifying race. They would start at the back of the field.
And this Group 10 was our last group yesterday on track, so they were able to experience those drier track conditions. So I'm assuming that all of these times are going to be very similar to yesterday, and we should see some fast pace here for our Group 10 feature race.
Safety car working into turn 5. With the field in tow, about a half a lap away from going green here at Road America.
Pace car under the Corvette bridge. You can see on our cameras where that oil was laid down. Safety team taking care of that during our little delay.
Attention in the paddock area. Attention in the paddock area. If you are missing an alternator, or more importantly, the alternator bracket, they have found them, and they are at Tech. So if you're missing your alternator and your alternator bracket, which I assume you probably know who you are, if you are missing those, they are currently at Tech.
lights out on the pace car coming through 14. We'll see that pace car dive to the right onto pit lane as these competitors get lined up 2 by 2. McGlynn, Torre coming around the turn at 14. Pace car dives to the right onto pit lane. And 2 by 2 up the hill, waiting for the green flag. Green, green, green for Group 10 feature race here at Road America.
Elias Delatorre, Jimmy McGlynn in that 110. Drag race to turn 1. McGlynn on the inside, Delatorre on the outside as they rocket into turn 1.
2 wide at 1.
Still side by side, Delatorre jumps out to the lead by about a car length and a half now. And that is Seb Coppola in that Ferrari. And Anthony Stevens in the Porsche 997 now settle in the battle for second. It looks like a little bit of a change up at the front of the field as well here into the Sargento Bridge area. Delatorre pulling out quite an extensive lead over a couple more Porsches in the Ferrari, the BMW of Kermit Upton as well, and a BMW of Max Fedler. Into turn 5, Delatorre with about 10 car length advantage as he pulls up the hill underneath the Corvette Bridge here on lap 1.
Everyone clean through 5 under the Corvette Bridge, making that blind left-hander. You can see where that speed dry was laid down, a little bit of dust being pushed up into the air into turn 8.
Into the Speedville Carousel underneath the Johnsonville Speedville Bridge. Field working on the backside of the race course now.
Commanding lead already for our first place car. Definitely has found the speed here on this opening lap. About 10 car lengths back, second and third. Great battle shaping up here. Into Canada, heavy braking zone. Get through cleanly. And we'll let you know what the order shakes up. Lots of changes here on in the opening lap. So far, commanding a lead.
Elias Delatorre underneath the Quick Trip Bridge and heading to the WeatherTech TireRack.com Starters Bridge.
Yep, and that is number 4.
Jimmy McGlynn holding on to second. That is the 194 of Anthony Stevens. Seb Coppola in the Ferrari. Kermit Upton, Max Fedler, and Patrick Womack, your top 7.
Oh, big brake lock up into 1.
That looks like that might be Seb Coppola.
Yeah, that was our third place car, I believe. Able to keep it together. Definitely hard on the brakes, and that'll be a little bit of a rough patch on those tires, too. That was a pretty big brake lock up. Doesn't seem to affect his position too much.
He had enough of a gap that was able to maintain position. Lost a little bit to the group in front, but able to maintain position on the racetrack. Elias Delatorre was quickest in that opening lap. Not a surprise there. 2:27.058. Just for a time comparison to a 2:32.195 for Jimmy McGlynn. And the Porsches, the 2 Porsche Cup entries of McGlynn and Stevens, pretty evenly matched, only separated by 0.4 of a second.
And it looks like the number 288 of Seb Coppola is starting to gain a little bit of speed here, catching up to that second and third place group.
We saw Seb lock the brakes up, so you know he's charging hard.
I think he wants a spot on that podium.
Looking for the bottom step right now. Fourth going, looking for third. Working lap number 2. The goal here is to get these races to a 7-lap distance. That is the goal. 7 laps the distance here in these feature races today. We did see the Group 11, our first session of the morning, did get cut short due to the oil down. But
we're still on schedule, though.
We are on schedule. If we can still maintain some good racing here and do it cleanly, we will get to 7 laps in most of these groups today. First call to the grid for Group 5, Can-Am GTP Historic Sports Racers. Can-Am GTP Historic Sports Racers, Group 5, this is your first call to the grid. Group 5, first call to the grid, 20-minute call to the grid. Group 5, 20-minute call to the grid.
And step away from the race for just a second. The Gale in the paddock shop taking pictures of those beautiful historic eagles has been lifted in the air as we see our race leader pass the start-finish line. But if you are here at the track, go to the heart of the paddock, look for the giant white tent in front of the paddock shop. They have all the eagles on display, and they're out from under the tent in the sun getting those pictures. So go to the paddock and check it out now.
Pretty big gathering already at the Eagles' Nest for the photo shoot.
Well, they're outside the nest now, so first time we've seen them, other than the racers that are on the track here, that will be at 11 or at 1 o'clock. We'll have the Eagles on track, and we'll be able not only to see them, but to hear them as well.
So Elias De La Torre continues to set the pace here on lap 2.
He's definitely quick and has a lot of speed here on this track.
6 seconds faster that lap than Jimmy McGlynn.
And he just seems to be getting faster and faster. And this is probably the best we've seen the track conditions all weekend, too. Even though they were the last group to go out yesterday, so they did have the benefit of that dry track. Today is just even better and faster.
Well, the track's starting to take rubber after the first 2 days, day and a half really of having moisture on the racetrack. So it didn't really start taking rubber again until midway through the afternoon. And that can certainly change the balance of handling for a lot of these cars. Multiple different types of rubber and tires and manufacturers here in vintage racing. So it's not like we talk about that often here at Road America, but it does make a difference of when the racetrack has a little bit more grip versus being a little bit more abrasive when it's a green racetrack. And so certainly green yesterday afternoon for a couple of sessions, but today it's rubbered up, it's got some grip, and now we're able to get the hammer down in the beautiful Sunday weather here at Road America. Elkhart Lake Chamber of Commerce weather on tap for us today. Elias De La Torre continues to lead. Jimmy McGlynn second. Anthony Stevens, the 194, in third rather. Seb Coppola fourth, and Kermit Upton, your top 5. Max Fedler, Patrick Womack, Mike Fisher, Mike Fling, and James Hendricks, your top 10. Randall Alexander, Keith Conroy, Adam Caron in the top 13. Through 15th is Tom Hedges and Doug Caron. And those were the 15 cars that took the green flag this morning. 15 cars here in this Group 10 race. That is your field thus far here in Group 10.
And it looks like we got a really nice battle shaking out here for the 5th spot. They just made it around Canada a few moments ago. A couple of great races here towards the back of the field. For that 5th spot, Upton, Fedler, Womack. Great battle. One car goes wide at 1. No problem there, just a little misbreak.
So Kermit Upton in the number 2, 94 BMW M3. Max Fedler in the 5. That is the 2015 BMW M240IR. And the 55 of Patrick Womack. So that is 5th, 6th, and 7th battling for 5th. Working the front half of the race course.
Yeah, that group going under the Sargento Bridge now.
And Womack was a little bit of a disadvantage yesterday. Had to start at the back of the field and had to work his way up.
A little bit of a hard charger for him yesterday.
Absolutely. And so Womack, much better starting position today. And just trying to maintain position and try to get a couple more on the pip. Keith Conroy, that Marcos Mantis, that brightly colored car out of Minooka, Illinois. The 08 of Keith Conroy heading into turn 1. That blue over yellow over fluorescent orange. But Elias De La Torre, 220.985. Purple yet again here on lap 3. So as the fuel burns off, the tires coming up to temperature, kind of seeing the optimal tire temps now for some of these Porsche competitors, especially the 2015 Porsche Cayman of Elias De La Torre.
A blistering pace here for him, and amazing preparation for this weekend. Not only fast today, but fast throughout the whole entire race weekend here at Road America. And we see that group for the 5th spot through the kink now. It looks like Womack's getting a little racy here. We'll see if he tries to make a move into Canada a little farther back. And I'm thinking we're going to see some race action from that group coming here, where we'll probably see the white silk coming out very, very soon here, as we are
working lap number 4 right now.
lap number 4, yep.
About 3 laps to go if the target is 7. Seb Coppola still in 4th at the line. That white 2011 Ferrari 458 Challenge car. There's the 2 of Kermit Upton, Max Fedler, Patrick Womack. Good battle there. Fedler about a second adrift of Upton now, but Patrick Womack just 0.8 behind Max Fedler. So the BMW 240i and the 74 Porsche RSR of Womack continue to battle for 6th and 7th. Everybody competing this weekend for a chance to shake the hand of Brian Redmond and pick up the WeatherTech International Challenge medallion. Depends on the year, but usually the 2nd or 3rd largest vintage gathering in the continental U.S. every year here.
He'll also be in the paddock shop signing some autographs today, so if you want to shake his hand yourself and maybe get a couple of the books, audio books, Bert Levy will be down there, David Hobbs. It's going to be a party in the paddock shop. Paddock shop opening up at 9 o'clock, which should be fairly soon.
15
here.
minutes now.
15 minutes away from that paddock shop opening. Get your Road America gear, artwork, souvenirs, as well as the AAR Eagles merchandise, shirts, jackets, pins, some patches. And you can also check out those Eagles on display in the white tent. They're getting some photos of the Eagles right now. They are outside the tent, lined up 2 by 2. We assume they're lined up by the year, and you can see history on wheels displayed in the heart of the paddock, right in front of the paddock shop.
Five laps complete. Now for Elias De La Torre, it will be the white flag next time by for Elias De La Torre. Jimmy McGlynn, Anthony Stevens. McGlynn and Stevens yet to complete lap 5. There is McGlynn at the stripe. Stevens right there. So top 3 now have completed lap 5. They will get the white flag next time by.
And we see that battle for the 5th spot. Upton, Fedler, Womack coming up the hill now. And we'll see if Womack has anything for them. No change so far in the order. Upton, Fedler, Womack for that 5th spot. Upton with the best time of 2:30.
Sounds like some debris over in 12 just past the Road America billboard. Down in turn 12 past the Eagle. Fitting for this weekend, the Eagle overlooking everything.
Yeah,
down in turn 12.
If you want to go on a little bit of a scavenger hunt, there are a couple of wood sculptures throughout the track. One that we just mentioned is a wood carving of a eagle. Perfect fitting for this weekend. That is in turn 12, and there's a couple other ones hidden throughout the track. A couple of bears, the Road America logo.
The gas pump, the owls.
The owls, of course. They're scattered throughout the track, and you keep your eyes open, you might see a couple of them. Oh, and looks like this battle for 5th here. More like a battle for 6th at this point. Womack on the rear bumper of Fedler. Going into 8. Into the carousel, under the Speedville Bridge.
Lap and a half to go for this battle. Leader coming out of 14, Elias Della Torre. Pretty significant advantage now. 10 seconds over Jimmy McGlynn.
Yep, and as long as he can keep all 4 tires on the track, he should be able to take that top spot on the podium. Great preparation and great racing from him this weekend.
Of course, there are some celebrations that'll happen within the race. Obviously, we're calling it as the top 3 overall, but there are some classes within each group. And those classes as well are battling for position. So you have the overall podium, and then you also have your class positions. Elias Del Toro leading GT4, Jimmy McGlynn leading GT3B, and Anthony Stevens leading GT3A. Kermit Upton leading SSA, Patrick Womack leading GTO. Here in Group 10. Group 5. Group 5, this is your 10-minute call to the grid. Group 5, 10-minute call to the grid. Group 5, 10-minute call to the grid. So the balance of the field starting to complete their lap 5 and completing lap 6 rather, and working lap 7 is your leader. Leader working traffic right now on the backside of the race course.
Oh, I think we're having a pass here by Womack under the Sargento Bridge, side by side. Let's see who wins this braking duel into 5. Womack, Fedler.
Womack will be on the outside. He's going to have to do it the long way around. And does it. Patrick Womack around the BMW of Max Fedler. So Fedler back to 7th, Womack to 6th. And the BMW M3 of Kermit Upton just ahead down the road, just over a second. Working the final lap, though. Could Patrick Womack try to catch Upton?
Yeah, Womack just with a better launch into 3. Decides to go side by side through 4 and making the pass at 5. Well done. And Womack wants to pass Upton now, and I think he's going to have some speed here. 1 lap to go, I believe, coming up here. You'll see the white silk.
It's actually coming to the checker. This is the last lap. Working the last lap for Womack. So Womack's going to have about 1.75 miles to try to catch Upton here. Now that Womack has cleared Fedler, he does have a momentum, but I'm not sure he's got enough time.
Yeah, that's a pretty big gap.
Fedler's putting pressure on
Fedler's not giving up.
Womack, so Fedler's pedaling hard into turn 12. Fedler back around Womack. Womack tries the crossover on the exit of 12.
He said, "You just got lucky," and passes him there at Canada.
So Elias Della Torre, Jimmy McGlynn, Anthony Stevens, Seb Coppola, waiting on 5th, 6th, and 7th here, waiting on Upton to come to the start-finish stripe in the 5th spot.
Up the hill.
Fedler and Womack still fighting for that 5th, 6th, and 7th. There is 5th of Upton. Womack hit him at the line. Womack got it, and the drag race.
Wow.
Top 6 for Patrick Womack. After yesterday's qualifying race, had to start in the back, worked his way all the way up to 8th or 9th at the end. But Womack, a great drive in that 1974 Porsche, that green Porsche RSR. Womack pips Fedler at the line for 6th place. So it's Della Torre, McGlynn, Stevens, Coppola, Upton, Womack, Fedler, Fisher, Fling, and Hendricks. Your top 10 here in Group 10. Group 5, 5-minute call to the grid. Group 5, this is your 5-minute call to the grid. Well, unfortunately, it sounds like we're going to have a little bit of a hold here. A little bit of fluid down between 8 and 9, perhaps. Want to confirm if that is the case here. I don't see any safety team out there at the moment, but they're looking at a track inspection. It looks like a safety truck coming for a TI at 8 right now. And seeing if there is a situation where we would need to do some additional cleanup here. So we're at a 3-minute and hold right now for Group 5. Group 5 next on the docket. 3-minute and hold for the moment.
Also, we're getting close to that 9 o'clock opening for the paddock shop. So if you haven't got your Road America gear yet, paddock shop's going to be opening here in just a few minutes. So make your way over to the paddock shop. Check out those eagles as well in the heart of the paddock. Look for the big white tent. And we'll let you know more about the track conditions here in just a little bit.
Well, the good news is they've just released the hold, so that tells me that track should be okay.
All right, we're sticking to schedule.
Staying on schedule, so 3 minutes to the grid for Group 5. Group 7B, the Monoposto F70s. That would be up next at 9:30 on the docket here. So again, 7 laps is the target for each of these races, but if there is a situation where we need to shorten the race due to cleanup that would be necessary, that is a possibility. But 7 laps is the intended race distance all day today. Safety car leaving pit lane. Jason Miller and the UOP 101 Shadow out of Commerce Township, Michigan. Justin Frick in the 09. Nick Griot in the number 5 out of Puyallup, Washington. 33 is Joel Weinberger in that 72 Chevron. Josh Bowler in the 119. Jeff Miller in the 0. That is a Lola T496 powered by a Kohler 2-stroke. So you get a little bit of a blue-gray smoke out of the 3 Kohler-powered cars. Richard Griot in the number 4 in the McLaren. John Gayden, the other Kohler-powered car out of Wind Lake, Wisconsin. Mitch Idle, the 62. Vince Chialman in that 82 Frisbee. John Boxhorn, the 127. Walter Vollrath, the 27 out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, that Lola T290. Jake Jacobs in the 3 will start 13th. In 14th starting position alongside the 8 of Jim Farrow out of Minooka, Illinois, and the 80 Lola T60. Tony Carpenzano in the number 60 will start 15th. Starting 16th, the 3rd Kohler-powered car of Ron Pace out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Chip Halverson in the 93. Gary Gould did not make the call for the next row, so that will bump Greg Borland in the 16 up into the 17th starting position, and the 02 of Fritz Seidel. The 51 of Andrew Myers, the 262 of Kevin Leparski. Joel Quadracci in the 17. Johnny Cannabis, John Quadracci, Ralph Lamacchia, Jim Cope. And I believe the balance of the field then is going to start with the split start here in Group 5. So a split start here in Group 5. Safety car lights have just gone out in turn 12 for Group 1. Or I should say split start 1 here in Group 5. Group 7B to the grid, please. First call to the grid. Group 7B. Group 7B, the Monoposta F70. Monoposta F70. Group 7B. Group 7B to the grid, please.
The Elkhart Lake Blue pace car lights off, pulls off driver's right into pit lane, 2x2 up the hill. Jason Miller, Justin Frick coming up to the green flag. And green, green, green! And we're racing here at Road America. Great launch there for Jason Miller into turn 1. Looks like all of these racers get through turn 1 completely. Split start 2 just getting around 14 now. As our lead pack under the Sargento Bridge into 4. Split start 2, pace car pulls off to the right, up the hill, looking for that green flag for our second split start. Jason Miller, 101 through 5. And green flag for our second group of the split start. Side by side into turn 1. Two by two through 1. Looks like everyone makes it around cleanly. Down the hill into 3. And as that group just started, our lead pack getting to the carousel for the first time. Miller, Frick, Griot, Weinberger, Miller, into the kink, into that heavy braking zone in Canada corner. And our second group just making it to 5. Up the hill under the Corvette Bridge. And it seems everyone's cleanly through 5. Moves up to that 3rd spot, followed by Nick Rio, right behind him, going into 1. That'll be a great battle there for 3rd between Weinberger and Griot. And our split start group making it over to Canada. 2 groups, 2 different starts. And we'll see if that lead pack can catch up to the second start. We'll see some lap traffic develop as this race continues. Jason Miller on top.
This race always seems to come down to a little bit of lap traffic at the end in this Group 5 feature. 7 laps the distance, targeted distance. Fritz Seidel leading the second group. Here across the stripe, completing their lap 1. Like we've got a car at turn 14 that has gone around and looks like back underway at the back of the split start. Second start.
Easy spot to spin there. Luckily, no harm, no foul. Gets back on the track and is continuing up the hill. We'll see which number car that is as they pass the stripe.
Clipped the inside rumble strip, got wide on the exit of 14 and spun around. That is the 40 machine. Yep. And that is Rhett Merriman in a Lola T598 out of Beloit, Wisconsin.
There goes the race leader, the 101 of Jason Miller, completing his second lap, followed by Justin Frick.
Nick Groot, that 68 McLaren.
Yeah.
Up into the 3rd spot, around the 33 of Joel Weinberger in the Chevron.
Those two have been swapping positions since this race started. And I'm thinking they're going to be battling all the way until the checkered flag. Try to pick up Fritz Seidel in that second group. Looks like they are in Canada corner now.
Jeff Miller, the Kohler-powered machine out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, currently 6th, leading actually in 3rd place right now in HBSR, Historic Sports Racer. So in CA1 it is Jason Miller, CA2 it's Nick Griot. Over Richard Griot, Vince Thielman in CA4, John Boxhorn 2nd in CA1.
And here comes that second split start up the hill of 14. And we'll see how the order shakes out.
Nice crowd starting to develop here on the front stretch, right in front of the VIP tower in the suites. Taking in the sights and sounds here on the front straightaway. Group 5 continues here. Second call to the grid for Group 7B. 7B next on the docket. Group 7B for Monoposto F70. Group 7B, 7B at 9:30 this morning. Group 7B, 9:30 session. Second call to the grid, Group 7B, please. There's Jason Miller at the line, completing lap number 3. The U-Off Shadow. Justin Frick. Nick Rio, Joel Weinberger across the line in 4th.
Looks like we have some big brake lock up into turn 8. I'm not sure if anybody got spun around, but there is a puff of smoke. Doesn't look like there's any cars stranded. And it looks like we're green flag through there, so just a little bit of brake lock up. Oh, nope, now let's move the camera. We do see one car. Looks like that was our second split group start. We'll get a car number as we learn more.
Taking a look at the running order. Going to go back to the back half of the field, try to catch up to the 02 of Fritz Seidel, 51 of Andrew Myers, the 50 of Jim Cope. And I think that car may be Jim Cope over in turn 8 as he's dropping through the order here.
Safety already responded to that car in 8, and I think you're right, Eric.
It's Fritz Seidel, Andrew Myers in the 51, and the 44, Johnny Cannabis across the stripe, completing lap 3 in the split start field. Kevin Leparski, John Quadracci in the 167, Ralph Lamacchi in the 7, Jerry Edquist the 76, Skip Pfeffer and Fritz Seidel Jr. in the 181, Glenn Bryant, Charlie Duncan, Jim Chanel, and Jim Cope is the, I believe, the car that got across. But there is Jason Miller and the back half of the field for the split start will now be in front of them for the final 3 laps. They're within probably a half a lap here.
And that lap traffic already playing effect for Jason Miller.
Starting to work it as well, so Jason Miller. Works the Moraine sweep now.
And John Loxford makes a move up to the 6th spot.
Looks like Jeff Miller's kind of dropping through the order here a bit. Vince Thielman has gotten around as well. So Boxer and Thielman around the 0 of Jeff Miller. John Gayden, 13th overall. Out of Wind Lake, Wisconsin, the 3rd Kohler-powered Lola.
Emergency vehicle still in 8. That passing opportunity won't be there for at least another lap as they get that car taken care of. It looks like they got it on the hook and they should be moving out, and we'll go back to full course green here in just a moment.
Reports of possibly a car having a flat tire near turn 6-7 area right now. Kind of monitoring that. Looks like it would be. Looks like the left front wheel is smoking. Local yellow still in turn 8, as Brian mentioned. Again, my name is Eric Miller, the voice of Road America since 2009. Brian Eaton making his commentary debut here during the WeatherTech International Challenge this weekend. So welcome to Brian. Tom Light directing our videos here this weekend on the big screens, as well as on our YouTube channel.
And big shout out to everyone watching on that YouTube page. YouTube at Road America, live streaming all the races today and throughout this weekend. So if you weren't able to make it here, maybe you have friends and family at home, tell them.
Jason Miller on pit lane.
Oh,
The shadow has come to pit lane. Nick Griot is now taking the lead in the McLaren.
troubles for Miller.
Justin Frick has also dropped through the field here.
Whoa, big change up here for our lead positions here. 1 and 2, both dropping out. We saw Jason Miller pull off.
Looks like Jason has gone to the paddock area.
That is too bad. He was dominating this race. And it could have just been something temperature or mechanical. But with these cars, you know, you want to make sure you're safe. Very difficult to replace some of these parts.
And Jason Miller makes the right-handed turn into the paddock area.
That's too bad. And also the car in turn 8, they finally got that taken care of, and it should be green through there in just a moment for our last few laps here.
And Justin Frick, the 09, has come to pit lane finally, so evidently that may have been the report of the wheel smoking, perhaps. But the Pellegrino 09 on pit lane. So Nick Griot, the 5, that 68 McLaren. Joe Weinberger in the Cannon Chevron, up to second now. Richard Griot, the number 4, the other McLaren. Now your top 3. John Boxhorn, 69 Lola, up to 4th. Josh Bowler, Vince Tjalman, White Silk is out for the 5 of Nick Griot.
And I think that Seidel might have caught some lap traffic. I'm not sure if he is running into the back of the pack or there might be a change up there.
Running amidst the pack, but keep an eye on that.
Coming through 8 right now and trailing 2 cars. Yeah, it looks like that's just lap traffic as he's going to try to make a move to the outside, taking the long way around the carousel.
It looks like kind of hung up in traffic with Jeff Miller with 0. Working the final lap, though, for Nick Griot. Weinberger. Traffic continues to build in the back half. Another car around. Looks like the 40 machine has spun again over in turn 5, back underway. Second spin here in Group 5. Group 7B. Group 7B. 10-minute call to the grid. 7B. This is your 10-minute call to the grid. All right, leader underneath the Quick Trip Bridge. Checkered flag is out from Bob Koski for Nick Griot. Out of Puyallup, Washington, that 68 Papaya Orange McLaren. Joel Weinberger. In the 72 Chevron, Richard Griot. And the other Papaya Orange McLaren going to finish first and second in CA2. And Griot actually finished first and second on the podium together. How cool is that? Both McLarens end up on the top 2 steps of the podium, not only in CA2, but overall here. Bill Weinberger in the 3rd spot. John Boxhorn 4th. Josh Bowler 5th. Vince Thielman in 6th. Jeff Miller 7th. And waiting for the balance of the top 10 here in Group 5.
Also trying to see if we can find Fritz Seidel.
There is Jake Jacobs, the 3, will finish 8th. Waiting, I believe, on Walter Vollraff. There he is in the Kodak Lola.
Oh, we got a car stopped at 14. Oh, nope, as he continues there.
And the 62 of Mitch Idle. So that is your top 10 here in Group 5. Fast approaching the 5-minute call to the grid. Fast approaching 5 minutes. To Group 7B to the grid, please. Group 7B to the grid, please.
And here comes Fritz Seidel to the checkered flag up the hill for the last time. The 0-2 Fritz Seidel. Followed by Andrew Myers. Also, racers and race fans, don't forget Race Hero. Download it on the App Store and also Google Play for live timing, results, schedule, and entries. That is the Race Hero app on the App Store and Google Play. Next on the track, Group 7B. Group 7B, next up. Also, race fans, the paddock shop is now open. So if you haven't grabbed your Road America gear and apparel, stop in at the paddock shop. Right next to the big white tent that has all 30 Eagles on display. Right now they're getting the pictures taken. They got them all lined up. So it's a great time to head to the paddock, get yourself some breakfast, check out the paddock shop, stop at the little green trailer known as the Buzz Through, get some coffee, and enjoy this beautiful weather at Road America.
Well, race fans, it's always a great day here at Road America, and you can eat your way all the way around the racetrack with proper food. But it wouldn't be the Quick Trip Media Center without our daily reference to the Glazers Donuts, the official fuel of the PA booth. I want to thank Quick Trip for providing Glazers this morning. Appreciate that. Elkhart Lake Blue Corvette safety car starting to get in position on pit lane, getting set for Group 7B. We've split Group 7 into 3 separate sessions today. 7B up first here, followed by Group 9. The modern GT American stock cars are up next. After the Monoposto F70s, Group 7B starts now.
And it looks like they're putting the Eagles back under the tent. The photo shoot is over. So now would be a great time to go into the heart of the paddock. Look for the giant white tent where there are 30 historic Eagles displayed side by side. Eric and I were there this morning drinking our coffee, looking at all of the different cars that were on display. Could only imagine getting into the cockpit and going down the straightaway, braking into turn 1. But what a great way to start the morning. Coffee, race cars, and now we got some beautiful weather. And we got some great racing. Group 7B. Pace car into 5. And up the hill under the Corvette bridge.
Doug the Rocket Mocket in the 76 Penske PC4 out of St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Your pole sitter. The 5 of Chris Locke on the outside. That 76 Lotus 77 of San Anselmo, California. Danny Baker in the 79. That is a Ralt RT1 out of San Francisco. Kyle Buxton in the 77 March out of Trabuco, California. Walnut Creek, California's Steve Romack in the 55 will start on the inside of row 3. On the outside, the 64 McLaren of James King out of Telluride, Colorado. Antioch, Illinois' Josh Bowler, who was just in the previous race, slated to go in the 7th starting position in the number 19 in that 75 Chevron B29. Nick Griot, who was in victory lane just a moment ago out of Puyallup, Washington with the McLaren, was scheduled to go in the 8th starting position, the number 78. That is a Ralt RT1. The Brabham BT40 of Howard Cherry, the number 42 out of Wellington, Florida. The 54 of Mike Vanderhurst out of the Villages, Florida in a 72 March 722. Richard Griot at 76 Ralt RT1 out of Milton, Washington in the 122. The 15 is Alex Dodd. And Mike Plotz at the 72 did not have a time out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa for Group 7B. Not sure everybody made the call here, but I do see that looks like most everybody, Group 7B, made the call.
Elkhart Lake Blue pace car pulls off, Driver's right, 2x2 up the hill. Green flag, and we're racing. Douglas Mockett, Chris Lockey, Danny Baker, Kyle Buxton, side by side, 3 wide going down the straightaway into 1. Everyone cleanly through turn 1. And a great battle for third, shaking up Baker, Buxton. A pass there right before the kink out of the carousel. Race leaders into Canada corner for the first time. Through 14 and up the hill. And we'll see how the order shakes up. Mockett, Locke, Baker, Buxton, King. And your order. Mockett, Locke, King in that third spot. Buxton, Baker. Looks like we're going to have a great battle for the third spot on the podium. Down the hill into 3. And another pass. It looks like that was Danny Baker potentially taking that spot away from Josh Bowler. Race leaders down the turn in 5. Turn 5, a great passing opportunities for these racers. Mockett and Locke are dueling it out around the corner in 5 or in 8. Mockett on top. And now we got King, Baker, and Buxton all battling it at turn 8. It has been nonstop for them since the green flag flew around the carousel. And our race leader, Mockett, Locke, through Canada corner. In that battle for third. Mockett around the turn in 14 up the hill. But Locke not giving up right on his bumper. Actually, Chris Locke goes purple with a 2:14.649. Buxton takes that third spot. King drops down to 4th. Baker in 5th. These three competitors all swapping spots, it seems. Turn 1, there's a change. Turn 3, there's a change. Turn 5, there's a change. And on this straightaway, too, it's going to come down to the last lap for these competitors. We always see being in that second spot, going up the hill in 14 ends up being a benefit. You can get that draft, pop out at the last second, and take over that spot. And as we said, Locke went purple that last lap, so he is gaining speed. The battle for 3rd under the Corvette bridge. We saw a change in position at 8. We'll see if there'll be another braking duel. Race leaders into the carousel. And here's that battle for 3rd into 8. Race leaders through Canada, no change yet. Locke definitely has that speed to get around Moffitt. The question is, where does he want to make that pass? He has been waiting in 2nd place, analyzing his opponent. Is he faster on the straightaways? Is he faster through the twisty bits? In that battle for 3rd, the number 17, Kyle Buxton. Getting a little bit of a gap on James King and Danny Baker. We'll see if Danny Baker and King can group up and maybe work together to catch Buxton as he's getting about a 5-car length lead. Race leaders under the Corvette bridge. Moffitt, Locke. They've been battling since the green flag flew. We know that Locke does have that speed, but can he make it around Moffitt? It looks like Kyle Buxton has gotten about a 10-car length lead as King and Baker are battling it for that 4th spot. Looks to the outside, decides to get back into line into 8 and around the carousel. Chris Locke went purple again that last lap with a 2:13.964. So we know he has the speed, but can he find the right opportunity to make a pass? Leaders through 14, up the hill. Side by side, Locke looking to make his move into 1. On that inside corner, into 1. Moffitt seems to have a little bit of a lead. And Lockett goes back into position, looks to the outside of 2, into 3, side by side. And Locke moves back into position, into that 2nd spot. It looks like he wants to get it done here on that front straightaway, into 1. He decided that's the best opportunity for him to make the pass. And they are racing hard going into 5. We might see another braking duel here for the lead into turn 5. Moffitt, Locke, Buxton, King, Baker. We saw that battle for the third spot heating up. Buxton was able to get, looks like about a 20 car length lead on King. But can King and Baker work together to catch Buxton in that third spot? Four laps complete, 10 minutes already in the books. Mockett, Locke, Buxton, King, Baker. And the sun is out, and this is the best the track has been all weekend, and it's only going to get faster as that rubber gets laid down. There goes our race leaders across the line, completing their fifth lap. Mockett, Locke, battling for that top spot on the podium. Let's see if Locke has anything in his bag of tricks to pass Mockett. He hasn't been able to find or seize the opportunity. Maybe he's waiting for that final lap to make his move, waiting for that white silk. 5 laps complete. Mockett did go purple with a 2:13.145, so Mockett gaining some speed now. Buxton on top of third place with Danny Baker and James King right behind. They've been battling all race. It seems like Buxton has gained quite a bit of ground. He's kind of in nowhere land now. The question is, can Baker and King work together to catch him? Only a few laps here remaining. 5 laps in the book for our race leaders. Number 28, Douglas Mockett. Number 5, Chris Locke in that second spot. In the third spot on the podium, number 17, Kyle Buxton. 12 minutes in the book, 5 laps complete. The best lap time by Douglas Mockett was 2 minutes, 13 seconds. And your race leader, Douglas Mockett, taking the white flag. 1 lap to go. Does Chris Locke have anything for him? We've seen him try to make a pass into 1. A little far back for that. He is going to wait here. 1 lap to go for our race leaders. Does Chris Locke have anything up his sleeve? Looking for that opportunity. We'll see if he makes a pass into 5. As he's getting really close under the Sargento Bridge, really getting on the gas. Race leaders through for lap traffic up ahead under the Corvette Bridge now. Lap traffic will play into this one. Mockett, Locke, Kyle Buxton still in third, Danny Baker fourth, James King in fifth. Will try to pick up their battle after the battle for the first spot has concluded, making their way to turn 8. Lap traffic's definitely going to play a factor into this one. I'm assuming they're going to reach this lap traffic in the carousel. Not a spot you really want to hit lap traffic, but that's just going to play into Locke's hand exactly how he wants. And if he can get a good launch here around the lap traffic, he could leave Mockett in the dust. And you can see that lap traffic right in front. Maka goes to the right. Can Locke get around cleanly? He does. Into Canada. One final braking duel. Leaders through 12. Maka has about a 5-car length lead here. And as long as he's clean through 14 and up the hill, he'll take the checkered flag and that top spot on the podium. And we'll see if we can pick up the battle for the 3rd spot. And seeing how it goes, it'll probably be a battle for that 4th spot. And here comes our race winner, Douglas Mockett, followed by Chris Locke. Great race by them. We should see our 3rd place. See if we can pick up that battle. I think they're coming up the hill now. Kyle Buxton, Danny Baker, James King. And no changes in the order. James King fell off the pace. Not sure where James, when he was battling that whole time, decides to save the tires, and he will take that 5th spot. There's Josh Baller, the number 19 car. And after a quick podium celebration, Nick Rio passes the line. Next up on track, Group 9. This is your 5-minute call to the grid. Group 9, 5-minute call to the grid. Attention to the paddock. Group 9, 5-minute call. And to all of our race families, in just a few minutes, the Family Fun Zone by Turn 1, presented by Bank First, will be opening at 10. Great spot to bring your family. Jean the Balloon Lady coloring table. All sorts of great activities down there for your kids, 12 and under. Also, now that the weather is a lot better, disc golf here at Road America. I might have lost a disc.
Or three
over the years. I lost a disc recently at the last event, right on hole 1. So if you maybe want to do some...
So what you're saying is you should practice more in your backyard.
I should definitely practice more before coming out here, but...
It's a great time. It is a fun time, and the 18 holes of the disc golf course wind through both the east side of the Marine Sweep and the west side. It's a great disc golf course.
It's really cool. I haven't been able to go while the cars are on track, but I'm sure that's a whole experience in itself. All the holes are laid out so nicely through the woods all the way around this 4-mile course. And tee times available daily. Go to the paddock shop to rent some discs and do some disc golf, and great weather for it. So the Family Fun Zone opening up soon, and disc golf tee times are available all day throughout the day.
All right, we will have a split start in this group as well. This is Group 9 for Modern GT Prototype and Stock Cars. On the inside of the front row is the 16 of Colin Comer. That is the Mountain Dew 95 Ford Mustang out of River Hills, Wisconsin. Out of Scandinavia, Wisconsin, the 2001 Ford Mustang, the purple and fluorescent yellow 33 of Lance Wiskerson. On the inside of the next row, the 111 of Eden, Wisconsin's Randy Rupp in the All-Sport Ford Mustang. On the outside of row 2 is the 34 Robert Van Zelst out of Brookfield, Wisconsin in a 2017 Porsche 991 GT3R. Kyle Hogan in the number 9. We'll start that 2015 McLaren on the inside of row 3 on Littleton, Colorado. On the outside, Carmen Cusack in the number 7, 90 Olds Cutlass out of Evergreen, Colorado. Appleton, Wisconsin's Gunnar Frang in the 2007 Chevrolet Corvette, the Wisconsin Financial Entry. Ike Keeler, the number 5, 1990 Olds Cutlass Trans Am car out of Jensen, Michigan. In the 9th starting position in row 5, the 260 of David Treichel in the 93 Fab car Porsche 993 out of Sherwood, Wisconsin. Eric Johnson in the number 19, the 2011 Audi A4 out of Orland Park, Illinois. On the inside of row 6 is the 6 of Steve Anderson, a 2018 Porsche 991 Cup entry out of Bakersfield, California. Urbandale, Iowa's Kurt Leverton in the 88 in a 2017 Porsche 991.2 Cup car. In the 13th starting position, row 7, the 1 of Josh Simpson in 1997 Porsche 911 out of Chicago, Illinois. Waunakee, Wisconsin's Brian Carlson in the Golf liveried 13 Chevy Camaro. Walter Brown in the number 28, 87 Chevy Camaro out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Jason Miller out of Commerce Township, Michigan in 1990 Nissan 300Z. Adam Rupp in the Auto Enterprises 70 car had some problems in the qualifying race, pulled off to turn 8 yesterday out of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Did not set a time, and nor did the 13 of Rick Frang out of Menasha, Wisconsin. The Orv's Pizza, Brewpub Pizza, number 13, did not start the qualifying race yesterday. Then the split group starts with the 18 Toyota Camry of Joe Nemechek out of Cornelius, North Carolina. Yes, that Joe Nemechek. Brad the Bullet Dahmer out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin, in 1970 Chevelle on a 2009 Cup car chassis. Patrick Womack, Ricky Bobby in the number 26 Toyota Camry out of Burr Ridge, Illinois. Larry Hoopaw in the Lowe's Chevrolet Impala out of Chester, South Carolina, the 48 machine. The 08 of Corey Cochran out of Lanana, Texas. And the 69 of Sam LeCompte, 2007 Chevy Silverado in the Harvick liveried 69 out of Flower Mound, Texas. Did not set a time and only completed one lap yesterday in the qualifying race. Slated to go at the back of the stock car split.
That Elkhart Lake blue pace car lights off, dives off, driver's right onto pit lane. Colin Comer, Lance Wiskershon up the hill, looking for that green flag. And green, 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 Colin Comer, Lance Wiskershon. And we're racing side by side, going down into turn one. Ooh, still side by side. Let's see who decides to take that first spot. Oh, no, none of these drivers wanted to give up. Comer, Wiskershon, Rupp. And all the competitors making it clean through one, exactly what we want to see here. Under the Sargento Bridge. Through 5. And our second split start, green flag.
All right, Jason Miller's coming out of
Second
pit lane
split
and
start
starts
into
red
one.
one.
Around cleanly, only 6 cars in that split group. And our lead pack, Comer, Wiskershon, Randy Rupp, all battling for that first spot. A good battle between Van Zelsen and Adam Rupp for that 4th spot. Into Canada for the first time. And around 13, our race leader up the hill. Let's see how the order shakes out on this first feature race. Colin Comer, Lance Wiskershon, and Randy Rupp behind him. Leading the race, Colin Comer in that first spot, followed by Lance Wiskershon, Adam Rupp, right behind him, Randy Rupp, and in that 5th spot, Robert Van Zelst.
So Adam Rupp around Lance Wiskershon on the exit to turn 6. Comer out front. Comer, Rupp, Wiskershon now. And you knew Adam Rupp would have a good run today once they figured the bugs out of that car and pulled it to the side of turn 8 yesterday. Came to a slow grinding halt. They were able to get that car fixed. Had a long tow back from turn 8 all the way back to the paddock space. But you knew that they would get that car running back in tip-top shape. Adam always fast here at Road America as well. So it's Comer, Wiskershon, Rupp, Van Zelst, Cusack, Treichel, Keeler, and Frang, your top 9 at the Zui run after lap 1. Working lap number 2. The stock car contingent in the back half of the field as well. Led by Joe Nemechek. Jason Miller joined us a little late with that 300Z. Number 76 just across the stripe heading into turn 1.
Big group of cars there through Canada corner.
Couple of positions jostling in the mid-pack here. Gunnar Frank charged all the way to 7th yesterday in the battle for 6th. jump around the Oldsmobiles. Gunner looks to driver's right at the start-finish line. Tries to go to the inside of Ike Keeler. Battle for 7th right now. Keeler and Frang side by side. Frang to 7th now. In the Lotsa Wisconsin Financial 77. We mentioned yesterday, Gunner, good sense of humor. We like to pick on him a little bit. It's a good friend of ours here in the PA booth. First time out this season for Gunner. Had some motor woes and looking for parts issues, and it's been tough for everyone.
Yeah, but now that he is back out on this Road America course, he's looking fast and he's looking to race. Already a pass there at 1, and let's see if he can make his way up the list. Rough Wisconsin, your top 3.
He joked about his own driving skills in a text message on Friday. He said the car is willing, driver unable. So he knows the car is faster. He knows that he's faster, but just getting comfortable in the car. First time out of the season for Gunner Frang in that 77 machine. That team's been struggling with parts in all of their cars all weekend long.
And especially for these vintage cars, a lot of competitors having to specially order parts, find them throughout the U.S. and around the world, just to be racing here today at Road America. Canada Corners would be a wonderful spot to watch these cars. You can hear almost the echo of the cars as they go through the kink and make your way to Canada. Heavy braking zone, great passing opportunity, and it's a good spot to watch the races at nice stands down there. Big screen, speakers.
And they'll get upgraded speakers as part of the improvement plan that we've got moving forward. So the speakers that are in the paddock area, turn 1 and 3, turn 5, 6, and 7, those speakers eventually will make their way to Canada Corner as well. And the improvements around this racetrack, and can't thank our crew enough. Larry and Dan do an amazing job here at Road America, keeping our PA system up and running. Ken Schultz as well. Kenny, of course, works with IMS Productions and is part of the traveling circus with the IndyCar.
Oh, big
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and a big puff of smoke.
Almost
it looks
two
like
wheels
Gunner had gone off course,
not
it looked
Gunner.
like.
Oh, no.
Gunner and Ike Keeler are battling side by side. It looks like Ike Keeler got back around Gunner Frang there.
And this battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th is shaken up. Gunner Frang trying to hold on, had the 2 wheels off right before Sargento Bridge. Lost a couple positions there into Canada, but he's staying out there, and he's getting chased down into turn 1.
Colin Comer leading the way here in the 16 Mountain Dew machine. That Roush Mountain Dew Ford Mustang, Lance Wiskerson out of Scandinavia, Wisconsin. Adam Rupp, Randy Rupp, Robert Van Zelst. 4 laps complete. David Treichel, the 260. Ike Keeler in the 5 got back around Gunnar Frank, so that was 7th, 8th, and the 9th of Steve Anderson. Anderson working his way through the back of the field in that Porsche 991 Cup entry. Trying to get by Gunnar here. But Gunnar starting to pull back away, and Ike Keeler pulling away from Gunnar Frank. Anderson, Carmen Cusack, the Budweiser Olds Cutlass. Kyle Hogan in the McLaren out of Littleton, Colorado in that number 9.
And next up on track is Group 7C, Modern Formula. This is your 15-minute call to the grid. Group 7C, this is your 15-minute call to the grid. Up next.
Looks like Eric Johnson has gotten around Kyle Hogan in the McLaren. So move that yellow Audi A4, the 19 of Eric Johnson, around the 9 of Kyle Hogan.
And Steve Anderson filling up the mirrors of Gunnar Frang right on his bumper, looking for that passing opportunity. He tried it in Canada. Let's see if he does it again, and he does. Goes to the outside, inside, into Canada. Too wide.
And Anderson around Gunnar Frank. Gunnar wisely just lets him go.
Seems like Gunnar's car has maybe lost a little bit of pace ever since that little hiccup there with 2 wheels off. Hopefully he can hang on. Only a few more laps for Gunnar.
Taking the inside line, very defensive line.
Oh.
And Cusack swings wide of Gunnar. Gunner's lost power.
Oh.
Gunner's going to be coming to pit lane in that 77. Lots of Matzo, Wisconsin Financial Chevrolet Corvette. So Gunnar Frank going to peel off to pit lane.
That's a bummer. Great run from Gunnar there. Hate to see him not finish the race, but it's good to see him out on the track.
Great to have him here this weekend. The whole family. Rick Frang unable to make the start today. I know his brother Travis, the Beast, number 5 in Group 6, had rear end issues all day Friday, and managed to stay in the race yesterday, in the qualifying race. But I know that they had some mechanical troubles with both cars, or all 3 cars, all weekend long. Their first trip out here to Road America this weekend. So Comer, Wiskerson, and the Rupps continue to lead here through turn 11. So should be completing lap 6 this time through. Should be getting the white flag this time through for Colin Comer.
And Colin Comer sees the white flag. 1 lap to go on this Group 9 featured race. Colin Comer, Lance Wiskerson, Adam Rupp, Randy Rupp. Your top spots. Next up is Group 7C. Group 7C to the grid, please. Group 7C to the grid. And we'll keep an eye on the mid-pack here, the battle for 6th, 7th, 8th. And here comes that pack up the hill. Looks like we'll have a couple of changes in position. Treichel, Keeler, Anderson, Johnson. Into turn 1. The question is, when do you make that pass? He chooses now, goes to the inside. Oh, he gets double pass there. The might have been some potentially lap traffic, getting around that cleanly. And your leader, Colin Comer, through Canada Corner for the last time. Followed by Adam Rupp in a sole lead of that top spot on the podium through 13. Around 14, he will rise the hill. And he will take the checkered flag for the Group 9 feature race here at Road America. The WeatherTech International Challenge, presented by Brian Redmond, Colin Comer. First spot. And let's see where Adam Rupp is. Should be coming up the hill very soon. Colin Comer with a dominating lead. And we'll see how that battle for the 6 and 7 spot shakes up here. Looks like we got him coming through the carousel now. And there goes Adam Rupp, Lance Wiskershon, and Randy Rupp. Colin Comer up top. Andy Rupp in the second place. And Lance Wiskershon number 3. The next race group up is Group 7C Modern Formula. Group 7C to the grid, please. Group 7C, you're up next. And David Treichel, Mike Keeler, Steve Anderson, Eric Johnson. A great battle in the back of the pack from those competitors. Comer, Rupp, Wiskershon, Rupp, Van Zeiss, Trickle, Keeler, Anderson, Johnson, Hogan, Simpson. Your top 10. Group 9. Group 7C up next here at Road America.
And in the stock car contingent, Joe Nemechek leading the way, Sam Lecomte, Patrick Womack, Brad Dahmer, Larry Hoopaw, and Corey Cochran will be the finishing order there in that second split start for Group 9. Up next, it is Group 7C. It's Modern Formula. Group 7C up next on the docket. Early, it'll be just a tinge early, but we'll do a 5-minute call here. 5-minute call for Group 7C. Group 7C, this is your 5-minute call.
Don't forget, race competitors and race fans, Race Hero app is a great place to see live timing results, schedules, and entries. Race Hero, downloaded on the App Store and Google Play. That is Race Hero to get all of the live timing results, schedules, and entries. Race Hero on the App Store and Google Play.
So let's take a look at your grid here in Group 7C. Group 7C, our modern formula. Starting on the inside of row number 1 on the pole, the 97 Benetton B197 out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. It is Brian French. Alongside is the number 70 07 Panos DP09 IndyCar out of Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. Tony Ave in a 2006 Swift 016A out of Brownsburg, Indiana. Paradise Valley, Arizona's Mark Brannon in the 7 will start outside row 2. In row 3, it is the 31 of Travis Engen in a 98 Lola T97 Toyota Atlantic car out of Weston, Connecticut. Another Toyota Atlantic car out of Lewisberry, Pennsylvania, Justin Frick in the 09. The 84 of Rob Radman is scheduled to go in the 7th starting position, the number 84, but they had problems in that race yesterday in the 99 Swift out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Abbottstown, Pennsylvania's Peter Ruggiero in the 27 and Rick Wark in the 75 make up the next 2 starting positions. On the outside of row 5 is the 41 of San Diego, California's Robert Merritt, Jeffrey Antonelli, and Jalen Kelly round out your field. James French in the number 11 Jordan, a scratch after mechanical woes yesterday in the qualifying race. So James French scratched in the Jordan today. Will not make a start in your feature Sunday here at the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. See that Brian Redmond's handing out medals in Victory Lane right now. Great to have him here. He'll be back over to the paddock shop with B.S. Levy as well as David Hobbs. Those 3 will sign autographs from 11 o'clock to 2:30 throughout the day today amongst the podium duties as well for Mr. Redmond. Safety car at Speedville, half a lap away from going green here from Road America, the WeatherTech International Challenge. Safety car is at turn 14. The lights are out. And the field will rise the hill. Two by two as they come underneath the Quick Trip Bridge.
French, Cooper, Ave waiting for that green flag.
30 seconds the difference, first to last in lap times. So let's see where Brian French catches the lap traffic.
Green flag is out. Racing. French into turn 1.
And Brian French sets sail.
A little bit wide there.
A little bit of elbows argy-bargy out into turn 1 with the Toyota Atlantics in the middle of the pack.
But everyone makes it through cleanly.
They'll tell you that Brian French in the Formula One car, the 2009 kart Indy car in the Indy category, Lewis Cooper, is the 70 machine, that black over red, out of Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. It's a Panos DP09.
And you can tell how fast these cars are. They're already through 5 under the Corvette bridge. Booking.
And Brian French already at 6. And we still have cars in turn 5 at this point. Last car leaving turn 5 right now. French already in the hurry downs to turn 8.
Yeah, that's going to be a car to watch Brian French as he makes his way through the field. He might be in the back of the pack now, but I'm sure by the next time you see him, he'll be at the front.
Right now, French leading them. Cooper, Brandon, Ave, Tony Ave in that Swift.
Ave's been fast this weekend. We've seen him put down the lap times under 2 minutes.
Yeah, James French had the fastest time of the weekend at 1:51.6
Wow.
in the damp of the Friday afternoon sessions.
Yeah, we might not see as many sparks with the sun out today.
Indeed, I doubt we will. Here comes Brian French completing lap 1. Did have some sparks on the front stretch, though. A little bit of a cloud right at the perfect spot, right at start finish. And the Panos of Lewis Cooper. First lap, a 1:58.7 for Brian French. And that's with the slow rolling start. The slow rolling start of a 1:58.7. Lewis Cooper at 2:05.1 to a 2:09.5 for Tony Ave.
Tony Ave up to third. And as we said, watch out for Brian French and James French as they are moving quickly through this course. French, Cooper, Ave, your top three.
So it looks like the cars that have scratched would be Rob Radman, Jeffrey Antonelli, and James French. Those 3 cars scratched before the start. So Jalen Kelly in that 99 machine, 10th and final running position here in Group 7. Brian French leading the way again, waiting on lap 2. Through the kink, into Kettle Bottoms for Brian French. So Brian French, this is a shot going to show you the lead that he's got over Lewis Cooper. And then the lead over Tony Ave, who's pulled away from Justin Frick and Mark Brannon. So the field kind of strung out now here in Group 7C. Travis Engen in 6th, that 31 Red Bull car out of Weston, Connecticut. Peter Ruggiero, Rick Wark, Robert Merritt, and Jalen Kelly. We've got one around, it sounds like, over in turn 1.
Yep, one competitor around in turn 1. They are at a standstill. Let's see if they can get that refired and we can continue with this green track. Not in the best of spots to be stalled. And let's hopefully they can get it fired up and get back rolling. They're not in the sand trap, so if they could get that machine turned over, they can continue.
The problem is with some of the cars in this group, specifically the Formula One car, as well as the Indy car, or the Indy category car, I should say. It's a kart car to be period specific. And our vintage fans out there want to be very period specific.
Of course.
So generalizations notwithstanding, that is a kart car. From 2009, but it is classified as an Indy car category here in the grouping. But we will send safety out because some cars do not have onboard starters in the open wheel field. So Brian French, Lewis Cooper.
Kind of hard to start the car without a starter.
So the 99 of Jalen Kelly on pit lane. That Pro Mazda car.
And here comes safety to protect that car. That spin in turn 1.
So Brian French is out there. We know that. He's headed into turn 1, and he'll lift a little early as the 99 of Kelly looks like is turning to the right into the paddock area. So we're down to 9 cars running, or 8 cars running with the car in turn 1. Lewis Cooper across the stripe, completing lap 3. So Tony Ave running at the start-finish stripe. So the top 3 now have crossed the start-finish line. So again, Brian French leading the F1 category, Lewis Cooper leading the Indy category, Ave leading the Modern Formula B, and Mark Brannon leading Modern Formula A. So different configurations and classes within the overall. We're calling the race as the overall, of course, but there are class wins to be had, and the hardware and medals that are handed out by Brian Redman in victory lane. Peter Ruggiero, Rick Wark. So that would tell me that Justin Frick, the Players Limited 09, was the car that was likely in turn 1, needing assistance. So by the process of elimination, Justin Frick and Jalen Kelly, 9th and 10th here in the running order. Again, Rob Radman, Jeffrey Antonelli, James French, those 3 cars did not make the call for today's feature race. So Jalen Kelly retires to the paddock area. Justin Frick stranded turn 1 with safety at the moment. So 8 cars running on track here in Group 7.
Looks like they were able to flat toe that car out of 1 that spun. And they are coming down the hill into 3 and should pull off, and we should have a green track for the rest of this race. Brian French completing 4 laps. We'll see him come across the stripe, completing his 5th lap here soon. Your order: French, Cooper, Ave, your top 3. This is Group 7C featured race. And there goes Brian French. You can tell because there was a plume of sparks from that titanium plate underneath his car. There goes Lewis Cooper, 2nd place. Next up on the track, Group 9, or would be Group 3. Group 3, Vintage GT, Sports, P-Type, and USRRC. Group 3 up next.
Travis Engen, that Red Bull Toyota Atlantic car, the 31 machine, came to pit lane. And has looked like going back out. We'll see if he makes the right-hand turn to the paddock area or comes back on course. And it looks like Travis Engen will come back on course. He'll stay to the right of the blend line. And Travis Engen rejoins the field. And we're going to get to lap 8 with this group, a little bit faster for Brian French. So we'll get White Silk out this time by as we complete lap 7 for Brian French. Well, Brian French not out for an easy Sunday drive. He's got a couple of Pro Mazda cars, which are about 30 seconds a lap slower than himself just by natural time. And so he's working into the carousel now with the lap traffic, and French gets squeezed underneath the Henry Rifles Bridge.
And goes around the outside and makes it. Clear track now for Brian. Should be getting the white flag this time by.
So Brian French, your leader. Lewis Cooper in the second spot. Tony Ave third. Mark Brandon fourth. Peter Ruggiero in the fifth spot. Rick Wark sixth. And I believe that would be Wark and Ruggiero. Travis Engen had made a pit stop. Robert Merritt and Justin Frick. And Jalen Kelly, the cars to make the call. Frick and Kelly both respectfully in the paddock area. And French at the line, getting the white silk. And Brian French now working the final trip here at Road America for Group 7. Travis Engen running in 8th right now across the stripe. And I believe Tony Ave going to bump into the second spot of the 70 of Lewis Cooper. The Martini Judd-powered Panos car is on pit lane. So Lewis Cooper was running third, or was running second. Now technically across the stripe in third will pull to a grinding halt on pit lane. Problems for the 70 of Lewis Cooper. And Brian French will get the checkered flag this time by. Working the backside of the race course now. Into the kink. Into Kettle Bottoms now, heading towards Canada Corner for Brian French in Group 7C. In the modern formula, Vintage GT Sports Prototypes and U.S. Road Race Championship. Group 3 up next. This is your 10-minute call to the grid, Group 3. 10-minute call to the grid, Group 3. This is your 10-minute call to the grid for Group 3. Underneath the Quick Trip Bridge to the WeatherTech TireRack.com starter stand, and we have a checkered flag. Brian French out of Sheboygan is your winner. Brian French wins Group 7 at the WeatherTech International Challenge here at Road America. Tony Ave running in the second position. Wark and Merritt across the stripe. Travis Engen across the stripe. He'll end up 8th today. And there is Tony Ave. French and Ave will end up as the first two steps on the podium. depending on how the laps turn out, Lewis Cooper could still end up third, but more than likely Mark Brannon may get to fourth. But because of where he was in relation to the leader, we'll have to wait in scenario to see if Brannon comes back around or if he heads to pit lane. But Brian French, Tony Ave, your top two steps to the podium here in Group 7. Group 3 to the grid, please. Group 3 to the grid, please. And Mark Brannon pips the line, completing lap 8. So Brannon will indeed get around Lewis Cooper. It's French, Ave, Brannon. French, Ave, Brannon, your top three on the podium overall. Here, the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond for Group 7 Modern Formula. 5 minutes to the grid for Group 3. This is 5-minute call to the grid for Group 3. This is your 5-minute call to the grid for Group 3. If you're looking for a perfect gift for the upcoming special occasion or person, how about a Road America gift card? Available in any denomination you choose, Road America gift cards can be redeemed for race tickets, driving courses, motorcycle schools, on-track touring, or Road America merchandise. Road America gift cards are always the perfect choice. Stop by the track office or visit roadamerica.com today. If you are in the need of cash, you can use your ATM card at a mobile ATM located in the paddock area, the gearbox, or at Road America's paddock shop. Road America encourages all event participants to help keep America's National Park of Speed clean by utilizing Safety Clean recycling stations for your vehicle fluids. Safety Clean recycling stations conveniently located in the paddock. Anyone looking to become a better, safer, and more confident driver should check out one of the Road America driving schools. The program features 3 courses: teen, high performance, and winter driving. Visit roadamerica.com to sign up today. Race fans, when you see a Chevy accessory that you want, you can order it online and even right from your phone and have it delivered to your local Chevy dealer or your home. It's that easy. Visit Chevrolet.com/accessories to learn more. Racing here at Road America brought to you by Yamaha, the industry-leading power sports company. From motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles to power products and much more, Yamaha revs your heart. For more information, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Catalyst Exhibits is the official exhibit and design service of Road America. If trade shows and events are part of your business, Catalyst can take you to the winner's circle. Follow the link at Road America's website to get started. Henry Repeating Arms offers a huge selection of rifles and shotguns that any outdoorsman or hunter will be proud to own. With a factory right here in the great state of Wisconsin, all Henry firearms are proudly made in America or not made at all. Visit them online at henryusa.com to order a free catalog and 2 free decals. That's henryusa.com for your free catalog and decals. Quick Trip, a proud partner of Road America, is hiring part-time and full-time positions with unlimited career opportunities. Quick Trip, a family-owned company, offers competitive pay, great benefits, and a 40% profit sharing. Visit quicktrip.jobs today to start your application. A little race quiz. What's the track record here at Road America, and who set the record? It is 1 minute, 38.66 seconds, set by Dario Franchitti in the Team Green kart car in the year 2000. Here's another fast fact. The Absorber chamois is the fastest and gentlest way to dry your car. The Absorber is available right here at Road America in the paddock shop. It dries everything fast. Slow down and move over. It's the law. A message from the official towing service of Road America, Fox Cities at Finish Line Towing. Whether you're in Green Bay, Appleton, Madison, or Milwaukee, you can trust the team at Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing to get your vehicle towed safely. With a fleet of over 50 trucks in Wisconsin, Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing have rapid response times no matter what the scenario. Remember to call Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing, the official towing provider for Road America. Skag Power Equipment is proud to be the official lawnmower of Road America. Cut your lawn mowing time in half with American-made high-performance mowers from Skag. Proudly made in Mayville, Beaver Dam, and West Bend, Wisconsin, Skag mowers are the benchmark of the lawnmower industry. Check them out online at skag.com. That's SCAG.com. We've partnered with Hagerty because, like you, they're car people. Get the best insurance and so much more, including action-packed videos, values for your vehicle, even a virtual garage for your dream cars. Check out Hagerty.com. Race fans, start your engines with a cold, refreshing Pepsi or Mountain Dew. Nothing beats the heat like a 20-ounce bottle of Mountain Dew, now available at all trackside concession stands. Mountain Dew. Get out and do. Race fans, be sure to make a pit stop at your local grocer's freezer to pick up the official pizza of Road America, Palermo's Pizza. Whether you choose Palermo's, Connie's, Screamin' Sicilian, or Urban Pie, it's sure to satisfy. Made in Wisconsin for over 55 years, Palermo's the official pizza of Road America and Wisconsin's hometown pizza.
Cars are being released.
On track now is Group 3, our feature race here at Road America. Up next is Group 13, Tabs B Sedan featured race. Group 13 up next.
Here in Group 3, Brian Garcia, that BTM Cheetah out of St. Charles, Illinois, going to lead the field. Tom Shelton in the 62, side by side. Here we go. Pace car off of turn 14. Lights are down. James Cullen in the 10. Craig Bennett, the 111 in the Devon. David Putz in the Chevron. Doc Bundy in the 124 Lotus. Byron DeFore, the 81. Paul Joyot, the 7. Bob Koski takes a look. Green flag is out. We're underway in Group 3. And Tom Shelton did not make the call, so that is the 10 of James Cullen out front now. Cullen got a great launch outside Brian Garcia.
And we know how fast Brian Garcia is around this track.
James Cullen grabs the lead into turn 1.
And let's see if he can hold it here.
A patient Brian Garcia, he may know how much speed that Cheetah has and just kind of settling in for this 7-lap Group 3 feature event. Group 13, the Tabs B Sedan feature up next. Group 13, first call to the grid. Group 13, first call to the grid. John Safro has come to a slow stop in turn 3, so John Safro going to end his day early here in the 12. No power. Cullen underneath the Corvette bridge with the lead over the Cheetah. That is a 1968 Lola T70 Mark 3B out of North Miami Beach, Florida. James Cullen in the 10 leads the 11 of Brian Garcia in the BTM Cheetah, who dominated 2 races yesterday for Brian Garcia.
And Garcia definitely quick around this 4-mile race course. Knows the fast way around this track. And let's see how long it takes him and where he decides to take that opportunity for a pass on James Cullen. Under the Henry Rifles Bridge into the King. Oh, and here comes potentially a pass here. Brian Garcia looking on the inside. Shuts the door.
And Cullen defensively into Canada.
Not letting him have any room.
And Garcia just lays the foot to the wood.
He goes in outside, looks back inside, and goes around.
On the crossover through Thunder Valley, and the Cheetah out front of the Lola now. So Brian Garcia, power down. And here's where the Lola going to be a little bit faster than the Cheetah in a straight line because of the aero dependence. But the Cheetah, just a big motor. And the Devon of Craig Bennett, the 111, currently in 3rd. Doc Bundy in the Lotus, 4th. Byron DeFore, 5th. David Putz and Steve Steers, Paul Joyot, John Safro, who came to a stop over in turn 2 area, has gotten behind the cutout. Bill Truffert, 9th. Darren Langhofer and Phil Taxman battling for the 10th spot. It's going to be Taxman. So Garcia, Cullen, Bennett, Bundy, DeFore, Putz, Steers, Joyot, Truffert, Taxman, your top 10. As the Cheetah trying to run away from the crowd. The Echidna, the 65. And that is Michael Silverman in that 58 Echidna. out of Scottsdale, Arizona. That car's been making popcorn all weekend. That car not sounding up to song, but keeping it on course for Silverman. Going into turn 1 now. The baby blue Echidna.
About a 5 to 6 car length lead for Brian Garcia over James Cullen. Under the Speedville Bridge, into the carousel.
Underneath the Henry Rifles Bridge. And into the kink. And Garcia about a 10 car length advantage now through the kink. Again, these long straightaways is where the Lola, you'd think from an aero standpoint, would be a little bit more aero efficient, but those Cheetahs, just that monstrous power plant and such a light framework underneath it. Those Cheetahs, lightning quick.
And loving
Pulling
these
away.
long straightaways.
And loving the long straightaways here at Road America.
Around 14, up the hill. Brian Garcia going to be completing his second lap for the Group 3 feature race. Third place, Craig Bennett, and Byron DeFoor goes up to fourth place, making the pass on Doc Bundy and David Putz. Brian Garcia's lead now, well over 10 car lengths. Seems like Brian Garcia is just that much faster around the twisty bits and on these long straightaways. James Cullen trying to catch up.
Tell you what, that Cheetah is pretty nimble.
Especially here on a momentum-based track.
Absolutely. Pounce going into Canada corner. And once Brian Garcia got the lead from James Cullen, starting to pull away here. A 2-second advantage last time through at the start-finish stripe for Brian Garcia. James Cullen, Craig Bennett about 11 seconds back of your leader. Byron DeFoor, the 81. That's a Lola T70. That car is about 17 seconds off the top spot. And that Echidna still making popcorn. Beautiful car.
Yeah.
But it's been making popcorn all weekend long. And that is Silverman.
Especially on the straightaway. Maybe it's something to do with coming up the hill. Maybe the gas and sloshes around potentially, causing some issues.
And in that situation, it's almost a kind of a timing distributor type issue from what I could tell. Maybe something going on there, but it's just running rough. But the popcorn has not been ready quite yet. Maybe it'll be after the race today. We'll enjoy the popcorn. But right now, the Echidna is still staying on track, getting it done. These cars are not easy to find parts for, so sometimes you just got to make do with what you got for the weekend, and you get it back to the shop and try to clear it out. But unfortunate for Silverman, but it's a beautiful car.
We got a great battle here. Going through 7, coming up to turn 8. They've been passing each other at 5, then at 6. And now let's see if they have something for 7. Oh, brake lock up there. Gonna probably lose that spot coming under the Speedville Bridge. Car behind him looks to the outside. And gets back into line. No, doesn't lose a spot on that brake lock up into 8.
Yeah, that was the 97 of Darren Longhofer in that 65 Ford Mustang 2x2 out of Shawnee, Kansas. Did not take a qualifying time, started in the back.
Well, it looks like we got another pass here. Looks to the outside, comes back in, trying to find the right angle and the right opportunity to make this pass.
And I think that is the Pantera, the Dimitasso Pantera of Anthony Lisa, trying to get around Darren Longhofer.
And it looks like they finally got it done in the kink, coming into Canada corner. Great pass.
And the Jaguar XKE of Philip Taxman, the 2, in the back half of that field.
He's sitting back enjoying the show.
Absolutely.
He's going to wait and take his opportunity a little bit later.
So John Malmquist in the 68 across the start-finish stripe. Justin Pauly and Aaron Longhofer. So that was actually Malmquist in the Corvette and Pauly in the VRC Porsche with Longhofer. As Anthony Lisa did not make the call, did not see that he missed the call. So that was actually Justin Pauly in the Porsche, the 906, that made the pass. Did not have him slated in the grid because he did not have a time in the qualifying. And Brian Garcia going to deal with the Echidna now. The Cheetah on Echidna battle into turn 1. No problem there for the Cheetah at full song. James Cullen across the stripe in the second spot. 4 laps complete now. Working lap 5, 7 laps the targeted distance. Group 13, second call to the grid. Group 13, second call to the grid. Group 13, attention to the paddock area. Group 13, second call to the grid.
And the place to be is the heart of the paddock. We have 30 Eagles displayed under the big white tent that Eric has called the Eagle's Nest over this weekend. They will be doing demonstration laps coming up here shortly at 1 p.m. So we'll get the Eagles on track. So we won't be able just to see them, but we'll also be able to hear them as well. Also in the paddock shop, there is a autograph signing. Brian Redmond, Bert Levy, David Hobbs, all signing their books, telling stories. The paddock shop, a great spot for Road America gear. So it's a good time to stop in there, get your autograph. Maybe get a Road America t-shirt, maybe some artwork. Go ahead and check out those Eagles under the big white tent. And then it's almost time for lunch, so start thinking, which concession stand are you going to go to? And what are you feeling? Is it going to be a brat? Is it going to be a cheeseburger? Maybe some cheese curds? But they will be signing autographs in the paddock shop 11 to 2:30. 11 to 2:30. So don't want to miss that opportunity. Right now on track, we have Group 3. Next up, Group 13, Tabs, B-Sedan. Feature race up next, Road America. Brian Garcia still in the lead after 5 laps. Should get the white silk this next time by. Followed by James Cullen and Craig Bennett up into the 3rd spot. Brian DeFore took that 4th spot on the 3rd lap and has kept it away from David Putz and Doc Bundy. And your race leader, Brian Garcia, through Canada Corner for the last time, past the wood carving of the eagle. Around 13. And to 14, Brian Garcia takes the lead on the first lap. James Cullen trying to hold him off. Wasn't able to do so. Brian Garcia rising the hill. And white flag this time by. One lap to go. No change in the top three. Garcia, Cullen, Bennett, and DeFour in that 81 car. And your race leader, Brian Garcia, through 14 cleanly, working his way up the hill and should see the checkered flag this time by. Checkered flag in the air. Brian Garcia, your Group 3 race winner. Just waiting now on James Cullen, Craig Bennett, your other two spots on the podium. Next up on track, Group 13. Group 13 up next. And there goes James Cullen in that number 10 in the second spot. And there goes your third place, Craig Bennett, the number 111 car. Your top three, Garcia, Cullen, Bennett. Group 3 featured race up next. Group 13, Tabs, B-Sedan, featured race. Group 13 to the grid, please. Group 13 to the grid.
5-minute call to the grid for Group 13, the Tabs B Sedan feature. Tabs B Sedan, Group 13. 5-minute call to the grid. Let's meet the feature of the TA 2.5 liter B sedan feature group. Filippo Arena, 84 Alpha GTV out of Brookfield, Wisconsin. The number 21 will start on the pole. The number 9 of Eric Wood in a 66 Alpha GTV out of Eureka, Missouri. Campbellsport, Wisconsin's Jeff Worth in the 46. That's a 72 Datsun 510. And Isaac Keeler in the number 14 starts alongside a 69 Datsun PL 510 out of Makatawa, Michigan. Mech 1, Wisconsin's Rob Cohen in a 71 Alpha GTM. And that is number 38. 91 of Josh Tuggle will start outside row 3 in the 6th starting position with a 76 BMW 2002 out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Maple Grove, Minnesota's Greg Wold in the 35 starts 7th. That's a 72 Datsun 510. Another 66 Alpha. Marshall Moore is the 66 from Heartland, Wisconsin. Starting 9th, Jim Dentizzi in the 86 Honda CRX SI out of Economowoc, Wisconsin, alongside the 40 of Lisa Weinberger, the 72 Toyota Celica out of Naperville, Illinois. Jeff McCormick in the 08 and the 10 of Byron DeFore, the 71 Datsun and a 69 BMW, respectively. Alan Tom, a 65 Alpha Giulia TI out of Burr Ridge, Illinois. The number 1 will start 13th. Starting 14th, the 123 of Joe Brabender and a 65 Volvo 122S. Starting 15th, the 76 of Bob Clark in an 86 Honda CRX SI out of Glendale, Wisconsin. Barrington, Illinois' Evan Hobachek out of the 34 Stables, an 80 Ford Fiesta. Don Onderchak in a 94 Honda Prelude out of Clearwater, Florida. Starts the 138 Machine 17th. Starting 18th, the 070 of Randall Alexander, a 70 Datsun 510 out of Oregon, Wisconsin. Kermit Upton, David Hepshin, Josh Helm, Marshall Moore did not start their qualifying race. I do know that Josh Helm out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin, unfortunately will not make the call. They had some clutch and transmission issues on Friday and could not get it corrected for Saturday's race yesterday. So Josh Helm scratched for the rest of the weekend.
And the paddock area, definitely the place to be. We're finishing up our victory podiums in winner's circle. Also, the Eagles on display for the rest of the day, and they'll be getting on track for their first time, so it'll be a good time to go check them out. You might see them starting to fire up and cycle. Also, all of our great food stands, the paddock shop. There's an autograph session going on right now in the paddock shop. We got Bert Levy, David Hobbs, and Brian Redman all signing their books. So a great opportunity there. And this is Group 13, our last featured race before our lunch break. We do have the pre-war and early post-war group that we saw this morning at 8 o'clock. They'll be back on track. There was a couple of mechanical issues for a few racers, so we'll see how many we get on course during our lunch period. Followed by Associated Bank Track Touring. And then we'll get on with the show right after the track touring with the AAR Eagle demonstration session right at 1 p.m. But right now, Group 13, Tabs B Sedan's featured race on track now. About to go through 11 to Canada Corner. And we'll see that Elkhart Lake blue pace car pull off at 14 as these race competitors go 2 by 2 up the hill to that green flag. Lights off on that Elkhart Lake blue pace car. Dives to the right onto pit lane. 2 by 2 up the hill. Great shot here of the cars under the bridge. And awaiting the green flag. Green, green, green. We're racing at Road America. Great launch for Eric Woods there. Trying to make that pass into one. I think he has a lead 3 wide going into one here. Let's see if they line back up and we can get cleanly through one. And it looks like it was Eric Woods with that great launch on the start. Was able to get that top spot. Down the hill into 3. And it looks like Jeff Worth slated into that 3rd spot. Under the Sargento Bridge. Ooh, a little bit of race action towards the back of the pack. We'll see how that shakes up into turn 5. Into the heavy braking zone of 5. Lots of braking duels happening, a couple of passes. We'll see if they can get the counter move under the Corvette bridge. Woods still on top. No change there, finding a big gap going into turn 8. Ooh, 3 wide into Canada.
Not an ideal.
Not a good spot for 3 wide.
Not an ideal spot for 3 wide, but we tend to see these with these basically B sedans. The racing is fantastic with these little 2.5 liters. You're in this group. This is a special feature event this weekend. The Tabs B sedan feature. You're in group 13. Our lunch break is next. We do have the Concours d'Elegance Best of Show judging in Victory Lane. And Group 11 coming up at noon as well. So first call to the grid for Group 11. First call to the grid for Group 11. Group 11 to the grid, please.
And Isaac Keeler making a move here into one. Looking on that inside. Let's see if he can make the pass onto Filippo Reina.
So Wood, that 66 Alpha GTV. Yellow in color out front. Rayner, that red 84 Alpha out of Brookfield. Some of these cars under 2 liters, in fact. Eric Wood in the 2.0 class. Filippo Reina has the 2.5 liter. But a very special TAB sedan. Group 13 feature here on this Sunday at the WeatherTech International Challenge. Thanks to those of you joining us on the YouTube channel at Road America on YouTube. Streaming all day. We'll be here through the end of the day. Our final event scheduled for 4 o'clock. So we'll be here throughout the entire day here on the PA at trackside as well as on the YouTube channel at Road America. So thanks for tuning in. You can also catch us if you're here at the track. You can also watch the big screen feed on the YouTube channel as well. A little bit of brake lock up, a little bit of agricultural work into turn 8 into Speedville. Back half of this field, see the yellow and white Honda CRXs. Of course, those were some championship winning cars that coincidentally enough came out of the same shop but had never been together at the same place because they were championship cars from a year apart. They reunited for the very first time in Victory Lane on Friday for a photo shoot. Peter Cunningham will be more than happy to tell you that story. Peter is a great living historian of Honda race cars, multi-time champion, World Challenge, but a great guy. And Peter loves to talk about Hondas.
And this battle for third is shaking up, and second place right in their view. We'll see how the order shakes out as they make their way up the hill around 14 into the starting stripe. Wood still on top.
So does Wood at the point at the stripe that time by. Then we have the 14 of Isaac Keeler, Filippo Reyna, Rob Cohen, and Jeff Worth, your top 5. We have Randall Alexander in 6th, Jim Dentizzi in the 44 7th, Greg Wold 8th, Marshall Morse 9th, Alan Tom in the 65 Alpha Julia. That is your top 10 right now. Bray Bender, Andrachak, and Bob Clark. And actually the 138 of Don Andrachak around Bray Bender for 11th and 12th. Bob Clark sits 13th. Eric Wood still setting the pace, working lap number 3. Again, 7 laps the targeted distance. Trying to get to lap 7 in these features. That is our targeted distance on this WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond Sunday.
And this battle for the third spot on the podium is shaken up very nicely. There is currently a 2-car length lead. We got Filippo Reyna, Cowan, and Worth all battling for that third spot into Canada corner. And we'll see.
Jeff Worth, that little Datsun getting racy here in that 6th spot. The 070 moving through the field a bit here. With Jeff Worth in the 46 Datsun.
Yeah, different braking zones for these cars. You can see there he went to the inside before doing that braking.
It's one of those things where most Datsun owners, what are you calling little? Those Datsuns may be small, but they were great race cars. No question in the under 2.5 liter categories. Eric Wood at the stripe. Here's a good look from our quick trip bridge.
We got side by side. And let's see how
46 and the 38, Jeff Worth. That Datsun is now moved into 4th over Rob Cowan in the 38 and the 71 Alpha GTA. There's the 35 of Greg Wold. Another 72 Datsun. Randy Alexander has dropped back, though, into the 7th spot. So the battle that we're looking at was the 46 of Jeff Worth and the 38 of Rob Cowan with the 21 of Filippo Reyna. That was the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th that we were catching coming up the hill now. And Jeff Worth, that 72 Datsun 510, now working on the 84 Alpha of Filippo Reyna.
Yeah, let's see if Worth and Cowan can maybe group up together to catch him. Going into 5, heavy braking zone, lots of passing opportunities here. We got a pass on the inside there, and we'll see if we can do the up and under counter move that's so common here.
Worth up into the 3rd spot. So we've got 2 Datsuns now.
Oh, and there's a pull off there. That was 3-8 red. That was Rob Cohen.
That was the 5th place car in the running order. So Jeff Worth around Filippo Reyna for 3rd. So we've got Alpha, Datsun, your top 3. Filippo Reyna still in the 4th. And we lost the 38, I believe, of Rob Cohen, that 71 Alpha GTA.
Pulled off at that cutout of 5. Looks like that will be the end of his weekend. And the battle for the top spot on the podium continues.
Eric Wood, Isaac Keeler, Jeff Worth, your top 3. Battle for first and second within a 4.9 seconds, and then 5 seconds back to the Jeff Worth 46 machine. And race control asking corner marshals to take a look at track conditions, possibly some debris and or fluid potentially down. So doing a quick visual track inspection here under green. Worth and Reyna continue to battle for that third spot. Reyna holding on to 4th right now. So that's the battle we're watching through Thunder Valley. Back to 12. There's a Honda CRX starting to gather up the field. Back to 14. Eric Wood completing lap 4 at the stripe. Ike Keeler was 4.904 seconds last time through. Jeff Worth again to 3rd. And the gap has grown to 5.1 seconds. So Isaac Keeler losing a little bit of time here, about 0.7 of a second slower for Isaac Keeler to Eric Wood. So Wood starting to pull away by about 1/10 or 2 a lap. Jeff Worth settles into the 3rd spot. The gap is 6.6 seconds from 2nd to 3rd. 11 seconds off of the lead is Jeff Worth. So that's the one we're keeping an eye on. But Eric Wood's last time through is a 2:45.0 to Isaac Keeler's 2:45.2 to Jeff Worth 2:45.7. So Wood pulling away here in that 1966 Alfa Romeo GTV. The number 9, that yellow number 9, your leader, Eric Wood, on the backside of the race course now. At the top of the hill in the Hurry Downs is the 9. So the 9 working Hurry Downs towards turn 8. And the balance of the field circulating in tow. Trying to give you a look at some battles happening on the racetrack.
Yeah, lots of battles.
That, I believe, is the 65, or 35 rather. 35 of Greg Wold and the 70 of Randall Alexander.
Nose to tail.
Little Dotson on Dotson crime for you.
Into 8. Pulls out left.
Alexander goes way driver's left. Big back when he spun, he locked it up.
As soon
Alexander
as we take
going
a
around.
look at them.
Announcers cursed today. We cursed Gunnar Frang earlier.
Ooh, does a nice burn peel out there.
Shows you these little cars got a little get up and
Yeah,
go.
that was impressive.
They can still smoke the tires.
Oh, just a
There's Alan Tom in the number 1.
Yeah, got a little bit too close to that grass. Just have to clip it just a bit in that braking zone and around.
Well, I think what didn't help him either is he didn't want to obviously take out Greg in the 35, but he was considerably to the left of the driver's entry to that apex, and that was a really, really shallow apex, and he was not going to make the corner. So I think he made the right decision and just kind of locked it down and saved the 35 from a whole lot of trouble. So Randall Alexander doing the smart thing there. White Silk is out for Eric Wood. 5 laps complete. 6 will be the distance. Final lap for Eric Wood and Isaac Keeler.
And after the completion of this race, it will be our lunch break. We have the Concours d'Elegance Best of Show judging at noon in Victory Lane. Also, the Group 11 that we saw at 8 o'clock this morning, the pre-war and post-war, will be going out for their second, we'll call it feature race. And also, we'll have some track touring presented by Associated Bank, all happening during this lunch period. Lots of action. The track is going to keep on moving. And the much anticipated AAR Eagle demonstration sessions at 1 o'clock. And we'll get these Eagles back on track for the second time, and we can see them fly around this 4-mile course. Road America Group 13 on the final lap. Eric Wood. And the number 9 of Eric Wood through Canada, through 13 now. Will round the corner and come up the hill. What a great run for the number 9, Eric Wood. And here he comes by himself, up the hill. Checkered flag in the air, Eric Wood, your Group 13 first place winner.
Waiting for the balance of the field after Wood takes the checkered flag, taking him to the woodshed on this Sunday. Isaac Keeler will come across the line in the second spot. That's 69 Dotson. And there is the 46, the 72 Dotson of Jeff Worth. Filippo Reyna in the 84 Alpha.
Was able to hold on to that 4th spot.
Yep. Greg Wold waiting on him. Him and Jim Dentisi and Randall Alexander were battling for that 5th and 6th spot. And Alexander spun. There is the 35 of Greg Wold. There is the 44 of Jim Dentisi out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, that 86 Honda Civic. And Randall Alexander in the 70 Datsun 510. Alexander with the spin in turn 8, able to gather it back up and get underway and finish 7th. 66 Marshall Moore in a 66 Alpha. And then waiting on Alan Tom, the 65 Alpha. There he is, Alan Tom. And then the 138 of Don Anderchek. And Anderchek from Clearwater, Florida, 94 Honda Prelude. Battling with Joe Brabender for that 10th and final spot in the top 10 here. Joe Brabender out of Stoughton, Wisconsin, and that Volvo. Waiting for those two to come across the stripe here. So we've got the first 9 across the stripe, waiting for that 10th spot to round out our top 10. Checkered flag at the stripe, waving. Here we go. This should be our 10th position. And it is indeed the 138 of Don Anderchek in that 94 Honda Prelude. So the Concours d'Elegance Best of Show judging inside victory lane. We've got track touring coming up at 12:30 and the All-American Eagle demonstration session at 1 o'clock. So the Eagles will fly again. So race fans, if you wanted to see the Eagles come out of the nest, now is the time to start making your way here. At 1 o'clock, the Eagles will head back on track this afternoon for the Dan Gurney All-American Racing Eagle demonstration session at 1 o'clock. Make your way to the front stretch and watch the Eagles leave the nest one more time here on the Sunday of the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond from America's National Park of Speed. race 3 for Group 11 has the green flag on the exit of the false grid. Sanford Silverberg in the 19 has the early lead. Rex Barrett in the 66, the 33 Ford Indy Special. Brad Tank in the 62 out of Winnetka, Illinois. Patrick Morse, the 15. Marvin Premack in the 8. Edson McCord is the 915. The 4 of Robert Weinstein. The 3 of Richard Morrison. Hugh Ruthman in the 5. Scott Larson, the 88. The 26 of John Ulrich. The 7 of Robert Ridholz. The 11 of Nick Corso. Abigail Joseph in the 44. 14 cars making the call. Group 11, race 3 here on your WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond Sunday. Don't forget to check out the Eagle's Nest. The Eagles getting ready to fly here at Road America. The AAR Eagles demonstration laps coming up at 1 o'clock. Again, thank you to all of those tuning in on the YouTube stream this weekend. Been streaming since 8 a.m. on Friday, all 3 days. You didn't get to see much on Friday, unfortunately, with the moisture we had in the early morning sessions. But throughout the weekend, the racing has been fantastic. See the Bender family by the Eagle's Nest right now. Good to see them. Meandering through the paddock area is always a great thing to do here at Road America. We are approaching the lunch hour here, so with the pre-war cars on track. Here in race 3. So Sanford Silverberg was holding on the last couple of laps, just trying to hold off Rex Barrett. Rex Barrett fast in that 66, that 33 Ford Indy Special. And Barrett still behind Silverberg as they work through Kettle Bottoms into Canada Corner. Rex Barrett within about 3 or 4 car lengths as they come through Thunder Valley. Silverberg makes the right, left, right through Thunder Valley, through the Billy Mitchell Bend, and back to 14. And Rex Barrett now within a car length on the exit of 14. We have ourselves a motor race here, folks. Rex Barrett in the draft of Sanford Silverberg. A 29 Ford Model A leading the way over a 33 Ford Indy Special. Silverberg on the loud pedal. Barrett in line, still nose to tail, a car length, and Barrett will go to the inside. Side-by-side drag race down the front straightaway into turn 1, and Rex Barrett gets there and shuts the door into turn 1. So Rex Barrett, your new leader in the 66. Rex Barrett, your new leader here in pre-war. Rex Barrett in turn 8 just hung the right rear out. And Silverberg there to pounce. They're nose to tail again here in the carousel. Rex Barrett trying to put some distance on Silverberg here, but Silverberg not giving up the ghost. Rex Barrett, if he can keep the tires underneath him here, heating that right rear up off of turn 8. Rex Barrett, your leader. Silverberg second. Brad Tank third. Marvin Premack fourth. Edson McCord, your top 5. Patrick Morse, Hugh Ruthven, Robert Weinstein, Richard Morrison, Scott Larson, your top 10 as they run here with Les Nidell, Nick Corso, Bob Ritholtz, and Abigail Joseph, your field of 14. Rex Barrett has definitely put some distance now. He's settled into a rhythm and started to pull some distance on Silverberg. But that 33 Ford Indy Special raced at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as well as at the Milwaukee Mile. So a lot of history with that car during the Vintage Indy reunion here in June. That is probably one of the only cars that still continuously competes that was in that field. And here again today, proving it again, it's a race car. Rex Barrett hustling that 66 machine. Silverberg into turn 1 as well now. Out of Glendale, Wisconsin. 2 laps complete, 5 laps the distance. Scheduled distance is 5 here in Group 11. Brad Tank, third place across the stripe. So it's Barrett, Silverberg, Brad Tank, your top 3 here in Group 11, race 3. White flag is out for Rex Barrett. Sanford Silverberg in the 19. Brad Tank, the 62, still running third. Marvin Premack in the 8. Fourth, Edson McCord in the 9:15. Hugh Ruthven in the 5. That is your top 6 as they run. White Silk is out here. 4 laps complete for Rex Barrett. So we will get to lap 5 the distance. Rex Barrett working final go around here at Road America for Group 11. Track touring coming up next at 12:30. The Eagles will fly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. All right, out of the Quick Trip Bridge to TireRack.com, starter stand, Rex Barrett takes the checkered flag, waiting on the 22nd gap for the 19 of Sanford Silverberg, running in second spot, hung on yesterday. Scott Larson going to come home 11th. Rex Barrett, your winner. Sanford Silverberg waiting on that 22nd gap, as we mentioned. Brad Tank, another 33 seconds behind Silverberg. Marvin Premack in the 8. Edson McCord in the 9:15. That was your top 5. The 88 of Scott Larson has taken the checkered flag as well around the lead. And there is Marvin Premack, who's actually gotten around Silverberg. So Brad Tank is going to finish second. So Rex Barrett, your winner. Brad Tank in second. Marvin Premack third. And Edson McCord fourth. So Sanford Silverberg, we lost along the way here, adding to a little bit of confusion. So apologize for that. Rex Barrett, Brad Tank, Marvin Premack, your top 3 here at Road America in Group 11. This is our lunch break. Track touring begins at 12:30, and the Eagles fly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Grab yourself a Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at any nearby concession stand. Race fans know the best cheese is real cheese. Any way you slice it, Sargento, we're real cheese pizza. SeaTech Manufacturing is a premium aluminum cart cabinet and drawer manufacturer. Competition at the racetrack has pushed SeaTech storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. Driven by passionate storage expertise, SeaTech's products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, in the garage, or at your place of business, take your storage to the next level with a custom storage cart cabinet or drawer from SeaTech Manufacturing. Kunis RV is proud to be a partner of Road America for the 2022 season. Kunis RV is Wisconsin's largest RV dealer with over 1,500 travel trailers, fifth wheels, and motorhomes in stock. Shop 11 great locations from La Crosse to Green Bay to Sheboygan to Elkhorn. From the track to the great outdoors, life is meant for adventure. Let your adventure begin at KunisRV.com. That's KUNESRV.com.
Track Touring presented by Associated Bank on track right now. And in half an hour, we will see the AAR Eagle demonstration session. We'll be able to see and hear these Eagles on track as they fly around this 4-mile race course. Track Touring presented by Associated Bank on course now. Next up, the AAR Eagle demonstration session. And then we continue our featured races with Group 1 at 1:30, Modern Prototype. At 2 o'clock, we got Group 6, Historic Big Bore Production. At 2:30, we have Group 7A, Formula 5000. At 3 o'clock, we have Group 4, Classic Monoposto. At 3:30, Group 2, Vintage Production. And to end our day at 4 p.m., we have Group 8, Historic and Post-Historic Production. So we have a great lineup for this back half of the day. Enjoy your lunch period. Enjoying the track touring. And we'll get those Eagles on course in about 25 minutes. The WeatherTech International Challenge presented by Brian Redman at Road America.
10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute call to the grid for the AAR Eagle demonstration session. 1 p.m. start. This is your slightly early 10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute call for the Eagles to fly. The strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, the Chevrolet Silverado Heavy Duty, on track right now with the Road America safety team doing a quick track inspection. And then we will let the Eagles fly on some demonstration laps. And of course, this is the featured marquee on the weekend. Although not an eagle, a red-tailed hawk flying over the eagle's nest. Kind of poetic on this Sunday. The WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. Proud to have the Eagles on display. Again, these cars firing up and warming up right now. You likely can hear them in the paddock area, getting ready for some demonstration laps here on course. Owned and raced by Richard Griot. The number 1 is the first serial number 101. Manufactured by Eagle, that was serialized. It was powered by a Coventry Climax 4-cylinder engine. Debuted at the 1966 Belgian Grand Prix. Was not classified, with Dan Gurney behind the wheel. Finished 5th in the French and Mexican Grand Prix in 1966 with Dan Gurney driving. Also driven by Bob Bondurant, Phil Hill in 1966. Raced by Canadians Craig Hill and Al Peace in Formula 5000, with Peace running the car in the 1967 and 69 Canadian Grand Prix as well. That is here this weekend. The number 6 is serial number 7201. That is owned and raced by Scott Borchetta. It was the first of the groundbreaking 7200 Series Eagle Indy cars. Uncle Bobby Unser in 1972 drove this car. This chassis was the car used in testing where the gurney flap was created, and ultimately made this car to have in USAC IndyCar competition. It won 3 races on the USAC schedule in 1972, including the Rex Mays Classic in Milwaukee with Bobby Unser driving. Powered by a Drake Offenhauser engine, later raced in 73 by Sam Sessions, where it ran with a Ford quad cam engine. Raced on until 1977. Driven in period by Uncle Bobby, Sam Sessions, Denny Zimmerman, Tom France, Ed Crombie, Larry Cannon, and Jerry Sneva. The other 6 machine is a 1972 All-American Eagle, serial number 7229, the Olsenite Eagle, raced by Felipe de Lespine. It was the spare chassis built up in 1976. It never raced in period, but it is still an Eagle. It finished in the early 2000s and painted by de Lespine, who painted most of the AAR cars to replicate the 72 factory car for its namesake. Powered by a Drake Offenhauer engine as well. This weekend will mark Felipe's final action as a racer, and with the car, it will soon be adorning new colors as well. So serial number 7229, Felipe de Lespine. The number 7, it is a 69 All-American Racers Eagle 704. Now again, not all of these cars are coming trackside. Only a portion of the cars are racetrack ready. So we will see these demonstration cars come through, but wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a history and the story of some of these cars. The number 7, the Olsenite Eagle, the dark blue chassis 704, owned and raced by Phil Gumprett, powered by stock block Ford. It was built in 1969 as the number 7 backup and only run briefly in practice at the Indy 500 by Jerry Grant and then never used again, where it was an AAR car up until the 1973, early 1974, when it was sold to Bob Allen out of Ripon, California, who had wrecked his 1968 Formula 5000 Eagle at Laguna Seca in October of 1973. It was rebuilt for Formula A with a Chevy power plant and raced in the SCCA National at Laguna Seca in June of 1974 and at a National in Portland, which the car won. That is the number 7 Olsenite Eagle. Of course, we mentioned yesterday the number 18, Rick and Allison Dursang owned vehicle, having some engine woes yesterday with the Beer Brown, the Commander. Serial number 7228 was on track yesterday with Jacques driving. The Silver Bullet, owned by Angus Russell. It was Al Unser Jr.'s rookie car in the 1983 Indy 500. That is underneath the tent on the east side. 1974 All-American Racers Eagle, serial number 7410, owned by Can-Am Cars Limited. Sold by Dan Gurney's All-American Racers to Vales Parnelli Racing for legendary driver Mario Andretti, with Huey Abelshelm, the chief mechanic. This was the car that stalled several times trying to leave the pit lane, losing several laps. But on the leader's lap 68, Andretti spun out of the backstretch and hit the wall inside the entrance to turn 3 after completing only 49 laps, classified 28th. This was restored to the way it was run in late 1975 by Andretti, powered by a Drake Offenhauer engine. The number 26 is a 1973 All-American Racers Eagle, serial number 7306, owned by Ray Skillman, purchased by Patrick Racing in late 1973. It has been restored to the McElreath livery of 1978, driven in period by Graham McRae, Dick Simon, Steve Krisloff, Jerry Grant, Jim McElreath, James McElreath, Tony Bettenhausen II, and Richard Hubbard. Green flag is out. Here on the Eagle demonstration laps, the Eagles flying. Brian, boy, these cars just sound so good with those offies in them.
It's absolutely incredible to see and hear history on this 4-mile race course. When we were there this morning, we looked at the number 75 car, which is currently leading the pack, the 1981 All-American Racer Eagle, owned by Dennis Firestone and raced in 1982 by Dennis Firestone. If you have a chance to talk to them, it's one of the most interesting stories of a small team of non-Indy folk with an Indy driver making the big race, the 500.
The number 28 is a 1981 All-American Racers Eagle, serial number 8104, owned by Can-Am Cars Limited, sold to John Menard's team for Herm Johnson, powered by the small block Chevy engine. That is the Austin's White House Menard's 3M Special. The number 36 is a 1967 All-American Racers Eagle, serial number 104, owned by Miles Collier Collections at Rev Institute. This is the car that won the 1967 Belgian Grand Prix with Dan Gurney behind the wheel. Also won the 1967 German Grand Prix by 42 seconds before a drive axle failure. Was leading the 67 German Grand Prix, rather. Considered many to be the most beautiful racing car of all time, powered by a Westlake V12. Of course, we told you about Jacques Dressang's DGF, the Dan Gurney Ford, driven by Sam Smith, raced by Jacques Dressang this weekend, owned by Kettle Moraine Preservation and Restoration, in the Club Ford, number 46. Yellow helmet will be Jacques racing this weekend. Ray Skillman owns the Golden 44 Ford. This was raced by Joe Leonard for car owner Smokey Unick in the 1969 Indianapolis 500. Qualified 11th, and he was black flagged for leaking fluids. He made a pit stop, replaced a punctured radiator, returned to the race, and finished 6th for Smokey's team. Smokey took the car completely apart after the 69 500, and it never raced again. And it is here, serial number 703, number 44, the Golden 44. The number 48, 1968 All-American Racers Eagle, serial number 405. Current owner is still Dan Gurney's All-American Racers, powered by Ford Westlake small block. Out front, led 112 with a 116 lap race, and was 2 laps clear of second place Al Unser Sr. when the checkered flag fell when that car won at Riverside International Raceway in 1968. The other number 48, 1970 All-American Racers Eagle, chassis 801, driven by Chuck Jones. It was Dan Gurney's final Indy 500 entry in 1970. Started 11th, finished 3rd, later raced by Bobby Unser. Powered by the Drake Offenhauser engine as well. The 1970 All-American Racers Eagle, chassis 806, owned by Tom and B. Holfelder. It is not running in this event, but was originally purchased by Jim Gilmore for Gordon Johncock in the 1970 Indy 500. Gordy didn't like the car, and it was parked. 72, it was raced by Wally Dallenbach and Lee Kunzman. Kunzman had a top 5 run with the car in Milwaukee in 1972, powered by a small block Chevy. It is a Tribute AAR Gurney livery for an Olsenite Eagle. It's chassis 806. The 1973 All-American Racers white and orange Olsenite Eagle. Serial number 7303. New for Jerry Grant, owned by Jeff Irwin. Jerry Grant raced in the 1973 Indy 500 as the Eagle. He was not entered at the Pocono 500, and the car was sold to Patrick Racing just prior to the race. Gordon Johncock for the rest of the season in 1973. It was raced by teammate Wally Dallenbach in the early races of 74, then brought to the Indy 500 to replace a car damaged by Johncock in practice. A lot of history with this at Milwaukee as well. To Lee Elkins, and it was entered as the 83 McNamara Eagle for Bill Puterbaugh at Indy and at Pocono and Ontario. It also ran in 1977, where it was known as the number 16, qualified for the Indy 500. A lot of different owners on that one. The 1975 Indianapolis 500 winner, Bobby Unser. That car is here. It's chassis 7404 from 1974. The Jorgensen Eagle. The Jorgensen Steel, Dan Gurney Racing. Car has been restored to the way that it was the day in May when Uncle Bobby won the 1975 Indianapolis 500. This was the only time that a factory Eagle won the 500 in 75, but Eagles had won in 1968 and 1973 as customer cars. The 1975 All-American Racers Eagle Chassis 755. You see the big top-end hood scoop on it. Driven by James Hunt, Uncle Bobby, Vern Schuppen, and Frank Schultz. It's owned by Tom Malloy. Intended as the 1975 model, the Eagle 755 was ready for two big races in California in 1974. Up-and-coming star James Hunt hired to race the 755 alongside Brent Lunger's 74A. The Englishman put the new car third on the grid at Laguna Seca, behind Andretti and Brian Redman in the Lola T33. Hunt did better in the race, getting the better of Andretti to finish second behind Brian Redman. Despite the promising start, Hunt was then off pace at Riverside and retired in the final. Bobby Unser drove this car in 1975 at Mosport. Vern Schuppen took over the drive and brought some Theodore sponsorship, but could not find any qualifying speed in the car. Restored back to the Jorgensen Eagle livery with the hood scoop for chassis 755. The side hack is here. It's asymmetrical chassis design. This was a one-off Eagle, and its mission was to triumph in the large ovals of the USAC IndyCar competition. And it started to overwhelm with early Cosworth DFX motors, which are starting to line themselves perfectly with USAC's ever-tightening rulebook. But Dan Gurney and chief designer Gary Wheeler, they never aligned themselves with any rulebook. Victory was always found in the gray areas and the margins. The side hack became the last USAC IndyCar to be asymmetrical in chassis design, something that was not in vogue during the winged era of the sport. It's also one of the narrowest cars in the grid in 1977. Using a 19-degree, 159 cubic inch Drake Offenhauser that USAC kept restricting turbo boost to, it proved to be fast in the hands of Dwayne Poncho Carter at the banked ovals on the schedule, but Carter quit the team after the California 500. After 9 races, it went into battle as the lone entry. Eagle 7701 became the last All-American Racers creation to have a Drake Offenhauser power plant. It was the lone car that was used in the combination of Gary Wheeler as lead designer and Jack McCormick as the chief mechanic. 7701. 1977 All-American Racers Eagle, the side hack, here this weekend. Chassis 8001, owned by Lance Smith, raced by Mike Mosley during the 1980 Kart Championship season. A test car to understand the boundary layer adhesion technology. Qualified 26th, finished 32nd in the 1980 Indy 500 after a blown head gasket. Owned by Herb and Rose Weissart and driven by Johnny Parsons Jr. and Hurley Haywood, powered by a small block Chevy today. The Pepsi Challenger, the yellow and white 1981 All-American Eagle, chassis 8103, owned by Dan Gurney's All-American Racers. It was the boundary layer adhesion technology. Eagle, driven by Mike Mosley, made a Wisconsin history in 1981 when the Pepsi Challenger entry started via promoter's option for the 1981 Rex Mays 150 at the mile. And after mechanical issues sidelined the car in qualifying, starting last, Mosley drove a very determined race, taking the lead by lap 106 and winning by over a lap. It would be the final IndyCar victory for All-American racers and the late Mike Mosley, who was killed in a road accident March 4th of 1984. But the Pepsi Challenger and winner in Milwaukee here this weekend and was on track. The White Castle Special, owned by Kettle Moraine Preservation and Restoration. Originally purchased by Dayton, Ohio's Chip Meade. Attempt of the 81 and 82 Indianapolis 500s, narrowly missing each time. Raced by Allenser Sr. as well in the Detroit News 150 at MIS in 1981, leading 4 laps and finishing third. It's the only IndyCar ever to have sponsored by White Castle Restaurants. Uncle Jacques Villeneuve, Chris Neifel, and Bob Ward's rookie cars raced in the inaugural Road America 200 with Chris Neifel behind the wheel, powered by a Cosworth DFX engine. My favorite car here this weekend, the 1972 All-American Racers 7225. This is the Sunoco DX 66. Purchased by Penske Racing in April 1973 after Mark Donohue found himself 7 miles an hour off the pace with their team's McLaren during tire testing at the Speedway against the Dan Gurney factory 7,300 entries. Gurney sold them a Penske, a 7200 customer car, and Donohue promptly qualified the car third at Indianapolis. Led 8 laps in the Pocono 500, the final laps that Donohue would ever lead. It was his final Indy car. Later raced by Gary Bentonhausen, Bill Simpson, Rick Mears, Steve Krisloff, and Bubby Jones. It was Mears' rookie car in 1976 for Simpson Sugai, earning the Rocket the 1976 USAC Rookie of the Year honors. Powered by a Drake Offenhauser. Chassis 7225. So many good stories here, and wish we could see all these cars on the racetrack. The 1967 entry for All-American Racers, chassis 212, here as well on display. Brian mentioned the Firestone chassis 8106 here this weekend. Bobby Rahal has the 88 chassis 8106 that Jerry Grant drove. It was penned by former Lotus designer Len Terry. It was the third of 6 Indy Eagles to be built in 1966. On display here this weekend as well. Of course, the 92T we told you about yesterday. Lloyd Ruby and his crew chief Mike Devon ran part of the Gene White Racing Stables in 1973, but Firestone withdrew support from White before the end of that year. Ruby and Devon were passed initially by Bruce Crower and then the Vels Parnelli Racing before they were put together with Mike Slater, president of Commander Motorhomes, in time for the 1973 Indy 500. This was the number 18 Commander Motorhomes entry in 1973, but it was wrecked at Ontario later that year. Been restored to the 92T car. The 1972 number 98 chassis 7218, owned by Jeff Irwin. 1973 Indy 500, where it was the leader card entry, raced by Mosley at Pocono and on Ontario, and then the late season races. And after 1974, March of that year, there was a brand new Eagle, and this Eagle was not seen again after March of 1974. Car reappeared for Steve Krisloff later in the year, powered by a Drake Offenhauser engine. And of course, one of the cars not running here this weekend as well, but on display, still underneath the nest. The 1993 All-American Racers Eagle Mark III, chassis 006. The car that dominated the entire 1993 IMSA season, and the only race they didn't run was here at Road America, and it's the only race they didn't win because they were not entered.
And Eric, you mentioned that number 66 Sunoco car, one of your favorites, that 1972 All-American Racer Eagle. Had a little bit of engine problems and is getting a flat toe on the way back to the paddock, so you might have jinxed it, picking it as your favorite.
Well, it's been my favorite for many years, and Jacques and I talked about it previously, but that is, there's just a lot of memories for me in that car. And being a huge fan of Mark Donohue, knowing that that was the last Indy ride that he had, obviously, history notwithstanding the car itself, but just a lot of respect for that team, for Roger Penske, that whole organization. When you think about it, you're getting beat by your competitors, and you go and you buy a car as a customer and go out and then qualify like they did in that 500. It was just an amazing effort. It just tells you the caliber of driver that Mark Donohue was, and how Roger Penske realized that they were just not giving Mark the car he needed, and they needed to go get him a car to compete with, and they just did it. It's just what you did back
Yeah,
then.
you had the racer. We need the car, and
Yep.
let's get it done.
You had the driver, and Roger did everything they could to put, winning combination underneath Mark Donahue. But qualified well at the 500. 7 miles an hour off the pace for Mark Donahue, just unfathomable, and just purchasing a different car and going after it. And just amazing. But there's a lot of other history and story, obviously, with Mark Donahue and Roger Penske. And think of all the years that we could have had Mark, and what he could have done with his career. But nevertheless, just a lot of respect, from the history of the sport aspect. That is, a crowd favorite here at Road America, and always has been. But those are the Eagles that are here. Also, a few more within spirit. Of course, we miss Dan Gurney immensely. But the All-American Racers Eagles live on to fly here at Road America under demonstration laps here at America's National Park of Speed.
And all 30 All-American Racers Eagles will be under the big white tent for the rest of the day. So this is probably going to be close to your last chance to take in all of the stories, all of the histories, and the tradition of these Eagles as they fly around this 4-mile course. Road America, checkered flag, the double checker flag in hand.
And of course, this is Jason Burgess himself with a little bit of history with the Speedway. Alexander Rossi's spotter up in turn 3 for the youngster at Andretti Autosport. He is a Indianapolis 500 winning spotter on top of the starter stand with a double checkered flag. Always appreciate Jason's flair with the flags. Takes it back to the proper dress, the proper attire, wingtip shoes, USAC starter's hat. Dwayne Sweeney would be proud. No question. And you can catch Jason doing a lot of go-kart racing as a starter. He's very well known for having pastel-colored suits on the go-kart circuit. But one of the best flagmen in the business. Great to get a chance to talk to him on the bridge yesterday at the lunch break. But great having him here this weekend. Missed him at the Vintage Indy weekend with IndyCar at the Sanzio Grand Prix in June. He was doing a go-kart race, so he wasn't able to be here. But it was great to see him this weekend. We go racing next. It is Modern Prototypes Group 1 coming up at 1:30. This is your 10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute call to the grid for Modern Prototype Group 1. Group 1, 10-minute call. Since 1998, Mad City Windows has been on a mission to provide a level of quality workmanship and service that used to be the industry norm, but today is becoming harder to find. As a family-owned business, the reputation means everything, and every member of our team is willing to go the extra mile to ensure the satisfaction of our customers. An A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and have achieved the Angie's List Super Service Award without sacrificing on quality of product or installation, and as a result offer the best no-hassle warranties in the industry. Proud to be the #1 remodeler in Wisconsin since 1998, Mad City Windows. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, is the official fluid recycling service company of Road America. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid recycling services for the competitors racing here at the track. Safety Clean is the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions worldwide. Safety Clean encourages all race fans to do their part to properly dispose of their used automotive fluids. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, help make green work. Kelly Moss Road and Race has been topping podiums for over 30 years. Our success has allowed us to develop a rigorous testing process that we apply to every aspect of our business. Whether you're looking to hone your skills with the most comprehensive online driver development program in the industry, bring your custom car build to life, purchase one of the off-road safari kits, or compete with first-class trackside support, the winning history provides confidence no other can match. That is the Kelly Moss difference. Hall Matro is dedicated to providing innovative hydraulic equipment for rescue, industrial, and special tactics applications worldwide. Hall Matro delivers high-quality, innovative tools which consistently performs under the most adverse conditions. Hall Matro is the official rescue tool of Road America. Contact Jefferson Fire, your local Hall Matro dealer, to learn more. Race fans, a project done the right way only needs to be done once. So when you're choosing a natural stone for your next building or landscape project, choose Eden Valder Stone, the preferred stone of Road America. Road America welcomes partner Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America. With locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin, Crete Truck Centers is your Mack, Volvo, Hino, and Fuso truck dealer. Find out more at CreteGroup.com. Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America. Race fans, if you're low on brats, Italian sausage, summer sausage, or any other sausage type, stop by the new Johnsonville Marketplace. You'll find more than 70 different types of Johnsonville sausage, plus other Wisconsin foods like Kringles, beer, and of course cheese curds. Find other grilling accessories, cornhole games, custom gift boxes, crazy fun sausage apparel, and spirits. The new Johnsonville Marketplace, open every day and just 5 miles away on County Road J. Welcome to Road America race fans and drivers. Whether you're on the track or on the road, remember nothing protects your vehicle like WeatherTech's precision-crafted, American-made products. Find yours today at WeatherTech.com. It is time now for the feature for Group 1. This is Modern Prototype and Sports Racers. On the inside of the front row, Joel Quadracci in the 2011 Orca out of Sussex, Wisconsin. In the 46, that is James French in the 2001 Swift 014 C Sports Racer. Out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Weston, Connecticut's Travis Engen in the 2. That is the 2005 Audi R8 LMP. Randy Johnson in the number 16. That is a 2007 Pescarolo LMP out of Dallas, Texas. Brian French in the 45. Out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. That is a 93 Rolt RT1 prototype. Jim Cope in the 2012 Elan DPO2 out of Heartland, Wisconsin in the 21. We'll start outside row 3. In row 4, it is the 55 of George Crass. That is a 2015 Ligier JS out of Plainfield, Illinois. Jack Donnellan in the 9. A 2007 Lola B07 out of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Steve Lisa in the number 1. That is a 2009 Norma M20F out of Paradise Valley, Arizona. Alongside is the 30 of Charlie De Pasquale and a 2006 Elan DPO2 out of Centerville, Ohio. Lee Malasso in the number 11. That is a 2009 Raleigh Mark 22 out of St. John, Indiana. That is a Daytona prototype. In the 12th starting position, the 81 of David Bland. It's an 06 Juno SST out of Fisherville, Kentucky. Barrington, Illinois' Tim Roberts in the 213. Awais Sadiq in the 069. And Lola B10 out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. David Porter in the 7. Tim Day the 42. And Mark Brandon the 29. Did not have times in the qualifying race yesterday afternoon. And Bland, Porter, Tim Day, and Mark Brannon. So the 81 of Bland, 7 of Porter, Tim Day, the 42, and Mark Brannon appear that those 4 drivers did not make the call to the grid. Joel Quadracci will lead them through to green flag next time by. Lights are out at Canada Corner. Joel Quadracci and James French will lead the field. James hoping for a little bit better luck today. This afternoon after yesterday's qualifying race. Broke right on the start. Had to pull off just past pit out. And ended the weekend for his Formula One car. But James French out of Sheboygan, Sussex, Wisconsin, Joel Quadracci on the pole here in Group 1. Field lines up 2 by 2 and will come to see the safety car with the lights out, and we'll head to the Chevrolet pit lane. So we'll go 2 by 2 by 2. The field stacking up here on the front straightaway. Quadracci, French, Engen, and Randy Johnson. At the WeatherTech.com starters bridge, green flag is out. And Quadracci leads French into turn one. Travis Engen swings wide, settles into the third spot, and actually drops back to fourth as Engen got hung up. That looks like Randy Johnson up into second now. Johnson in the 16.
And a great jump and a great start for Joel Quadracci. Into turn 5 for the first time.
Yeah, it's Quadracci, Johnson, and French, the top three. And French goes by Randy Johnson into the braking zone at turn 5. So move James French back to second. Randy Johnson third. Travis Engen fourth. Looks like Jim Cope and Brian French have traded spots, 5th and 6th. Quadracci leads into 8. James French in tow, pulling away now from Randy Johnson in the 16. Too wide into the carousel for Cope and Brian French. Randy Johnson now starting to fall into the clutches of the two of Travis Engen and that 2005 Audi R8 LMP. Brian French on the gearbox of Engen. So it's Quadracci, French, Johnson, Engen, French, and Cope. George Crass in the mix as well. Steve Lisa the 1. Jack Donnell in the 9. Lee Malasso in the 11. So second, third, or first and second pulling away. Third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. All within about a half second of each other. So your leader at the line right now, that is the 2003 Orca Gas Monkey Garage prototype. It's a P2 entry this weekend. James French in the Modern Sports Racer, the Sports 2000 entry. Randy Johnson in the Pescarolo. Travis Engen in the Audi. Brian French in the prototype. Jim Cope, George Crass, Jack Donlin, Steve Lisa, Lee Malazzo, Charlie DePasquale, Tim Roberts, Awais Sadiq, your top 13 as we're running. So far, only those 13 cars entered in the field here. Bland, Porter, Day, and Brannon did not make the call. So just 13 cars here in the field.
And this Group 1 was one of the first race groups yesterday, right after our lunch session Saturday. So this is probably the driest the track has been for these competitors. So
all
I'm
weekend,
expecting them to have even faster times than we've seen all weekend.
Pretty moist start to the weekend on Friday. Heavy rain much of the morning. Tapered off to this just nagging mist that we had Friday. But drier track conditions than in the morning. Saw more cars take to the track on Friday afternoon. Yesterday morning, the dense fog started us about an hour behind, 45 minutes behind. And able to get a couple of sessions in right away. Fog lifted by the afternoon, and a beautiful afternoon shaped up yesterday. But these cars have not seen this warm of track condition since Wednesday and Thursday's test sessions, which were optional by promoter standards. Quadracci across the stripe. James French, 2.278 seconds adrift of Quadracci's pace in the P2 car. French in that modern sports prototype.
Randy Johnson getting chased down by Travis Engen.
Travis Engen now up into the third spot.
And he gets around. Engen to 3.
Brian French into the 5th spot. Jim Cope across the stripe in 6th. And there's the 55 of George Crass in the 2015 Ligier. In the P3 car. Jack Donnellan in the 9. Steve Lisa in the 1. Lee Malazzo the 11. That is your top 10. Palazzo out of St. John, Indiana. That is a 2009 Riley Mark 22. That was the first generation Riley in the Daytona prototype era for Grand Am, before they merged with, of course, the American Le Mans Series and became what is today the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
And Joel Quadracci racing multiple cars in multiple different classes this weekend. So the fact that he can get into all these different cars and feel so comfortable and be fast, it's very, very impressive.
So working lap 3, 7 laps the distance, just like our morning sessions. So 7 laps is the target. We expect to get there. Had one race with Brian French in it. Go to lap 8 just because of the outright pace of the Formula One cars, the modern Formula cars, Group 7C.
Yep, because of the speeds, they might get an extra bonus lap.
But we need to stay clean racing here. James French, fastest on the session, a 201.782 for Sheboygan, Wisconsin's James French. Working lap 4, Joel Quadracci, only 0.2 slower than French, but French turning the purple lap. Travis Engen third, a 206.278, back about 16 seconds off of the leader, 13 seconds adrift. Make it 18 seconds adrift of James French in the second spot. Quadracci, French, Travis Engen, Brian French up to 4th. Jim Cope.
Joel
Quadracci goes wide in 5, and that opens the door for James French to be right on the gearbox. Great call, Brian. Way to notice that. Nose to tail now, the battle for the top spot underneath the Corvette Bridge as they make their way to Hurry Downs.
And James is going to seize that opportunity and get on the pedal. And I could see them making a pass here very soon, going into 8, right on the bumper of Joel, into the carousel under the Speedville Bridge.
One thing James has got to be careful with, obviously, with the diffuser and all the aero dependencies of that Gas Monkey Garage prototype, is it does have that rear diffuser, and it's going to take some air off the top of that trailing prototype as well, and that car sits quite a bit lower to the ground and a little bit more aero sensitive is that prototype car, and you see he's had to back off through the kink, getting a little unstable as now Quadracci pulling away on the entrance to turn 12. But French much faster under braking into the corners, now 2 car lengths separating your 2 leaders as they work through Thunder Valley, up across Billy Mitchell Bend and to turn 14 across the pavement change, and now on the exit of 14.
And we'll see if James decides to pop out here and go for that first spot on the podium. Decides to stick in line, waiting for his opportunity.
And now it's separated by about 10 car lengths here at the start-finish stripe. That 48 machine of Joel Quadracci has a little bit more straight line speed and able to kind of gather it in, but James French able to kind of pounce that time through a 203.461 for Quadracci and a 202.8 for French.
Wow.
So French did considerably close the gap, obviously, but that's also because Quadracci made the mistake and maybe had a little bit of marbles on his tires, and now that he's cleaned them off after a few corners, now starting to kind of pull away again is Joel Quadracci out of Sussex, Wisconsin in that 48 machine.
That's a great recovery by Joel. Continuing to lead this race into 5 again. That time he gets through cleanly. Not going to make the same mistake twice. Right now on course, Group 1 Modern Prototype. Up next is Group 6 Historic Big Bore Productions. This is your 15-minute call to the grid, Group 6. 15-minute call to the grid, Group 6.
James French going to be a little bit quicker in the twisty bits here from 5 to 8, but the rest of the race course, Joel Quadracci is going to have a little bit more power in the straight line, and being out front is the advantage. A little bit of a puff of dust looked like Quadracci kind of got into the grass a bit on the entrance to 11B, which is just past the kink, that left-handing bend right before Canada corner. Stabilized to about a 10 car length advantage now for Quadracci as we work across the infield tunnel at gate 6. And now into the main straightaway. And a puff of smoke looked like Quadracci hung the left rear onto a little bit of that oil dry residue from yesterday. A little bit of that still material still on the racetrack as it's working its way out.
And you can see that straight line speed coming from Joel Quadracci on the straightaway into 1.
Try to minimize the draft, changing lanes a bit. But Quadracci and James French duking it out here at the front. We will get 6 laps complete next time by, 7 laps the distance. So we will get the white flag next time by. The final 2 laps. French right on the gearbox. Joel Quadracci as they head to Sargento. Weaving, breaking the draft.
Left, right, left. Gets it straightened out under Sargento Bridge coming into 5.
Trying to break the draft. Quadracci knows he's under pressure from James French as they work into the braking zone.
James really quick through 5 there.
Yeah, low speed corners, that Swift is going to just have a lot less bind than that 48. Very stiff, rigid car is the Orca.
Right on the gearbox with Joel here now.
Tighter corners, that Swift is going to be much more nimble, but you'll see the straightaway strength that Quadracci has, but the Swift a little bit quicker here in these 90-degree slow corners. Right on the gearbox again of Quadracci as they enter into Speedville. Quadracci tight to the grass. French
looking on the inside.
Tries the crossover on the inside to 10 underneath the Henry Repeating Arms Bridge, and French decides to stay in line. Smart maneuver from James French. I don't think that you want to be too wide here in the kink at the speeds that these two are running right now, but gentlemanly racing through and through. Not going to make a mistake here. Quadracci gets a little bit of pull down the straightaway. I also think that James probably knew that with that straightaway speed that this 48 car has, that it was not advantageous to be stuck on the inside of the kink. He'll look to go on the crossover, swings out wide.
Oh, he might
has
get
to
back
grab
in.
the binders. He got too good of a run and had to grab the binders, and that's going to slow the exit.
Lap
speed
traffic,
for French.
Eric, lap traffic.
With lap traffic, exactly. Quadracci up the hill to driver's left, swings back to the right.
White
back
flag.
to the left again. Final trip around for James French and Joel Quadracci. Can Quadracci hold off the youngster who's got a big Rolex watch from Daytona?
Oh, and multiple cars of lap traffic. Can Joel weave his way around and leave James behind? James a little squirrely going into 1, trying to gain a little bit of speed, just a little bit more momentum through that turn. Down under the Sargento Bridge now, another lap traffic car. Joel's trying to figure out which corner, which way is the best way to go around it here into 5.
Joel Quadracci swings to driver's right underneath the Sargento Bridge. James French right in tow. About 10 car lengths advantage here for Quadracci as they come into 5. Quadracci's going to hit the lap traffic, but cooks it on the bottom and goes a little bit wide. French is going to have to try to capitalize. He's got to swing around the lap traffic and barely gets by the lap traffic to the inside and lets Quadracci escape. Brilliant maneuver by Quadracci to try to get to the inside of the lap traffic, but an even better move by James French trying to get around the lap traffic.
I can hear the Jaws music already as French is getting closer and closer. We saw him try to make a pass here last time in the carousel. Is he going to go for it again? He's a little farther back than the last lap.
I don't think that James French is going to be able to capitalize.
He goes on the inside.
This time he's going to have
He's
to
going for it.
Side by side as they head underneath the Henry Rifles Bridge. Side by side at the kink, and French backs out. French gentlemanly backs out of the kink, the 48 of Joel Quadracci with a 5 car length advantage here, and I think that's the last attempt from James French.
He's running out of opportunities.
He ran out of time and ran out of space at Canada now.
It's going to be all about the 14, but we know how fast Joel is in a straight line speed. If Joel can get a clean run out of 14 up the hill, he should secure himself that top podium finish. But what does James have for him?
French got a good run out of 14. This time he didn't judge it incorrectly, but I don't know if he's going to have enough in a straight line. Quadracci to the left, French to the right, pulls out, but Joel Quadracci will win it as that straightaway speed advantage of that Orca.
Oh, and a big spin at 3 there.
Too much for James French, and that looks like one of the Radical prototypes that's gone around.
Yeah, in the kitty litter in turn 3.
And that is Steve Lisa. Steve Lisa in the Norma. And went to the outside and just misjudged the braking mark and spun it around, and now he's buried it axle deep into turn 3. You can see him spinning the wheels there on the big screens if you're hanging out watching the YouTube stream as well. But what a great finish for Group 1. Joel Quadracci holding off James French.
He made a couple of little errors at turn 5, a couple of brake lockups, the lap traffic not doing him any favors, but he holds on and masterfully makes it to the top of the podium.
But Joel Quadracci does not make many mistakes here, but both of them occurring in turn 5 with the lap traffic locking the brakes up. He was lucky that the lap traffic was slow enough that it slowed French down, because I think if French would have been able to get right on the gearbox that half a lap sooner with 3 to go, I think French might have gotten around him and may have been able to hold off, get out into clean air, and able to pull that 48 down the straightaway a bit. But what a great run for Joel Quadracci. A great run for that 48 team. They've had really good finishes here as of late. No surprise to see him in victory lane, but James French gave it everything he had. He threw everything but the kitchen sink out of that 46 machine to try to get there. Joel Quadracci, your winner. James French second. Travis Engen comes home third. That is your podium. Brian French fourth. Jim Cope fifth. George Crass sixth. Jack Donnellan seventh. Lee Malasso eighth. Charlie DePasquale will be ninth. Should be Tim Roberts, the 069 of Awais Sadiq, and Steve Lisa and Randy Johnson. That should be the way that they figure out here with the 14 cars that were running. But Quadracci, French, and Engen, your podium. Quadracci, the leader in P2. French, the leader in MSR2. And Travis Engen, P1. So that is the leaders for each of the categories here in Group 1. What a fantastic race for Group 1 to start our afternoon after those Eagles. Everybody amped up with all the Eagles. We got ourselves a great race in Group 1. Group 6, Historic Big Bore Production. Group 6, this is your early 5-minute call. Early 5-minute call for Historic Big Bore Production. Group 6, early 5-minute call. So it looks like the Buffalo Blower are going to head out on a race course. Steve Lisa dropping quite a bit of gravel from turn 3 down to turn 5 where they exited. So we'll get the blower out there and clean up some of the gravel that was deposited once Steve Lisa made his way back underway to the paddock area. So we'll clean up the gravel between turns 3 and 5. Right now, 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the grid official. This is the first 5-minute call officially for Group 6 Historic Big Bore Production. 5-minute call. Jim's Golf Cars, sales, service, and rentals. If you're looking for a new or used golf car for your campground, need a fleet of cars for your golf course, have an upcoming event with transportation needs, or just looking for a cool golf car to get you around town, call Jim's Golf Cars. They have it all. Check out inventory available at jimsgolfcars.com or stop in to see the friendly staff at the Reedsville or De Pere location. Daily, weekly, monthly, or seasonal rentals, Jim's Golf Cars is here for you. Roaring engines, cheering crowds. It sounds like summer is back, and what's better on a warm summer day than a great group of friends and some Cedar Crest ice cream? It's the perfect topping for a fun day in the sun. Don't forget the sunscreen, and never forget the Cedar Crest. Race fans, EV charging has come to Road America. Intech Solutions has partnered with Road America in the Go Green initiative to provide free solar-powered EV charging at the track. It's located at the top of the Paddock Hill. Visit energybystech.com. The Village of Elkhart Lake welcomes you to Road America and the National Park of Speed. Following today's events, head north out of the gates into Elkhart Lake for great food and live lakeside entertainment. Let the fun continue at Wisconsin's legendary getaway, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Spark Ops Metalworks is proud to be the official metal fabrication partner of Road America. Spark Ops is the professional partner you need when it comes to metal. Spark Ops provides fiber laser cutting with either oxide-free nitrogen or oxygen with cutting capability up to 1 1/2 inches thick. Press brake and part forming up to 3/8 inch thick on CNC Bystronic brakes. Spark Ops offers both robotic and manual welding services along with full metal finishing of your parts. Contact Spark Ops today or visit them at sparkopmetalworks.com. Last chance, the last half hour that B.S. Levy, Brian Redmond, as well as David Holmes are going to be signing until 2:30 this afternoon inside the Paddock Shop. Get your Road America gear, your Eagle gear, and your Road America event shirts as well. So head over to the Paddock Shop, open until 4 o'clock today at Road America.
And while we have a break in the action, want to give a huge shout out and big thank you to our safety team, EMS teams, corner workers, and race control, keeping this weekend safe and making sure the track is green and we can enjoy these races. So thank you. Shout out to all the corner workers, race control, safety teams, and EMS out there.
Group 6, field behind the safety car, and they are up in turn 6 underneath the Corvette bridge. And the BTM Cheetah of Brian Garcia, the number 11 car, will lead the field to the green flag. And the 69 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster from Nashville, Tennessee, Scott Borchetta in the spiked coolers, Big Machine Racing, number 1. The 83 is Chris Hines in a Shelby CSX 4000 out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Jody O'Donnell in the 46, that is a 69 Chevrolet Corvette Coupe out of Carrollton, Texas. Starting on the inside of row number 3 is the 41 of Todd Trefford, a 74 Porsche 911 out of Sarasota, Florida. Dallas, Texas is Claire Schwendeman, the 68 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster in the 37 machine. The 30 is Mike Donahue. The 88 is Rick Mooney in a 68 Chevrolet Corvette Coupe out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. David Hinton in the number 14 will start 9th. Starting 10th, Sam LeComney in the 56 Chevy Camaro. Starting 11th, the 169 of Scott Graham. That is the white 69 Pontiac Firebird out of New Franken, Wisconsin. Chicago, Illinois' Josh Simpson in the 01 Porsche will start 12th. Starting 13th, Tom Weglars. 14th, the 61 of Larry Ligas. The 47 of Tim Cornelius. The 84 is AC DeAugustine. The 5 is the Beast of Travis Frang out of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. Patrick Sessions in the 63. The 74 is Stephen Kuhlman. David Agrelis in the 92. 7 is Paul Toombs. Tom Olega, the 471. The 31 is Seth Higgins. Dean DeSantis in the 33. The 82 of Damon DeSantis. The 81 of John Rishi. The 73 of Harry Dinwiddie. The 85 of Mark Hannafin. The 68 of John Malmquist. The 97 of Darren Longford. 35 of Lewis Garrett. The 05 of Scott Young. The 96 of Dan Parr. John DeGainer in the 111 did not start yesterday in the qualifying race yesterday, but expect him to be up into about the 8th spot or so is where we figure out where his time would be based upon practice. Getting set to go green, the field 2x2 behind the Elkhart Lake Blue Corvette Stingray pace car. An unbelievable car to drive. If you ever get a chance to go to your local Chevrolet dealer and test drive one, definitely want to make sure you do. It is a fun car to drive, and that is the first ever mid-engine Corvette.
2x2 up the hill, awaiting that green flag. Garcia, Bruschetta, and green, 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 we're going racing. Group 6.
Chris Hines in the Shelby looking to the inside of Brian Garcia Borchetta as they head towards turn 1. Garcia, Borchetta, and Shelby of Hines to third. The field thundering down the hill from the Aaron's Tunnel to turn 3, where they'll head underneath the Sargento Bridge.
And get ready, turn 5. One of my favorite groups to watch there at turn 5. You see the wastegate, a little bit of flames, a little bit of pops. Very exciting here. Going into 5, 2 wide. Let's see this braking duel.
Garcia already with a victory podium this weekend, this morning. Back at it again here in Group 6.
Under the Corvette bridge.
Into 7 to Hurry Downs. Downhill to the left-hand 90-degree corner at turn 8.
Turn 8 could be potentially a trouble corner for these racers. Heavy braking zone, and then right back on the power into the carousel.
Garcia, and it looks like Borchetta has dropped all the way back to 5th now, so it is Hines in 2nd in the Shelby. Report of Sam LeComney in the 56, maybe some smoke out of that 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. Keeping an eye on that as we rotate through this first lap. Garcia, Hines, and I believe that is Jody O'Donnell up to third now in that number 46 Chevrolet Coupe.
Into Canada corner for the first time. These race competitors, nose to tail all the way back to 5th. This is going to be an interesting one.
Todd Trefford, that number 41 Porsche, into the mix as well. Trefford running 4th. Borchetta all the way back to 5th now. From 2nd to 5th. Got shuffled out into turn 1 and has not been able to recover. Hines chasing down Garcia. It's Hines, O'Donnell, Trefford, and Borchetta, the top 5, have checked out and gone from the field now. Garcia, Hines, O'Donnell, Treffert, Borchetta. Waiting on 6th place, it is going to be the 111 of John DeGainer. John DeGainer up into 6th spot. Mike Donahue, the 30th. The 37 of Claire Schwendeman. Rick Mooney up to 9th. A great start from Rick Mooney in the 88 machine. Holding on to the top 10.
And O'Donnell might have got around Hines there. Too wide going into 1, making that pass down the hill into 3.
Treffer checking out a little agricultural work on the exit of turn 3. Garcia checking out. And O'Donnell and Hines have swapped spots. O'Donnell leads into turn 5 in the 2nd spot. Under heavy braking to the inside, the Shelby going to try to carry some momentum. Can't get there. Treffert trying to capitalize on the momentum loss, but can't quite get there up at the hill into turn 6. The Shelby of Hines swings wide and opens the door for Treffert now. Jody O'Donnell running in 3rd.
And if you're Brian Garcia, you love seeing this behind you as the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Into turn 8 now.
Excuse me, Jody O'Donnell in 2nd. Chris Hines back to 3rd. O'Donnell leading Hines for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Borchetta trying to hang on. Hines tries to get into the dirt on the entrance to the apex of the carousel, and that's going to slow him up a little bit. That's going to give Jody O'Donnell a little bit of breathing room, and that opens the door for Todd Treffert to try to pounce on the Shelby. Porsche to Shelby, and the Shelby pulls ahead in a straight line. Jody O'Donnell grabs a little bit of the agriculture just before the kink rumble strip to driver's right.
Too wide.
Borchetta around Treffert now.
Too
Borchetta
wide, too
back
wide.
to 4th. Shelby of Hines back around O'Donnell.
A little bit of brake smoke there.
And a quick lockup for Hines, but Hines able to carry the momentum. O'Donnell made the mistake going into the kink and kind of slowed him down. He narrowed the apex up too much into turn 11, and that puts Hines and the Shelby back out in front of that Corvette of Jody O'Donnell.
Even with all of this racing, swapping positions back and forth, they're sticking with Brian Garcia pretty well, all things considered. Let's see how it shakes out here. Garcia, 1. Chris Hines, O'Donnell, Treffert, and Borchetta goes to 4th.
Borchetta up to the 4th spot, but Treffert now threatening as they go into turn 1, and it's a drag race to turn 1. Borchetta holds on as Treffert now will try the crossover inside turn 1. Borchetta goes wide. Treffert back to 4th. Amazing duel up front here with the top 5 kind of staying within the same straightaway. Only about 4 seconds behind the leader. Garcia to Treffert is only 4.2 seconds. Hines and O'Donnell battle for 2nd again. O'Donnell on the charge. Tries to get a run to the inside, and O'Donnell gets by Hines in the Marine sweep. O'Donnell defensive braking to the inside. Can Hines come back on the crossover? O'Donnell holds on to 2nd now, but Hines right on the back bumper of that Corvette.
Hines using all of the track there, trying to make a move. Coming into turn 8 here, a very good passing opportunity. We'll see if they try to make a move here.
Garcia likes what he sees in the mirrors, which is nothing right now. Jody O'Donnell hangs the right rear of that Corvette out, opens the door for Chris Hines. Hines in the carousel. Working turn 9 and 10, Jody O'Donnell, Chris Hines, Todd Treffert, and Scott Borchetta into the 5th spot. And these 5 have pretty much just checked out from the field and gone away and hid. John DeGainer, the 111, leading the rest of the field in 6th. Mike Donahue, 7th. The 37 of Claire Schwendeman, 8th. Rick Mooney, 9th. And Scott Graham, the Firebird, in 10th.
And here comes another pass into Canada on the inside.
Hines and O'Donnell with the duel. O'Donnell with the crossover to the inside to Thunder Valley.
Too wide through Thunder Valley.
2 by 2. And Hines pulls ahead. O'Donnell wisely just kind of pedals out, swings back out wide, opens the door for Treffert to put some pressure on O'Donnell now. Borchetta trying to pick up the pieces. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Nose to tail on the exit of turn 14 now.
And who has the faster straight line speed? coming up the hill into 14, working now. They're on their third lap, working lap number 4.
O'Donnell to the inside of Hines. He's been passing him in the Moraine sweep. Now he's got the Road America straight. O'Donnell to second around Hines, and now has a gap. Got about a 5-car length advantage now. Does Jody O'Donnell over Hines, but Hines is going to come back into the braking zone, a much lighter, a little bit more nimble under braking is that Shelby than the Corvette. And he cuts to the inside and Trefford all over the back bumper of the Shelby.
Hits those
of
rumble
Chris
strips
Hines.
and almost loses it.
Trefford trying to go to the outside and then quick cut back to driver's right, trying to get around Hines. Didn't get a good of a run for Hines out of 3, and it's opened up a gap for Jody O'Donnell by about 5 car lengths. And that's what Jody O'Donnell wants to see, is a gap between him and the Shelby of Chris Hines. The Porsche of Trefford about 6 car lengths behind. Now the Shelby right onto the back bumper of the Corvette. It is Jody O'Donnell in second, Chris Hines third, Trefford fourth, Borchetta fifth. Working through Hurry Downs now towards turn 8. Downhill Garcia, full straightaway. And O'Donnell got wide in 7, and that opens the door for Hines to pull right back to the back bumper. Hines going to go a little bit wider on entry to the carousel now. Jody O'Donnell about a half a car length up off the inside of the carousel. Hines tucked right to the grass through the sweeping right-hander downhill off camber underneath the Henry Rifles Bridge now. O'Donnell still leads here in the straightaway, and that's what O'Donnell needs, is he needs to stay in front of Chris Hines. But Hines, is he close enough to get the straightaway draft and pull back by at the Canada? Last 2 laps, Hines has gotten back to second at Canada. Can Jody O'Donnell hold off Hines here?
Looks to the inside again. Can he get it done this time? He makes it in front. But
Hines shuts the door on Jody O'Donnell, and Trefford opens the door to the outside.
Here comes Trefford.
Trefford, the Porsche and the Corvette, nose to tail now. And again, Trefford putting pressure on Jody O'Donnell through the Billy Mitchell bend to turn 14.
A 4-way battle here for the second spot on the podium. Throw a blanket over these drivers, nose to tail almost this whole race.
An amazing duel here for the feature Sunday, the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. O'Donnell and Hines side by side at the stripe. As the drag race to turn 1, Jody O'Donnell will take it into turn 1. Back to second place for the Corvette number 46, Jody O'Donnell. Chris Hines. Have a local yellow over in turn 4, I believe.
Oh, turn
Hines.
14, there's a slow car in turn 14. Looks like they're getting back on course, and they have continued. No flag. Oh!
O'Donnell off. Jody O'Donnell is off in turn 3.
O'Donnell!
And Trefford and Borchetta side by side here. So the other Corvette and Porsche are side by side through Sargento. Jody O'Donnell off in turn 3 will get the car righted and back underway.
And
Chris Hines.
Trefford licking his chops going into 5, seizing this opportunity to make his move.
Trefford on the outside, Borchetta to the inside. Borchetta settles back into 4th. So the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th now simmering a tad. In the battle for 2nd becomes the battle for 3rd and 4th with Trefford and Borchetta, as Hines now doesn't have to contend with Jody O'Donnell.
O'Donnell spinning at 3, and we do not see him on our camera, so he might have been able to continue, but that's going to stop his run for that second spot on the podium. Just one little mistake can change the whole race.
Hines kind of backpedaling a bit. Todd Trefford into the carousel. Borchetta right on the back bumper of the Porsche. They are nose to tail, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, separated by just 4 car lengths. Trefford to the inside of Hines on the exit of 10. Hines underneath the Henry Repeating Arms Bridge has to contend with the car of Todd Trefford side by side into the kink.
Wow, Trefford making his move now. Let's see if he can keep it into Canada. Heavy braking zone here. We've seen a lot of passes.
Hines, Trefford, Borchetta. Hines able to scamper away for just a moment. Trefford had to back out as he was stuck on the outside and just could not hold it. Back to the back bumper, Chris Hines. Hines doing everything he can to throw that car around. That Shelby is sliding in and out of each of these corners, both of the left-handers and the right-handers. Hines takes a defensive line into turn 14. Trefford arcs that Porsche to the bottom.
Oh, a little bit outside.
Hines swung wide. Trefford goes to the bottom. It's a side-by-side drag race up the hill underneath the Quick Trip Bridge.
But we know Hines has that straight line speed. It gave him the advantage there. That little mistake not going to hurt him as bad. Going into turn one, Treffert right behind. Let's see if he can make a move on the outside to go past him. Brian Garcia still in first. Haven't really mentioned him much as he has a massive lead in first place.
The Cheetah running away and pouncing around this 4-mile race course. But the Shelby has got a lot of straight line power, but right now those tires are just screaming for Chris Hines. As Todd Treffert and Scott Borchetta put pressure. Hines, defensive line off of turn 3 that opens the door for Treffert to get in line. He'll draft underneath the Sargento Bridge, down the back straightaway.
Under the Sargento Bridge into 5. Treffert trying to make his move, doesn't have the speed, so he's trying to get it done in the twisty bits in these corners, trying to outbrake and make his move.
Todd Treffert made a little bit of a mistake and went wide in turn 5. That opens the door for Scott Borchetta to come back to the back bumper of Todd Treffert. That's going to be Chris Hines' best friend is Scott Borchetta right now. Get this Porsche off of my mirror. And Borchetta just not able to capitalize on Treffert's mistake. Hines going to have about a 10-car length advantage into turn 8. Treffert swings wide. Borchetta tries to jump to the outside, entering Speedville. Treffert tucked about a car length and a half up in the carousel. Borchetta about a full car length above that and not able to capitalize. And Hines starts to pedal away. Your leader now working some heavy lap traffic.
This could get dicey.
Some Corvette Roadsters up ahead.
Not just one car, we have multiple cars of lap traffic.
Not sure, but that could also be one of the Jaguars as well. But heavy lap traffic now for Garcia in the lead.
Oh, and it slows down considerably into Canada. This is going to give...
And Chris Hines does not get clear of the lap traffic going into Canada.
Oh.
He's going to go too wide coming through Thunder Valley, and he pins Treffert behind. Great move by Chris Hines with the Shelby, just trying to pin Treffert behind the lap traffic, but Treffert has managed to work his way through, as has Borchetta, so they are now again nose to tail on the straightaway. 1 lap to go here at Road America in Group 6.
White flag comes out for Brian Garcia. 1 lap to go. We have a 3-way battle. It was a 4-way into a 3-way battle now for that second spot on the podium. Lap traffic a factor going into turn 1.
Garcia checked out and gone. Chris Hines, that Shelby, now has had a chance to scamper away. Todd Treffert has some distance between himself and Scott Borchetta. One of the lap cars there as well. Borchetta not able to get through until after turn 1, so that's going to slow Borchetta's run down. Although now Borchetta has some clean space to try to run down Todd Treffert. Can Todd Treffert run down Chris Hines in the blue Shelby? The 83 of Chris Hines. We're running in second spot now on the final lap. Brian Garcia, not even a conversation piece. It's over unless something happens to Brian Garcia. Checked out and gone. He's in another zip code. But Chris Hines still has Todd Treffert and Scott Borchetta behind him. Last time through, Jody O'Donnell still in the 5th spot. So Jody O'Donnell, even with the spin, has recovered to a top 5 right now.
Wow, very impressive getting that car going after that spin in 3. He was battling for that second spot on the podium for multiple laps and just one little mistake, but he's able to keep it going and currently in that 5th spot.
AC DeAugustine, the other Shelby, currently running in the 16th spot. And through Kettle Bottoms.
Spinning 8. Just flashed through the cameras. We'll get you a number when we see that. And here is the battle for second place.
Hines, Treffert, Borchetta now again within about 10 car lengths from second on back to 4th.
Does Treffert and Borchetta have something for Hines?
Borchetta not a good run out of 14. Did not get a good run out of 12, rather. Headed to 14 is Hines. Opens the door for Treffert. Treffert slides that left rear out of the Porsche. Tucked up right behind Hines. It's a drag race at the Quick Trip Bridge, and that Cobra just has so much straight line speed. Chris Hines going to come away with second, Todd Treffer third, Scott Borchetta fourth, but Brian Garcia, your Group 6 winner.
Amazing run there. Todd Treffert. So many great race maneuvers throughout the race. Have to give him props there. Finishing in that third spot, Chris Hines for that second spot. And Brian Garcia checking out. Top spot on the podium for Group 6, featured race here at Road America. Next up, we have Group 7A, Formula 5000. Group 7A, attention in the paddock. Group 7A to the grid, please. Group 7A to the grid, please.
This is Group 7, Formula 5000, Group 7A, Formula 5000. On the inside of the front row, Kyle Tilley in the 1976 Shadow DN6 out of Commerce Township, Michigan. Kurt Bennett in the number 51 out of Clarkston, Michigan. Inverness, Illinois' Rick Parsons in the number 1, that's 76 Lola. Paul Dudiak in the number 4 out of Peoria, Illinois. Also out of Peoria, Illinois is the 77 of Tom Simpson, the 175 of Jim Stengel, and the 12 of Seb Coppola in that 1970 Lola T192 out of Rochester, Michigan. George Fry, the 69 McLaren M10, did not make the call. So 7 cars here in 7A, 7 laps the distance. Safety car at 14. Lights are out. Pulls away from the field just a bit. As Kyle Tilley, Kurt Bennett, side by side as they come to the hill. Underneath the Quick Trip Bridge. Pace car to the Chevrolet pit lane. The field 2x2. At the WeatherTech.com starters bridge. Green flag is out. We're racing here in Group 7A.
A great start for Kyle Tilley going into turn 1. Kurt Bennett right on his tail. Racers clean through 1. Down the hill, going to 3.
And we'll see this field stretch out typically. A couple of different configurations and ages of these cars, but from the Formula 5000 era. Historic formula. And the gentleman's agreement that the first lap is kind of a get up to speed lap, at least the first couple of corners. But a gentleman's agreement of no contact racing. Very historic. Oftentimes revered. Marquise. Of course, that shadow out front for Kyle Tilley in the 0, leading us to green. 7 laps the distance here in Group 7A.
Race leaders through 8 under the Speedville Bridge, going through the carousel for the first time. Under the Henry Rifles Bridge, through 11 and now to Canada.
Tilley, Bennett, Parsons, Dudiak, Simpson, Stengel, and Coppola. The 7 cars that have made the call for Group 7A here. Working lap number 1.
Race leaders around 14 coming up the hill to complete their first lap. Kyle Tilley, Kurt Bennett, Rick Parsons.
Paul Dudiak across the stripe with Tom Simpson and Jim Stengel. And Seb Coppola. Coppola, that T192 Lola. Rochester, Michigan. Shotgun on the field. Kyle Tilley, purple, a 213.355. In case you're wondering.
And it's looking like Bennett might want to make a pass here very soon, right on the bumper of Tilley, up the hill, under the Corvette bridge.
Of course, Formula 5000, extremely popular.
Takes a quick peek to the outside, falls back into line. Maybe thinking turn 8 might be a passing possibility. Under the Speedville Bridge into the carousel.
Extremely popular formula of racing in the mid-70s, early to mid-70s. Big horsepower, big tires, big wings, big airboxes. Like everything in the 70s, everything was big.
They look good, they sound good.
They sound amazing.
Especially going through 11 into Canada. Probably the best sound you'll hear all weekend.
You know, the intake plenums on these, if you get to see any of these cars that were in the parade, there's similar configurations over the years on Friday nights, but they put almost like a tennis ball sized plug in the plenums, the air intakes, just to protect them from anything dropping in, to protect these big motors. Pass for the top spot. Kurt Bennett at the stripe around Kyle Tilley. Tilley will have to settle for second in.
Yeah, we thought it might be turn 8, but he decides to do it on the straightaway. Leaders through 1. And here comes third place. Nick Parsons.
So Kurt Bennett, Kyle Tilley, Rick Parsons. There's the 4 Paul Dudiak, Jim Stengel in the 175. There's Tom Simpson and Seb Coppola. Still shotgun in the field. 2 laps are in, 7 laps the intended distance. Working laps in the 210 range here for Kurt Bennett. Bennett's, of course, been on track already today as well. So is Seb Coppola. But Kurt Bennett, a regular in the shadow, driving this 74 Lola T332.
And for those people watching on the YouTube live stream, we have 3 races left after this. We have Group 4 at 3. At 3:30, we have Group 2 Vintage Production. And at 4 o'clock, we have Group 8 Historic and Post-Historic Production. Coming up next after this Group 7A session.
First call to the grid officially for Group 4. First call to the grid. Group 4 to the grid, please. Group 4 to the grid, please. Haven't seen that car this year, really for the last 2 years, but one of the cars that we routinely see here would have been in the last group. It would have been the Python, which is kind of the Australian version of the Shelby Cobra. And that team raced here for a couple of years here at the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. Always fun to have the Aussies over here.
Also, just a quick little announcement. The paddock shop is going to be open until 4 p.m. We got about an hour and 20 minutes left. So if you haven't grabbed your Road America merchandise, t-shirts, hats, maybe some stickers, you have about an hour and 20 minutes left for that paddock shop. So go over there and get your Road America gear.
Working lap number 4. 3 laps complete. Working lap number 4 for Kurt Bennett and Kyle Tilley. Parsons, Stengel, and Dudiak. Seb Coppola. 7 cars running. George Fry did not make the call. So it's the 51 of Bennett, the 0 of Kyle Tilley, with about a 2.691 second deficit to Bennett. As once Bennett got around, starting to put some distance on. About 26 seconds back from Tilley to Rick Parsons in the 1 last time through.
And still that best time coming from Kurt Bennett of a 2:10.265.
Personal best and race lap best for Bennett.
And we're just about 9 minutes into this race session. 7 laps the distance.
Was 2 seconds faster that last lap. Kyle Tilley at 2:12.909 to the 2:10.265 to Bennett. So Bennett 2 seconds faster that lap. There is Bennett, a 2:11.230. Kyle Tilley, a 2:12.282. 4 laps complete, working lap 5 now. Seven, the anticipated distance. Here at America's National Park of Speed. Again, if you're just joining us here on the YouTube channel, my name's Eric Miller, the voice of Road America. Joined alongside Brian Eaton for the first time this weekend. Great to have Brian sitting in the second chair.
It's been such a great weekend to open up my broadcasting on mic career here. It's been so much fun, and I'm so glad we got this amazing weather. We've had some great races already for this back half of the day. Group 7A on track right now. Next up, we have Group 4, Classic Monoposto. Up next, Group 4 to the grid, please. Group 4 to the grid. Your order is the number 51, Kurt Bennett, in that first spot, working lap number 5. The number 0, Kyle Tilley, in the second spot. And the number 1, Rick Parsons, in that third spot. Remember, race fans, we have 3 more feature races after this Group 7A. We have Group 4, the Classic Monoposto, up next. Group 2 at 3:30, the Vintage Production. And finishing off our day, Group number 8, Historic and Post-Historic Production. And Kurt Bennett across the line, finishing his 5th lap. And there goes Kyle Tilley, making up a little bit of ground. Bennett, Tilley, Parsons, your top 3 for this Group 7A. The number 51, Kurt Bennett, working his 6th lap. Should see the white silk this next time by. Currently going through Canada Corner. Followed by Kyle Tilley. Rick Parsons in 3rd. In 4th place, the 175 of Jim Stengel. the number 4 of Paul Dudiak in 5th. Number 77, Tom Simpson in that 6 spots. And we just saw number 12, Seb Coppola, pass us in that 7th spot. And here comes your race leader, Kurt Bennett, to the white flag. 1 to go. 1 to go for Kurt Bennett on this Group 7, a feature race. And here comes Kyle Tilley, also starting his last lap. About 3 seconds behind Kurt Bennett at the moment. And Rick Parsons, the number 1, we'll be seeing the white silk for that 3rd spot on the podium. But it's been all Kurt Bennett since lap 2. Next up on track is Group 4, Classic Monoposto. So attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 4, to the grid please. Group 4, you're next. And your race leader, number 51, Kurt Bennett, making his final trip up the hill. And to the checkered flag, your race winner, number 51, Kurt Bennett.
Kyle Tilley was running in that 2nd spot. And across the line he comes in the 76 Shadow.
There was reports right by the Corvette Bridge that there is a car pulled off driver's left. We'll see which one of our race competitors that is. We're not exactly sure on the number yet, but we should be able to tell as these racers cross the line here in just a few moments.
Report is that the car was dead stick coming up the hill. No power and pulled off to the side. Just past turn 6. And very well may have been Rick Parsons. This has been an extended wait here.
Yeah, we should have seen Rick come by, but nobody across the stripe yet. Who wants that 3rd spot on the podium? It is wide open.
And here's a car coming across the start-finish line. There is Rick Parsons, so that was quite delayed. So not sure if maybe he got held up or spun himself on course. So it's Bennett, Tilley, Parsons. Jim Stengel will come home in the 4th spot.
Could have been Seb Coppola, potentially.
There is the 4 of Paul Dudiak. So it either would be the 77 of Tom Simpson or the 12 of Seb Coppola. We'll round out the field here.
And
might be Seb Coppola.
Here comes our last driver. And let's see who it is.
That is Simpson. So yes, the 12 of Seb Coppola, who was running 7th the entire day here, has succumbed to the gremlins over in turn 6 and bringing out the local yellow. Group 4 for Classic Monoposto. Group 4 up next. Group 4, unofficially, this is the 3 p.m. session. 10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute call to the grid for Group 4.
Just a reminder, race fans and Road America fans, that the paddock shop will be closing in 1 hour. This will be your last chance to get any Road America apparel and gear. We'll be closing at 4 o'clock today. So definitely go stop by the paddock shop while it's still open and go get yourself some Road America gear. Next up on track is Group 4, Classic Monoposto. And after Group 4, there's 2 more featured races. Group 2, Vintage Production, and Group 8, Historic and Post-Historic Production. Next on track, Group 4. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Jamie Janis, to security, please. Jamie Janis, to security, please. Gate number 6. That is Jamie Janis to security at gate 6. On this opening pace lap for Group 4 Classic Monoposto, there's already been 2 cars that have pulled off, and we have one right at the turn of 5 in the grass, far right. Safety already responded to that vehicle, and then there is potentially another car pulled off without power around turn 7. And reports that the pace car is going to stay out for one more lap as safety is responding to those incidences on the pace lap.
So the full course yellow going to stay out, as Brian mentioned. So we will get another pace lap here. Behind the direction of the Corvette Stingray pace car here. So turn 14 now. So lights will remain on. Safety car will remain out. This lap will count as the start. So we will have one lap in. This does cut into the 15-plus minute time frame, so it's possible that we may end up cutting the race technically short due to time.
And it looks like they got that car taken care of at turn 5. And one more car stranded right at 7. As we see that Elkhart Lake Blue pace car go under the start finish. And we'll do one more pace lap due to those incidences. Group 4 out there now. Group 2 is up next, Vintage Production, and then the last race of the day is Group 8.
So Dan Ahrens in the 127 out of Green Bay, Jesse Jurgensen. We're in the back of the field. So Ken Baum is joining the field late here, just crossed the stripe. So he'll tag the back of the field coming out late. Actually lucked into having the field, just technically taking the green flag under yellow here. He'll be able to catch back up to the field and not lose any time. He'll remain on the tail end of the lead lap as we work through this caution here. Full course yellow. And again, we'll have a better understanding of who it is after we see the completion of lap number 1 of who had come across the line and not taken it. So it looks like Hector McDonald, the 61, the 64, John Green, the 41 of James Miller, Chris Aragante, the 414, and Fletcher Belt, the 39, did not make the call. So I believe we are looking at the 127 of Dan Ahrens and the 22 of Jesse Jurgensen would be the possible 2 cars that would be involved in the proper term is incidents, but I like to call them incidenti in this situation.
Well, they do have that car pulled off, and they're going through that cutout in 8 right now. And we should be a green flag racing coming up here. Lead pack making it under the Corvette bridge.
Welcome to our viewers on YouTube as well. And several of you are watching from here at the racetrack, so you're maybe not sitting by a big screen, but you have the YouTube stream up, so you can see what's going on around the racetrack. Thanks for tuning in. Either way. And those of you that are tuning in from outside the facility, we wish you were here. You should be here. This is a cannot miss event every year.
We still have a lot of events coming up here in August. World Challenge, IMSA.
Absolutely. Spectator events and track rentals. Over 420-ish days of activity somewhere on the racetrack in 365 days.
And if it's not on the racetrack, it's somewhere in a parking lot in the facility doing the winter driving school, motorcycle school, karting club. Pack schedule. If you ever have a chance, look at the event schedule on Road America's website and bring up the master schedule, and you can see all of the different colors for all the different events and things that are happening on track. 4 miles of fitness. I've done a Tough Mudder here at this track before. So lots of stuff going on, not just during the race season, but also during the off season as well.
Absolutely. Disc golf. There's always snow days where they have tubing on the hills over in turn 14. It's usually a fun time, but a lot of activities here at Road America all year round. Multi-use facility.
Haven't really talked about the go-kart track too much this weekend, but man, that is a cool facility over there.
Briggs and Stratton Motorplex hosts racing every Tuesday night during the summer, and also has a select weekend Saturday, Sunday dates. A couple of traveling series come and race at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex as well. World-renowned facility. James French got his some racing in out there, as did Graham Rahal.
Wow. And looks like we're about to get our race action started. We'll see exactly what they do on this start.
Steve Grundle in the 4 out of Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. That's a 69 Brabham and an 85 Ralt RT5 for Paul Lisek in the 07.
Pace car dips off to the right onto pit lane. 2 by 2 up the hill looking for that green flag to start off. Paul Lisek, Steve Grundle, Jeff Gherkin. Who is going to make it to 1 first?
Oh, and Steve Grundle as Lisek got a horrible start.
Yeah, Lisa dropping back.
Front. And that's a dangerous position with Lisek dropping back like a rock at the start That's going to bind up the field quite a bit, and he's going to drop all the way back, possibly to the tail end of the top 10, where he finally starts getting in. One of the Eagles is racing in this. Jacques Dursang started in the 12th position out of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. One of 13 Eagle DCF cars, or DGF, Dan Gurney Fords. But in Club Ford, that's the CF on the side of that 46 machine. That's the yellow nose, sky blue tail with the dark blue eagle wings on it. It's a gorgeous car.
Yeah, we saw Steve Grundle get a great launch. Also, Joel Quadracci getting another great start here.
Looks like Quadracci is your leader. Grundle into the second spot. Jeff Gherkin third.
And you wonder exactly where the order is going to shake up here.
Pierce Rader perhaps in fourth, that maroon number 68 Lotus. And a yellow up in turn 6. And Steve Grundle had gone off course. That's what gave up the lead for Steve Grundle. He had gone off course. Over in turn 3, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm seeing a car in the grass right before the Sargento Bridge or not, but it looks like there might be a stranded car there. Through the carousel, under the Henry Rifles Bridge, into the kink, into Canada Corner for the first time, our race leaders.
Joel Quadracci, your leader in that 44. Said that name a few sessions in a row here at Road America this weekend. This is, of course, Group 4. Group 2, Vintage Production. First call to the grid. Group 2, to the grid, please. Group 2, to the grid, please. Group 2, to the grid, please. The waning couple of races here in the WeatherTech International Challenge at Road America with Brian Redmond in victory lane. Quadracci at the stripe. Your leader. It is Gherkin and Walschlager side by side. Walschlager to the inside of Gherkin towards turn 1. Side by side for the moment. Walschlager will let Gherkin go by on the outside. And it looks like Pierce Rader into the mix around Gherkin. So Gherkin back to 4th. Travis Engen in the 1. Back to 5th. Looks like Paul Lisek has gotten back to 6th at the stripe after dropping from the pole back to about 10th after lap 1. So here on lap 2, Lisek back to 7th.
And as we mentioned before, Grundle having a spin around the turn 3 area, not seeing him on the list. Hopefully he was able to continue his race session. Leaders under the Corvette Bridge going to turn 8.
And we'd expect Bill Walschlager to have a little bit quicker time in the Van Diemen here in the twisty bits with a little bit of aero help, keeping that car planted. Joel Quadracci going to be slinging that car around. Sounds like the 92 car, the belts had come loose on that car. That's a scary situation. Glad that she stopped and corrected that. That's a scary situation as a driver. Quadracci out to a 5-second lead. Jeff Gherkin and Bill Walschlager were side by side at the stripe last time through. Walschlager got the advantage of that. Pierce Rader kind of jumped around and got by Gherkin. And now has gotten back by Bill Walschlager. So it's Joel Quadracci, Pierce Rader, Bill Walschlager, and Jeff Gherkin, your top 4, as they run right now through turn 14. Travis Engen and Paul Lisek in that 07. So the 1 of Travis Engen, that's a 1970 Chevron B17B in Formula B. Paul Lisek in MFD. Modern Formula with the wings on, so they'll have a little bit more aero help in the slow speed corners, but it will hurt them down the straightaway just a bit. Lisek around Travis Engen.
And like we've seen in a lot of these vintage races, the battle for second and the battle for third is the one to watch, as Joel Quadracci has made his lead quite significant now. What?
So timing and scoring a little confused here with the shortcut from one of the cars that had made a shortcutted lap due to the initial yellow has actually kind of taken an extra lap here. So we'll get the scoring situated. But Joel Quadracci still up front. Shows second if you're using the Race Hero app or Race Monitor. But Quadracci is your leader in the 44. Three laps are complete here. We'll complete lap 4 this time. And likely we'll get the white flag, I would assume, here because of the extra yellow time. So we're looking for the 44, Joel Quadracci out of Sussex, Wisconsin. That's 67, Brabham, BT 29.
And here he comes up the hill. And white silk in the air. Last lap for your race leader, Joel Quadracci.
Final lap for Joel Quadracci. It is back to Bill Walschlager, Pierce Rader, Paul Lisek back to fourth. Jeff Gherkin has dropped behind Travis Engen, I believe.
And the battle for second is on between Walschlager and Rader.
Lisek, Engen, Gherkin, your top 6. Tom Pixley, 7th. Robert Burnside, 8th in the 8. Michael Popp in 9th. And waiting on 10th, which would be Dan Cowdrey. Cowdrey now, your top 10. Quadracci, Walschlager, Rader, Lisek, Engen, Gherkin, Pixley, Burnside, Popp, and Cowdrey, your top 10. Working the final go-around here, the WeatherTech International Challenge. Quadracci, your leader through 11B now. Battle for second place is still on. Bill Walschlager, Pierce Rader keep trading the spot back. Rader seems to be a little bit better in the twisty bits, but Walschlager trying to dig here on Pierce Rader as they work through Canada.
No opportunity for him there through Canada corner.
Lap traffic just in front. Don't think that's going to impact it at all.
Through 13 now.
Walschlager got him at the stripe. If he can get a good run out of 13, looks to the inside, wheel to wheel for a moment. Rader shuts the door. Out of 14, cuts the apex off, which is going to give Walschlager the run. Walschlager will stay in line for the moment. Lap traffic there. Don't know if Walschlager is going to be able to pull out the Lysek's there. Rader's going to get there. Walschlager and Lysek, your top 4. So Quadracci, Pierce Rader, Bill Walschlager, your podium here in Group 4. Lysek. Fastest lap of the race, though, in the tow. Travis Engen will finish in the 5th spot.
Group 4 in the books. Next up, Group 2 Vintage Production. So we'll beat your 5-minute call to the grid. Group 2 Vintage Production. To the grid, please. And the grid has been released on this Group 2 Vintage Production featured race. 7 laps the distance. Next up, Group 8 Historic Post-Historic Production. So we have this race, Group 2, and our final race, Group 8 Historic Post-Historic Production at 4 o'clock. And just a reminder, Road America race fans, that the paddock shop will be closing in 30 minutes. This is your last chance to get all of that amazing Road America gear and apparel. Paddock shop closing at 4 o'clock, 30 minutes away. Last chance to check out the paddock shop. As this Group 2 feature race is rolling.
So the 15 of Brian Davis, the 62 Elba Courier out of Mequon, Wisconsin. Scott Schmidt in the 74. That is a 72H Sprite Mark III out of Lawrence, Kansas. Lake Bluff, Illinois, George F. Ballback, the 0 Porsche. The 3 of Joel Weinberger out of Hinsdale, Illinois. Another 356B Porsche Coupe. Bathtub Porsches. Kent Prather in the 26 MG out of Wakarusa, Kansas. James Jackson in the 01, another 64 Porsche 356 out of Edina, Minnesota. Plano, Texas is Justin Johnson in the 901. The 8 of Nick Clements out of Costa Mesa, California. Mequon, Wisconsin's Matthew Getzinger in the 73. The 72 is Robert Van Zels out of Brookfield, Wisconsin. Jim Dentizzi in the number 44 Honda CRX SI out of Economawalk. The 42 is Russell McMillan out of Orlando, Florida. The 1 is Alan Tom in a 65 Alpha. The 1, of course, is a Alpha as well out of Burr Ridge, Illinois. The MG Midget from Downers Grove, Illinois. That is David Brown in the number 17. He'll start 14th. Starting 15th, the number 51 of Frank Boucher in a 65 Porsche. The 59 Austin Healy of Michael Manzer. The 103 will start 16th. And 17th, the 202 of Eileen Wetzel in an Austin Healy out of Plymouth, Minnesota. St. Paul, Minnesota's Rich Stather out of the number 56, starting 18th. Starting 19th, the 10 of Brad Tank out of Winnetka, Illinois. The 144 of Alexander Schlesinger in a 77 Triumph Tier Z7 Coupe out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. The 119 of Terry Davis in a 60 Austin Healy Sprite out of Omaha, Nebraska. Stoughton, Wisconsin's Joe Brabender in the 123 in a Volvo. Glendale, Wisconsin's Bob Clark in the 76 and an 86 Honda CRX XI. Dan Powell, the 33. The 41 is Michael Silverman. The 12 is Jake Miller in a 86 Sports Renault prototype out of West Bend, Wisconsin. Scott McQueen, the 106. The 34 is Evan Hobachek. Dan Onderchek in the 138. Jeff Lombard, the 622. 250 is Chris Nussbaum. Randall Alexander in the 070. Dotson, Josh Helm in the 43. Josh Helm will not make the call. Scratched earlier in the weekend due to some transmission/clutch parts related issues. Sorry to see Josh not make the field. Safety car lights out through Thunder Valley.
The field lining up 2 by 2. behind that Elkhart Lake blue pace car. Fairly large field all the way back. The back of the field just getting through Canada now. Two by two. Brian Davis, Scott Schmidt, George F. Ballbach, Joel Weinberger. Who will get the run? Who will get that quick start? And who will lead into turn number one? Pace car pulls off to the right. 2 by 2 up the hill looking for that green flag. And green, green, green for our Group 2 feature race.
Weinberger jumps to the outside. A great launch in row 2 to the outside of Scott Schmidt and Brian Davis with a drag race to turn 1. And Davis, your early leader. Ball back into the second spot. Scott Schmidt, I believe, has dropped back to third. Joel Weinberger fourth, and Kent Prather. Good battle up front.
Everybody clean through that first turn. Our race leaders under Sargento Bridge for the first time.
Davis and Ballbach lead underneath the Sargento Bridge. Towards the braking zone to turn 5 as the field still continues to string out underneath Sargento. A big field here in Group 2. First call to Group 8. First call to Group 8, please. Group 8, first call.
Everyone clean through 5. Close call there.
3 wide under braking into turn 5. Looks like Alan Tom. It actually looks like one of the Honda Civics out there as well. A little bit wide. Davis in the Elva Courier. George Ballbach under heavy tow. The 26 of Kent Prather up to third. Weinberger in the number 3 up to fourth. Scott Schmidt falling to the wayside a bit. And through the fast part of the kink, again, a brand new concrete barrier to driver's right. Pulled back a little bit so the entrance to the kink is a little bit more visible. A little bit of dust.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough ride in the back there.
Back in 11.
Looks like they kept it together, though. Oh! Another rough ride there as you see another puff of smoke. Could have been from that kitty litter that was laid down a little bit ago.
A little bit offline, so that would make sense. But some drivers, little elbows out, coming into Canada.
And we got another great battle for the third spot of the podium again. Seems to be a theme for this weekend.
Kind of transfixed on the 12 camera. The whole field coming through into 12, just like into 5. It was elbows out. Davis at the stripe, ball back in the second spot. Prather, and then the 74 of Scott Schmidt, Joel Weinberger. James Jackson, Matt Getzinger, Justin Johnson, Nick Clements, Robert Van Zelst, David Brown, Russell McMillan, and Alan Tom, your top 13 as we run here in Group 2.
Working lap 2.
Problems for the 070 of Randall Alexander. He had that spin while battling for the second spot earlier in the Tabs race. And that car looks like it's struggling a bit here on the long Road America Straight.
7 laps the distance. Davis, Ballbach, Prather, Schmidt, Weinberger. Turn 5. Looks like Ballbach falling a little bit behind. And that race for the third spot. Prather, Schmidt.
So we've got a car off just past start of, or the exit of pit lane rather. Pit out just past the head end of pit lane, off behind the barrier.
Yeah, in a safe spot there. Shouldn't cause any flags to come out. Ooh, big break lockup for our battle for that third spot. Prather a little bit too hard on the brakes there under the Speedville Bridge going into Canada, or going into the carousel.
Prather, Schmidt, Weinberger.
And this is going to shape up to be an amazing battle for the third spot on the podium. And depending on what Ballbach could do here, he might have a chance to take that top spot away from Davis. Ballbach, we know how fast he can be around this track.
A lot of experience here out of Lake Bluff, Illinois. That 60 Porsche 356B. Brian Davis, the Elva Courier, though, a little bit more nimble. And has about a 10-car length advantage over Ballbach now through Thunder Valley. The battle is for third, fourth, and fifth and sixth, all kind of in the same vicinity, but third and fourth are nose to tail right now.
It's looking like Prather and Schmidt kind of working together and are starting to pull away from our fifth spot, Joel Weinberg.
Big puff of smoke out of the 26 of Prather under braking. A little bit of a brake lock. That's going to slow his entry in. And actually, that may have been motor related.
Yep.
That was motor related. It was puffed out, and it's puffing now up the straightaway. So Prather has to pull into pit lane in the 26.
Oh, that's
that
too bad.
Scott Schmidt and Joel Weinberger to third and fourth. James Jackson to fifth. Getzinger to sixth. Justin Johnson seventh. Lick Clements eighth. David Brown, but Prather, that was two big gray puffs of smoke for the 26.
Yeah, we saw the exact same thing happen at turn 8. We thought it was a brake lockup, but it could have been something even worse. Maybe he overcooked the brakes. Maybe the brakes are gone on that car. But it is sad to see him drop out of that spot, trying to get that third spot on the podium. But that opens it up for Weinberger in the fourth spot now, followed by James Jackson.
That MGA just not holding up today. Had some problems yesterday in the qualifying race as well. Was requesting a flat toe yesterday. So maybe continuing issues for Prather in that 26 all weekend. But great to have them out here. Sorry for some bad luck. Brian Davis continues to lead. The Alva Courier out of Mequon, Wisconsin, with 2:42.138, by the way. 2 seconds a lap faster than George F. Ballbach. So the difference now 3.3 seconds in the lead for Davis. There's a battle side by side through turn 4. Into the braking zone, into a turn 5. A couple of competitors side by side. Good racing all the way through the field. We kind of focus on the leaders sometimes just because it's a little bit easier. That is, I believe, David Brown and Russ McMillan. Yep. The MG Midget and the Alpha battling for 10th and 11th, just ahead of Alan Tom in the 1.
Yeah, turn 5, a popular passing zone for these competitors. Into turn 8, another pass here on the inside, and he takes it.
And that's the battle just ahead of that. That's Nick Clements and Justin Johnson. And Robert Van Zelst in the mix there. So that's middle of the top 10. Some good racing back into the field here. Davis, Ballbach, Scott Schmidt, Weinberger, James Jackson, Getzinger, Johnson, Clements, Van Zelst, Brown, McMullen, and Alan Tom are your top 12 at the moment.
And it looks like Ballbach has dropped a little bit off the pace behind our race leader, Brian Davis, and Ballbach looks to be very happy with his second spot at the moment, as he's got a pretty good gap in between him and the leader, and the battle happening behind him. Scott Schmidt, Joel Weinberger, James Jackson, that battle for the third spot on the podium. Completing lap number 3, working for 7 laps of distance, 8 minutes into this race. Brian Davis with the best time of 2:42.136. Currently on track is group number 2, Vintage Production. Next up, our final race of the day, Group 8, Historic and Post-Historic Production. This is your 15-minute call to the grid. Group 8, Historic Post-Production. Group 8, this is your 15-minute call to the grid. In Group 2 on track, number 15, Brian Davis in the win. And in second place, George F. Ballbach, Road America. And we got a slow-moving car going through the kink. I think that's the 7-4 vehicle. He's staying offline, kind of slowly moving his way, trying to get a safe spot to pull off the racing line, letting his race competitors pass him. You can see him right there on the camera, slowly moving on the right side. Some sort of mechanical issue for him. Your race leader, number 15, Brian Davis, followed by the number 0, George F. Ballbach, in second place, just passing the stripe now. Scott Schmidt in that third spot. And Joel Weinberger got past Scott Schmidt on that lap. Oh, actually, that slow-moving car might have been Scott Schmidt. He's dropping down the order fast. So I think that was Scott Schmidt moving slow. He was in the third spot. And now he might have to retire here, giving Joel Weinberger the third spot, and James Jackson moves up to fourth. That is too bad for Scott Schmidt. Another one of those competitors racing for that third spot, and a mechanical issue takes them out. That is too bad. It was a great race up until that point for Scott Schmidt. Slow moving here. And hopefully he can make it to a safe spot on the track so he can retire that car. Your order, Brian Davis, George F. Ballbach, and Joel Weinberger to number 3. Across the stripe is your race leader, number 15, Brian Davis. Just completed lap 5. Should be seeing the white silk next time by. And there goes George F. Ballbach all by himself in sole possession of second place. The real battle all race has been for that third spot. We've seen 2 people drop out who are racing for that third spot due to mechanical issues. And that allowed number 3, Joel Weinberger, to get to the third spot, followed by number 1, James Jackson, Matthew Gottsinger, and Justin Johnson. On course now is Group 2 Vintage Production, and we have one more race to go after this one. Group 8 Historic and Post-Historic Production up next. Group 8 up next. To the grid, please. Group 8. To the grid, please. Whoa, 3 wide into 5, taking the long way around. Coming up the hill under the Corvette Bridge. Jackson, Gottsinger.
Yeah, that I believe that was James Jackson got the raw end of the deal there. Matt Getzinger, Justin Johnson around the 01, putting the 01 4th to 7th. Actually, that might be the other yellow Porsche. There's a couple of them out there, so it's with our camera system, we can't really see numbers this late in the afternoon with the reflection to the cameras. So if you're watching on the YouTube stream, you can see what we see. Nevertheless, whoever was in that position lost two, kind of just got shuffled back, kind of in a compromised position, had no way to defend that three-wide pass as we go through. But Brian Davis continues to lead here in the Elva over George Ballback and Joel Weinberger. The two Porsches, James Jackson, 4th, Getzinger, 5th, Justin Johnson, 6th, last time through the stripe. White Silk out for Brian Davis this time, completing lap 6, 7 the distance.
We did see one of the race competitors just pull off onto pit lane. We're not sure who that is. We'll get a number as they flash by.
Working the last lap, there's the number 12, Jake Miller, the Sports Renault. There's Ballback,
there goes
second spot. Out of Lake Bluff, Illinois for George F. Ballback. Justin Johnson up to 3rd around Joel Weinberger. So Justin Johnson racing his way forward here in the waning moments out of Plano, Texas.
With 1 lap to go, Justin Johnson takes that 3rd spot from Joel Weinberger, and Matthew Gottsinger right there in the mix.
James Jackson back to 6th. David Brown 7th. Nick Clements 8th. Robert Van Zelst 72, 9th. And Russell McMillan battling with Eileen Wetzel for 10th and 11th.
And we have a 3-way battle for that 3rd spot with a 4th car in tow under the Sargento Bridge. This is the last lap for the Group 2 feature race.
Oh, Russell McMillan's on the pit lane. So Eileen Wetzel did get 10th. And Russell McMillan has pulled to pit lane in that 42 machine.
2 wide into 5. Tries to take the outside, now cuts back inside. Let's see if he has enough power to get up the hill under the Corvette bridge.
Justin Johnson up to 3rd. That's Weinberger and Getzinger in the battle. James Jackson, that white and yellow Porsche, about 15 to 16 car lengths back. So Getzinger and Weinberger keep having a little bit of a duel into turn 8 now. Weinberger ahead. So Weinberger has the 356B Coupe. Matt Getzinger out of Mequon, Wisconsin, the 61 Porsche 356 Roadster. That's the open top. Final corner for Brian Davis. Should be getting the checkered flag here shortly, Brian.
Yeah, he just made it around 14 coming up the hill. Checkered flag in the air. Brian Davis. George F. Ballbach should be coming back, but we are keeping our eyes on that battle for the 3rd position. Justin Johnson, Joel Weinberger. Around 14 cleanly. Great launch up the hill. And Justin Johnson, followed by Joel Weinberger, Matthew Gottsinger in 5th, James Jackson in 6th place. What an amazing battle for that 3rd spot. Multiple cars battling for that last position on the podium. 2 cars in that pack trying to get the 3rd spot ended up having different mechanical issues. So 2 cars in that pack looking for that 3rd spot ended up having to retire, and that just opened the door for Justin Johnson and Joel Weinberger. Your race winner, number 15, Brian Davis. Number 0, George F. Ballbach in second place. And the third spot, 901, Justin Johnson, is your podium here for Group 2. Next up, we have Group 8, Historic and Post-Historic Production. Group 8, you're up next at Road America.
Road America would like to recognize our 2022 season corporate partners, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America, Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our food and beverage partners, Sargento Cheese, Johnsonville, Pepsi, Lakeside Bottling, Anheuser-Busch, Larry's Distributing, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Torquay Coffee, and Palermo's Pizza. Skag Power Equipment, the official lawnmower of Road America, which keeps our 640-acre facility looking beautiful. Skag headquartered in Mayville, Wisconsin. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier of Road America. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Teen Driving School. Optima Batteries, the official battery. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner. Lake Michigan Car Ferry, the official transportation partner of Road America, sailing twice daily from Manitowoc, Wisconsin to Ludington, Michigan. Soundhouse, the official hearing safety partner of Road America. Our fire and safety sponsors, Hall Matro, AMR, Crete Truck Center, Wheelan Engineering, Safety Clean, Finish Line Towing, and Collins Classic Automobiles. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Jim's Golf Car, the official golf cart provider of Road America. Eden Stone of Elders, the official stone. Clean Tools, makers of the Absorber Car Cloth. TireRack.com, the official tire retailer. Catalyst Exhibits, the official design and exhibit partner. Quick Trip, the official convenience store. Marwin Sports, the official race apparel. University of Wisconsin Green Bay, the official collegiate partner. Mulch Express of Wisconsin, the official mulch. Our signage partners, Throttle Stop, West Bend Dyno, GT Race Tires, Race Ramps, Bank First, Red Wing Shoes, Lift X, Corvette Central, Elkhart Lake Tourism, Auto Select, Speed Seat Factory, Finish Line Towing, Briggs & Stratton, and Walbeck Group. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Henry, Quick Trip, Jockey, and Aaron's. These companies sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support. Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Chamber of Commerce Weather. Here at Road America on this WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond Sunday. One more feature race to go this afternoon, and it is Group 8. Final call to the grid for Group 8. Final call to the grid for Group 8. Saukville, Wisconsin's Peter Cunningham in the 42. That is the Acura TSX. George F. Ballback in the 0. Hopping out of one car and right back into the other. Steve Grundle in the 16 out of Blue Mountains, Wisconsin. And the 935 of Mark White. The 110 of Lisa Hansen. The 18 of Tom McGlynn. The 6 of Joe Hish. The 046 of Craig Watkins. Fritz Seidel, the 611. Daniel Cagiano in the 77 out of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Here this weekend, starting 10th on the outside of row 5. The 76 is Larry Lunda. The 13 is Bruce Boder. He'll start outside row 6. In row 7, it's the 36 of Kellen Weinberger. And the 21 of Filippo Reina. The 52 of Don Myers. And Travis Mionis in the 3 will start in row 8. In row 9, it's the 81 of Nick Clements and Eric Wood, already a winner today. Eric Wood out of Eureka, Missouri in that 66 Alpha. Steve Anderson in the 61 and the 63, Matt Getzinger in row 10. In row 11 is the 51 of Frank Boucher and Kelly Nichols in the 114 out of Littleton, Colorado in the Datsun. Barry Payne in the 129 and the 46 of Jeff Worth in row number 11. In row 12, Isaac Keeler and Rob Cohen. Joshua Tuggle, Edward Dulski. Tuggle, the 91, the 15 of Ed Dulski. Greg Wold in the 35. Jessica Jonk in the 28. 66 is Marshall Mole. 241 is Peter Mika. Martin Lauber in the 80. 93, Gerald Dulski. The 75 is Eric Davis. The 40 of Lisa Weinberger. The 08 of Jeff McCormick. 277 of Eric Dietz. Byron DeFore in the 10. The 8 of Jensen Wentenkamp. The 01 of Burl Reynolds. The 118 of Julie Dahmer. 62 of Alex Rourke. 33 of Peter Baltham. Kermit Upton in the 107. David Hepshin in the 5. Tim Holmes in the 53. And there are a bunch of cars tumbling through the order here that did not make the call. So it looks like Peter Botham, Kermit Upton, Marshall Moore, Fritz Seidel, Travis Mionis, Eric Wood, Isaac Keeler, Rob Cohen. Those cars have not made the call here. Nor did Peter Botham, Kermit Upton, or Marshall Moore. So, again, some cars tumbling through the order here on the outlap, not making the call. But the ones that are up front are going to put on a good show. Peter Cunningham, George Ballbach, Steve Grundle, Mark White. What can Cunningham do with that Acura TSX, 2004 Acura TSX? For Peter Cunningham from Saukville, Wisconsin. The real-time racing collection hall showpiece out here on the pole for Group 8, our final feature event of the WeatherTech International Challenge from Elkhart Lakes, Road America. While we have a moment, want to thank all of our fans here for being here this weekend. Gorgeous afternoon, blue skies, sun is out, gorgeous day. You're in the Kettle Moraine of eastern Wisconsin. And thanks to all of you watching as well. Online at YouTube, on the Road America YouTube channel. Smash the subscribe and like button. And we'll try to do this more often if we can. Final feature event of this Sunday.
We went from rain on Friday, fog on Saturday, and for race day, we have beautiful blue skies. The sun is out, low on the wind. It's a great day to go racing for our final race of the day, Group 8.
That's why we call it Sunday Fun Day, Brian.
That's right. Our race leaders and the pace car going through Canada Corner now.
Back half of the field, just wrapping up out of Kettle Bottoms, make their way through Thunder Valley. And again, while we have a moment before we get underway, I want to thank all of the owners and preparers of the Eagles this weekend. showpieces nonetheless. Appreciate the time for the last 3 days on display at the nest inside the paddock area. See a couple of cars getting loaded up and headed out, but thank you to all of those showpiece cars from the collection halls from around the U.S. for bringing us the Eagles. It was a fantastic reunion here this weekend.
And pace car pulls off to the right, 2 by 2 up the hill. Cunningham, Ballbach, Grundle, White. Let's see who can get to that turn 1 first and take that top position. Green flag, Group 8, last race of the day here for the Weather International Challenge. Brought to you by Brian Redmond, going into turn 1.
Cunningham and Ballbach still side by side. On the outside of turn 1, it is Ballbach trying to put pressure on the Acura of Peter Cunningham. Cunningham is going to have the front-wheel drive advantage, though, on the inside. Coming into turn 3.
Still 2 by 2.
Going to be able to try to pull himself out of trouble here. Grundle in the 16, that green Porsche. Battling Ballbach now as that allows Cunningham to scamper away underneath Sargento. It's Cunningham, Grundle, and Ballbach now as Ballbach had opened the door on the exit of 3.
Cunningham going to turn 5. Side by side, and we have a new race leader, but can Cunningham do the counter move up the hill under the Corvette bridge? I think he can. 3 wide under the Corvette bridge.
And Cunningham going to be able to kind of dive onto the brakes deep and then get the pull off on the inside. It's the advantage of the front-wheel drive cars. A little bit shorter turning radius to stab and steer on the bottom and gets back to the point around Ballbach and Grundle. So Ballbach coming from 3rd to 1st into 5 and back to 2nd here into 8. Cunningham going to tuck the apex. Ballbach going to swing wide. Grundle swings wide. White swings wide. Hansen swings wide. And they're all using the rumble strips on the exit of 8. Cunningham in the middle of the road, about a car width above the apex of the carousel, trying to carry as much speed as possible and starting to pull away by about 3 car lengths underneath the Henry Arms Bridge.
And this is shaping up to be a great battle for that first spot. Can Cunningham hold on? Ballbach right behind him into Canada corner. Oh, we have multiple passes happening here into Canada. It looks like everyone clean through Canada corner into 13. So many position changes. We'll let you know where everything shakes out once they pass the stripe.
By about 5 car lengths is Cunningham's advantage. It narrows to about 2 car lengths as Ballbach starting to put the pressure on as Cunningham gets the drive out of 14 and will rise the hill underneath the Quick Trip Bridge here at Road America. Ballbach and Grundle now side by side. Grundle goes to the inside of Ballbach, similar to lap 1 where Grundle got by as they head to turn 1.
And it looks like Grundle was able to get by Ballbach.
Yeah, Ballbach's still out front. Looks like Grundle ducked back into line here on the straightaway, maybe playing the tire game here. Don't want to overheat those tires on the inside of turn 1. Don't want to shorten the corner that much. But Cunningham lost a little bit of drive out of 3 there, and Ballbach and Grundle now trying to chase down Peter Cunningham here in Group 8.
Cunningham, Grundle, Ballbach coming down into 5. Let's see if anybody decides to make a move. And a new race leader as Cunningham potentially gets passed by 2 people, but we've seen this exact same move last lap.
Grundle has to get back in the line. Cunningham very defensive into turn 6, but Cunningham makes the apex. But George F. Ballbach, your leader in that 0. Peter Cunningham now settles into the 2nd spot. Will look to the outside and gets a huge run down Hurry Downs. That front-wheel drive Acura TSX shuts the door for the moment. Ballbach fights back on the outside, side by side at Speedville into the carousel. Cunningham by a full car length and a half now. Grundle couldn't look to the outside of Ballbach here in the carousel. Ballbach going the long way around, and Mark White sticking the nose in there.
Yeah, Grundle sees that opportunity of the two front competitors battling, and this might be his chance to make a move. But look at in fourth place here, trying to get maybe a bit of opportunity as they're coming through the kink into Canada corner.
We saw Tom McGlynn in that 18 yesterday have some problems at the very end of the qualifying race, but he was quick as well. He looks to the inside going into Canada.
Cunningham takes the lead there. Ballbach, Grundle.
Looking to see if that is still Ballback. I think that might be Mark White. I think Ballback has kind of shuffled back. A little bit of agricultural work.
Oh, I think you're right, Eric.
Kind of depends. That it might still be Ballback in the second spot. Sunlight in 13 made it almost look a little bit more like Mark White's car, but that silver of Ballback still in second. It's Ballback Grundle. Grundle gets a good toe from Ballback down the front straightaway. Cunningham in the traditional racer's line. Ballback goes to the inside into turn one. Ballback opens the door for Cunningham, and Cunningham shuts it very rapidly. Grundle stays third in line.
Cunningham, Ballbach, Grundle, followed by Mark White, Lisa Hansen, under the Sargento Bridge. And it looks like Grundle was able to get by Ballbach right before the Sargento Bridge into 5. I'm sure Ballbach's going to want to take that position back coming into turn 5. Decides to keep in line. Ballbach drops the third spot. Cunningham getting about a 4 to 5 car length lead now under the Corvette Bridge. Grundle, Ballbach right behind. And a great battle here right behind Ballbach here for the fourth spot.
And again, Cunningham kind of leading the field, and they're starting to pull away from fourth, but it's not a very big gap to Mark White, Lisa Hansen, and Tom McGlynn. The top 6 clearly pulling away from the field. Well, big gap back to the 46 of Craig
Ballbach
Watkins.
taking the inside of the carousel. Grundle on the outside. Too wide under the Henry repeating arm bridge.
And this is exactly what Peter Cunningham wants in his mirror, as Grundle now around Ballback. But can Grundle run down Peter Cunningham now?
Oh, a little bit of wheels off into the grass there. A puff of smoke.
Puff of dust.
Ballbach on the inside.
Grundle shut the door. White back to fourth. Lisa Hansen, Tom McGlynn, your top 6. Pulling ever so closely farther away. Cunningham by about 10 car lengths now in the exit of 14. Cunningham fastest lap in the race at 2:32.611 to Grundle's 2:33.065 last time through. So Cunningham pulling away from Steve Grundle now.
In the battle for fourth, Mark White, Lisa Hansen, and Tom McGlynn heating up here right behind our race leaders. Cunningham, Grundle, Ballbach under the Sargento Bridge through 4, coming down 5, too wide into 5.
Ballback and Grundle side by side into braking.
And it's Grundle.
Grundle locks
Brake
up
lock
the
up.
rear.
But doesn't seem to affect him too bad. But can Ballbach regain a little bit of momentum?
Out, yeah, stepped out for Grundle, but he was able to maintain, and he slung it in. And you can see that tires heated up, left a little bit of a streak into the 6 in the left-hander. So Grundle's starting to overheat the rear tires on that 16.
In this battle for fourth, throw a blanket over the top of them,
Yeah.
nose to tail.
This is a great battle here. Cunningham pulling away over Grundle, Ballback, and now White, Hansen, and McGlynn, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
And
nose to tail.
And Peter Cunningham getting a fairly decent lead now over, it looks like 20 car lengths from second place.
Yeah, what Grundle and Ballback, I think, need to do here is they need to settle down a bit and just kind of work together to try to get back to the front. Ballback back in front of Grundle now, out of the carousel into the kinks. So Ballback back to second, Grundle third, White, Hansen, McGlynn. And that battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth, it's tight, but they're really kind of maintaining their positioning. And I say that, McGlynn looks to the inside of Hansen coming into Canada. Wisely backs out, but those the fourth, fifth, and sixth place cars now are kind of working together a little bit. I don't think they're gaining any ground per se on Steve Grundle in that third spot.
Oh, and Ballbach falling back now. Or now it's not Ballbach, that's Grundle falling off pace now.
Grundle now losing touch. But as I said, last time through turns 6, 7, and 8, Grundle appeared to be kind of hanging the rear tires out, maybe overheating those tires, so Grundle having to cool down the rears a little bit before going back on the attack.
7 laps, the target distance here, 10 minutes into your last race of the day, Group 8. The WeatherTech International Challenge brought to you by Brian Redmond. And here looks like there's a pass there for fourth place. This battle for the fourth spot is heating up. Only a few more laps to go. In that fourth spot, we have Mark White, Lisa Hansen, and Tom McGlynn. And Ballbach Poland away, too wide under the Sargento Bridge. Lisa Hansen, Mark White, Tom McGlynn going into 5. Battle for the fourth spot. Into turn number 5. Ducks back into line. Up the hill to the Corvette Bridge. We got to look to the inside. Cuts in and gets the spot. Taking that spot over there, that would be for the 5th spot. But they are losing ground on the 4th position racer, which might be Lisa Hansen. Under the Speedville Bridge. This battle for 4th is fantastic, exactly how we want to end our race day here at Road America. What a beautiful day and what an amazing event. Thank you so much for the AAR Eagles being here, 30 of them on display and also a bunch of them on track. So we weren't just able to see the Eagles, we were able to hear them as well. So thank you so much to the Eagle group. And this race is heating up between the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. They're really getting at it here into Canada corner. Your race leader, Peter Cunningham, George F. Ballbach has made a pretty decent gap between him and Steve Grundle. They were battling before, but as Eric said, potentially the tires for Grundle had a little bit of off and on a couple of tires, so potentially some tire issues, maybe something mechanical. Deciding 3rd place is good for me.
Likely going to get the white flag next time by, I would believe. For Cunningham, Ballback, Grundle, Hansen, McGlynn, White, Watkins, Hish, Caggiano, Boder, Arena, Lunda, and Kellen Weinberger. Your top 13 as they run.
Under the Corvette Bridge, this battle for 4th. Lisa Hansen getting a big gap as Tom McGlynn and Mark White are battling for that 5th spot. They've traded positions on this last lap at least twice already. As soon as a pass happens, on the next corner, another pass happens. Lisa Hansen taking this opportunity to create a very big gap between Tom McGlynn and Mark White. And it's going to come down to these two racers battling for that 5th spot. Oh, and a little bit of trouble for one of the racers there under the Corvette bridge, pulling into the grass. Puff of smoke coming out from that car. Good on him for pulling off of the race line so we can continue green here on our last race of the day, Group 8.
White flag is out. Final lap for Peter Cunningham. Real-time Acura TSX. George Ballback, Steve Grundle. Lisa Hansen settles into that 4th spot. Mark White 5th. Tom McGlynn 6th. That great battle that we had, between Ballback and Grundle. I think Grundle just kind of burned up the rears, trying to get around Cunningham earlier. And Ballback kind of met the same fate. Those rear tires burning off on those mid-engine Porsches.
And Lisa Hansen, once she got into that 4th spot around Tom McGlynn and Mark White, she was able to create a very, very good gap here and should be able to take home that 4th position if she can keep all 4 tires on the track under the Sargento Bridge here. Working that last lap for this Group 8.
And Peter Cunningham, purple on that lap 6 completion at 2:31, 4:57. His best lap, though, still going to be the 2:31.042 all weekend.
Of course.
In the rain, that's still going to be his best lap because it had a 42 in it.
42.
So if you ask him, that qualifying lap in the wet, that's going to be the best lap of the weekend.
And Mark White and Tom McGlynn kind of meeting back up again. They're back at it, battling into 8. And Lisa might be running off the pace a little bit. They're catching up to her very quick into the carousel. Hopefully that doesn't, maybe Lisa's just saving her tires, waiting for the opportunity to really push hard here. Canada corner coming up next. Very, very technical braking zone. But they are catching Lisa quickly. Uh-oh, we might have some drama here into Canada corner as they are right on the bumper of Lisa and they look to the inside.
Mark White back around Lisa Hansen for that 4th spot. Checkered flag is out for the legend himself, Peter Cunningham. The Acura TSX, your winner here in Group 8.
Lots of lap traffic here. We'll see how things shake up. Around 14 up the hill.
Lisa Hansen got White at the line for 4th. Lisa Hansen
All right.
elbows up and gets back to 4th. It's Cunningham, Ballback, Grundle, Lisa Hansen, and Mark White, your top 5. Tom McGlynn, Craig Watkins in the 7th position. Joe Hish in the 6th out of Burridge, Illinois, will come home 8th. And waiting for 9th and 10th to round out our top 10 here. Daniel Caggiano will end up in 9th in the 77, and I would imagine the blue Porsche of Don Myers will end up 10th. Filippo Reina in the 21 will end up 11th. The 36 of Keelan Weinberger ends up 12th. Bruce Boder 13th. Nick Clements, the 81, will come home 14th. Matt Getzinger, 15th. Frank Boucher, 16th in the 51. Steve Anderson in 17th. Kelly Nichols in the Datsun, 18th. Jeff Worth, 19th. Ed Dulski in 20th. And I believe Lakeville, Minnesota's Jessica Jonk in the BMW E30 will end up in the 21st position. Peter Mika, Greg Wold, Gerald Dusky, Tim Holmes, Lisa Weinberger, Burl Reynolds, Eric Davis, Eric Dietz, Alex Rourke, Jensen Wentenkamp, Julie Dahmer from Sheboygan, Wisconsin will end up 32nd. Jensen Wentenkamp, by the way, out of Newton, Wisconsin. Mazda Miata, 31st and 32nd. And the rest of Group 8 to conclude our race day here at the WeatherTech International Challenge. So it has been a weekend chock full of a lot of different track conditions and a lot of different race configurations and groupings throughout the weekend. Of course, we started Wednesday and Thursday with test days. Here were optional for competitors, and then Friday began in earnest under some very questionable track conditions. Heavy rain at times, one or two cars going out for qualifying one. Qualifying two in the afternoon was sort of dry. It was just kind of an annoyance mist, and it turned into a dense fog throughout the night. Into Saturday morning, where we had some dense fog delays in the morning for about 45 minutes. Once we got cars on track, the fog began to lift and then burn off into a great Saturday afternoon, which turned out into a Chamber of Commerce race day Sunday here at America's National Park of Speed. The victory podium celebrations are the last thing left here at Road America, and Peter Cunningham going to see Brian Redmond in victory lane. I want to thank the Road America staff. See Randy Erdman, track photographer down there, Justin Walsh down there, John Everett handling podium duties with Brian down there as well. For Tom Like in our director's chair, Brian, congratulations on your first race call of the weekend.
Wow, it was a great weekend to open it up, and I had such a great time. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to the next couple events coming up here in August.
Your director in the chair, Tom Like. My name's Eric Miller, the voice of Road America, reminding you that race cars spelled backwards is still race cars. So long, everybody. We will see you in 3 weeks for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.